Well, a very good morning to you all from a considerably foggy Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company this morning for our Sunday 7-hour enduro. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I'm joined this morning again by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
And by DriversEye Live debutante, Robert Hill Jr. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Robert is going to be along for the ride with us today and hopefully well into the future as well. Some complicated weekends coming up for us here at DriversEye Live, but our focus today is on wrapping up our final race of the weekend from this 2.3-mile track just outside, I guess technically in Birmingham, Alabama, but we're just on the other side of the hills east of the city. It's a 16-turn layout called the Country Club of Racetracks, the Augusta National of Racetracks. Barber Motorsports Park, of course, plays home to the IndyCar Series, Moto America as well. Great motorcycle racing track, great multi-class and endurance racing track, very technical, but it works really well in a multi-class environment, and we saw a heck of a race yesterday afternoon. This is the fog we were just discussing. It's actually closed in a fair bit, Ryan, since even since you got to the track.
Yeah, it's a little bit foggier than it was yesterday, too.
Yeah.
This morning I left the hotel and I was like, it'll be fine. We're good to go. It'll be all good. Everything will look nice. And indeed, since I have gotten up to the commentary booth here at the track, the fog has closed in a little bit. Now, my understanding is it's supposed to be warmer again today, and we're supposed to have similar weather today to what we had yesterday. Now, I believe this fog creeping in is an artifact of us starting about an hour earlier than we did yesterday, and so I expect that it will burn off in much the same pattern. Again, we'll start the day with some clouds and fog, and then by the time we end, the sun should be poking through with a little 72-degree high. Lovely weather. In fact, it's shorts weather, I've decided, once again.
It's always shorts weather.
It is. It really is. Yeah. And if it's not shorts weather, it's golf pants weather.
Golf pants?
Golf pants.
That's oddly specific.
No, golf pants are light, Brendan, because you still have to wear pants to be at the country club, but you don't really want to wear slacks, you know? So Under Armour makes some fantastic golf pants that feel like you're not wearing any pants.
Golf pants discussion to come later in the show, but yes. For the moment, we're going to talk about the front row here.
Yeah, let's do it.
The number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4 is there in first. Right, can we just cut back to the previous camera? I don't think we're going green this time around because on the left side of your screen, you see a very stationary number 333 Bruce Innovations BMW. This was noted in the race control log as we were booting the broadcast up this morning, and it was listed as a car stop turn 3. That is a very inconvenient place to leave a car.
That is a super convenient place to have a car, and that's yesterday's pole sitter as well.
Yeah.
A car that would have been in contention today, I reckon, not having the morning they were looking for.
No, indeed. There are many races, many ways to start a race, and this is technically one of them, but not an ideal one. Anyway, alongside that NFC Motorsports Mercedes that inherited the win yesterday afternoon after a pretty epic scrap between itself and the TLM Mona number 888, that is a Ginetta. It is not the Moorhead Ginetta. That is the Panos Performance Ginetta G55. And I'm not even going to ask if any of you had that car in the front row on your bingo card this weekend, because there's no chance, not one of you. But anyway, it put in a time quick enough yesterday to put itself third or fourth, depending on how you look at the way the race ended yesterday, in terms of fastest lap, which sets our grid for the Sunday race. And by virtue of both the 888's exclusion from the results yesterday and the Moorhead number 290 not being able to take the start this morning, with Chad Moorhead informing us that Ginetta is dead, long live the 147, the Panos Performance number 56 has inherited the spot. Pretty wild stuff there. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates number 52 will start in third alongside the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin Vantage. Mr. Bobby Hill, we're going to welcome you, Robert Hill. We're going to welcome you to the DriversEye Live program for the first time. Barber Motorsports Park, it's a great venue. We've got multiple classes of cars. I know you tuned in for a good portion of yesterday's show. As we get ready to go green here, what are the things you're looking for our 7-hour enduro to close out our weekend from Barber?
As with any endurance race, it's all about keeping the car in one piece, keeping it on the racetrack, and just making sure you're patient throughout the day. Make sure you're strategic in making those passes and getting those positions out there. So hopefully these guys have learned some lessons yesterday that they can put into play today and have a good 7-hour race here this afternoon, or this morning into the afternoon.
Yeah, and it is a split race. We are going to race this morning, and then we're going to restart and race again this afternoon. Of course, Barber Motorsports Park mandates the quiet hour from 11 to 12 o'clock on Sunday mornings.
Amen.
Which means we're going to kick things off, race for about 3 hours, and then when we get to somewhere between 10:40 and 10:50 Central Time, we'll throw a full course yellow, gather the field up, bring them into the pits, and shut off race engines. We'll sit for an hour and contemplate our decisions, and then somewhere just after noon, we'll have drivers back in the cars, get the engines restarted, and we're going to close things out with 4 more hours of racing, which means in effect that the target is essentially just to stay on the lead lap. Right? We made a big deal yesterday out of not having safety cars. We use the Code 35 procedure here to neutralize the field when there is incident and a need to clean up the course and dispatch safety vehicles. Is just engaging the speed limiter and running around at 35 miles an hour without passing. But this is the one situation where we're going to need a safe car. So we'll talk a little bit about that as the race progresses this morning. Due to get the green flag this time around, this obviously hasn't occurred with the 333 being stopped. Ooh, a little stack up here exiting the final corner. See the accordion effect. But we're going to start the race, in air quotes, under a full course yellow, owing to that stop number 333. Ryan, I don't know if you can see it out the window from your perch at start finish. Have they recovered that car yet?
I cannot see that.
If you haven't seen it come by on a tow rope, there's a good chance.
I definitely haven't. I can see what I believe to be the tow truck still attending to said car.
Okay, that's interesting. That car had dropped a number of spots yesterday, despite being, obviously that car is very good for pace.
Ah, there it is. It is on the flatbed.
Ah, the flatbed.
Yes.
Very interesting.
That's never a good start to the day.
No, and it's even more interesting. It's on a flatbed instead of being on the back of a rope. I have questions.
Well, hopefully we can get some answers at some point as to what actually happened.
Ryan West is our on-site man there. As we said, just right up at start-finish, 3rd floor of the timing tower, up to the left side of race control, truly enclosed in a glass case of emotion.
There it is.
Fortunately, the fog is preventing it from being an oven, an actual greenhouse.
Well, there is an HVAC fan. There's an HVAC fan control on the wall.
It doesn't work.
Oh, see, it felt much better when I turned it on.
Oh, yeah, it's not sufficient. But you're, again, very, very lucky.
Dear viewer, do not listen to Brendan, especially if you're trackside. They fixed the AC, so when you go for an interview today, you will be nice and cool.
Nice, JT. Go enjoy the air conditioning with Ryan West.
Or on.
There it is. And I am wearing proper shoes today as well. So you don't have to see
want to know what the alternative was.
My sandals on, like
Crocs,
for the last 2 days. It was wet enough that I did not want to soak my running shoes that I typically wear. And today the grass was dry enough and I didn't have to wear the sandals to avoid soaking my shoes. And my feet feel much better today than they have the last 2 days, which is nice.
It's almost like wearing proper footwear with proper support makes a difference.
Right, but if I had worn shoes on Friday and Saturday, my shoes would have been soaked all the way through, and I would be miserable right now. And I'm not.
Just to be clear, that's what boots are for. Just to be clear, We haven't even taken the green flag yet. We're already in podcast mode.
That's true.
Oh,
That's because
what?
there hasn't been much to talk about. But Brendan, when you have a size 15 foot, I can't just pack boots into my carry-on luggage. They don't fit.
Do you need to check your shoes into the luggage with the size
Probably.
15?
So
Oh
if I have my running shoes, I can just about cram in to my suitcase. But the boots.
Can you not tie them together and then just tie them to the back of your backpack?
Okay, but see again, the size 15s come into play here. If I do that, I have no leg room underneath the seat, and then it makes my flight miserable.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
No, I lose all of them. With anything related to flying, I lose all of them. Every single one is a loss. No question.
Ryan L. West.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So the timing tower display in the center, which now that I am here and it's a little bit dark, is lit, and not just the white things. That's very impressive. Is on. So I believe that means we are timed right now.
Yes.
This is counting. RJ is nodding at me and telling me that is correct.
Yes, we did technically take the green. We started the race.
Excellent. And we will be going. We will be going next time by as well.
Very good. Very good. So the race has begun technically, but we are just awaiting the actual green flag. Remains to be seen if it's going to be a double file start, or if because we've technically started the race, it's going to be a single file start. Typically, it should be double file, but
I believe it will be.
Confirmation of that.
It should be double file.
Mr. Till?
He's gone. He's left.
Well, we will await confirmation of that from the 123 and the 56.
That's a busy guy. Did I not see Don Motorsports out there this morning? Double file.
Possibly not. That's the number 95 Sebaco NP01.
It will be a double file start.
Blue accenting. It is the only non-Stratus car in the GTU field, which is our field for sports racers, prototypes, etc. All closed cockpit, but does tend to suit that Sebaco NP01 very, very well. I also think we have the Tooth RS3 out again this morning.
We do.
Which did not feature very much yesterday at all.
It did not.
It came back in the later hours for a few laps, but so far not tripping timing at all is the 38 at Palomar, the 290 Janetta, which we know, the 766 Thunder Bunny, which we know, 333 Bruce Innovations, we saw on Flatbed. Haven't seen timing from the 411 AOA Corvette.
So that is circulating.
Number, yeah.
But wasn't that in GP1 yesterday?
No, that was GTO.
That was GTO, okay.
Don Motorsports, I'm only seeing the 3 Stratus cars out there. And then we're also missing the 46 of Ginger Racing and the 5 of All-Star Racing.
Yeah, I wonder if they found more damage on that number 5 car yesterday than just tearing, just the bumper.
Bumper and the fender, mind you.
And the fender, right. And they opted not to push the limits with that car.
So we'll see here coming down the hill, lights are out on the pace car, which signifies that we will be going green this time by. With about, it will be about 9 minutes having elapsed since the usual start time.
We will send the start to Mr. Robert Hill Jr. To get us underway and take the green flag for the Sunday 7-hour Enduro at Barber Motorsports Park.
As the pace car heads off, we're going to get set to go green racing here today at Barber. Green flag in the hand of the starter. We're going to wait for that to wave green flag, and we are underway. Let's go racing at Barber.
The 52
3 and 4 wide immediately.
Is going to dive down the inside and take the lead here as we go through turn 1. A great move that they were able to capitalize on there, and they're going to have no overlap going into turn 2. So they're going to have taken the lead.
172 around the outside of the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes through turns 2 and 3. And as they crest the hill at turn 4, my guess is you're going to see Aston Martin in second, BMW in first. The GP 1, 2, and 3 field heads onto the front straightaway.
The GTR 99 has now glommed onto the back of the 123, but the 56 takes a little bit of a lead as we watch the GP start. If we could switch back to the turn 1 camera here as they go through, perhaps even the turn 2.
Oh, there's
Palomar has jumped PC Racing on the start. Same with Harrison Motorsports and their E92 BMW. They are rocketing away from the field, so not sure what happened with PC there. We've seen their car have some issues in the past, So hopefully everything working correctly, and they come back through. So the chill out number 44 of PC Racing has now caught back up to the Palomar car. That Palomar car, Brendan, very open about the fact that that is not the most powerful car, and able to get it to the front in the first corner.
I always say qualifying position doesn't matter in an enduro, but given the opportunity to get out
And if we could look at turn 7, Ryan, I'm sorry, I think we're going to see the 44 go back through on the Palomar Racing BMW.
Well, camera's going through it a little bit this morning. I think you're right, though, Ryan. That 44 was very, very pacey in the early running yesterday morning.
Wow, and then if we go to turn 1, you'll see the front end of the GTO field has settled. It's the 52 followed by the Aston Martin of TLM, and then the 70, the Porsche 991 Cup car, holding down third place, and then the anchor, the grouping behind all the typical suspects, BMWs, Aston Martins, Toyota Supras, the whole nine. We're going to watch the 172 take a look, but not quite get there going into turn 5. So the 52 now starting to be under attack from the Aston Martin, the 70 a little bit safe, and now the 909 of Automatic Racing, the invisible glass Aston Martin Vantage, now holding down 4th position, and then the pole sitter, the 123 Mercedes-Benz of NFC Motorsports.
Small amount of debris there in turn 5, just being kicked off the racing line, slowly working its way outwards, but some kind of black wrapping, or I'm not entirely sure where it is. It doesn't.
And if we could cut back to the turn 5 camera, I'm very sorry, JT. The number 44 has now gotten back around the Palomar Racing BMW. The Harrison Motorsports car still maintaining 3rd position at the front of GP1, but under attack from the 22. The 22 gets off the corner well, coming through turn 5. They're going to try to drag race, but unfortunately, the 4-cylinder Mazda Miata is not going to have what it takes to get around a V8 M3 on their way to turn 7.
Pass for the lead at the final corner. TLM USA, the number 172, up the inside of the BMW M4 G82 from ACP Tangerine Associates, and they're going to drag race down the front straightaway into turn 1.
And the 52 is going to keep that lead, a little bit more leg on the 52 over the 172, so that BMW is going to go back to the lead, but that battle has caused the 70 to catch. The 70 is going to try to go down the inside of the 172. They'll come back into view here shortly as we look at the turn 5 camera. The 70 has backed way off now, so probably got in a little bit deep, a little bit concerned, but this grouping at the front, the 52 and the 172 battling the BMW and Aston Martin, has allowed the 70 Porsche and the 909 Aston Martin to catch up. So the top 4 now separated by probably only about 2 seconds.
Yeah, that top 4 has done a really nice job since the drop of the green flag to get a bit of separation. You see some passing going on a little bit further back towards the tail of that top 10, nearly 3 wide into turn 7, but they're able to sort that out, continue on as these drivers all look for their position on the racetrack early on. Some great battles so far.
Excellent battles. We've had good battles all the way up and down the field. The number 44 of PC Racing has now shaken off the rest of the field. They are now clear at the front of GP1, just coming through turn 5, followed by the Palomar Racing car. Several car lengths gap there. And then it's the 22, having gone around the Harrison Motorsports car and the Birmingham Road and Race car. So number 22 up into 3rd in GP1. The Birmingham Road and Race, the gray BMW, is going to be breathing down the neck of that. And then the Harrison Motorsports V8 BMW now back in, I believe, 5th in class is what that will make it.
This lead quartet of 52, 172, 70, and 909 is a genuinely improbable start to this race, but really, really impressive from those 4 to get away from the Thunder Bunny Racing number 225, the 123 Mercedes, yesterday's winner, the 56 Panos Performance Ginetta G55 that started on the front row, GTR 99 in 8th, TLM Mona in 9th, up 13 spots, and the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates in 10 that ended yesterday.
Oh my goodness, Brendan, the 70 has lost a ton of ground, and the 225 Thunder Bunny Racing, typically the number 111, but they've had some issues with that car, now up into 4th position. The 70 has lost a ton of time there and is now back in the clutches of that big pack of GTO cars that's led by the NFC car, but the 225 has jumped way ahead of that pack.
Straight to full course yellow. Contact listed between the 70 and the 172 at turn 3.
Okay, so The 333 is now going to make their way onto the track to set its first timed laps of the session, of course, under yellow, but happy to see that car get back out. I think they would have hoped, at least for their own sakes, to see that yellow come out a little bit sooner. The GP2, it looks like, I'm going to double-check timing, we've been having some great battles at the front.
Unfortunately, GP2 in front was spread out. It was mostly a battle for third between the open throttle 66 and then the 2 Rockwell Porsches.
And then there was also the Harrison car was in that grouping as well. They just came by together, but then on the timing, I see that they are separate. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Or perhaps I was looking at the wrong car.
The wrong Harrison? They're both running the same livery.
No. It was that. It was definitely in the, because it was next to the open throttle BMW, the GP2 car. So 2 incredible battles. Yeah, it's ahead of. Are they a lap down? I think they may have been given a penalty lap, because on track, if we can pull up the turn 5 camera here, you'll see the Harrison Motorsports 164 is ahead of the 66, as well as the 2 Rockwell Porsches on track.
Yeah, I'm trying to wait for timing to kind of figure itself out, because for some reason Harrison is down a lap. Palomar is out there. We saw them at the start, but they were not showing on timing during the reconnaissance lap when we started under yellow. So they're also a lap down. I'm showing them in 12th and GP1.
Okay. Is there anything in the log that would explain why that's the case? The 123 is going to take the pit lane here.
It's not even clear to us why we are full course yellow at the moment.
It may be due to the 25. That was noted as being slow.
At the final corner. We have anything around the last 2 cameras that would indicate a stopped car or a car that didn't make it back to the pit lane?
Not that I'm seeing currently. It looks clear. Nothing on the logs, nothing on the cameras.
Are those, if we can go back to, sorry, the turn 13 camera, Mr. Bauer, are those tire tracks new that go off into the runoff to camera right there? Just down off the inside curb, actually. Though, yeah. Have we seen those before? We didn't have this camera for very long yesterday before it went down, but we have no notes of impact or anything of the sort down at turn number 13, and there's no standing yellow from the corner station there at the bottom of the hill. So, yeah, that's the one I'm concerned about.
I don't recall if those are new tire tracks, but there's no dirt kicked back or anything like that from entering off of the racing surface. But it'll be interesting to see what was the actual cause of the full course caution. As was mentioned earlier, good to see the 333 Bruce Innovations car back out there. We saw them on the flatbed a little bit earlier on, taken back to pit road. Luckily, looks like they were able to fix whatever issue it is that they did have, and hopefully able to turn some laps. And being a long race, there's still opportunity to come back and gain a couple positions, pick up some points in the overall championship.
I just realized I said everything I did with a muted microphone, so we are cruising this morning. Very disjointed start to this one. It was
like some sort of cleanup crew coming out onto the racetrack back there.
Yeah, that's the
might give us an indicator.
Headed, so that's the cut between the exit of turn 6 and the entry to turn 11. It's not a certified course option as such, but they do tend to move EVs around there and occasionally tow cars through that area to shorten the return back to the pit lane and get us back to racing faster. Left side of the shot is Charlotte, as they call it. That's the now very well-known spider structure down on the outside of turn number 5.
As we
Lights
see
on.
the emergency vehicle enter the racetrack. Maybe this will let us know what's going on.
It normally would have a car in town. I'm just intrigued by where it's headed here.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing the 164 has stopped being scored. It is still on lap 4.
Same with the 172.
Yeah.
I wonder if after that contact, it left either the 172 or the 70 stranded. So, well, the 70 made it back to the pit lane. So that's taken care of. We're
Green
headed back to
flag?
green.
I was wondering if that was possibly for timing, because the AOA Corvette still hasn't been scored yet, but it's out there circulating. Oh, no, it just did 1 lap.
Ooh, battle for the race lead. 909 automatic Aston up the inside of the 52. ACP Tangerine Associates BMW headed through turn number 5. Looks like the 52 able to get the launch off of the turn 5 hairpin, being out a little bit wider, and defends well from that 909 new gen Aston Martin. 225 from Thunder Buddy now up into 3rd, having inherited a couple of spots after the issue between the 172 and the 70. Payno's Performance now finds itself back up into 4th, ahead of the GTR 99 Toyota Supra, rounding out your top 5.
So I'm not sure if it was made clear, because I was just trying to get some answers on some questions. The 172 had buried itself in the mud, and that was the reason for the yellow. There is some transponder issues, potentially, that we are looking into that would explain the 164 as well as the Palomar cars issues. So that's being looked into right now. There are no penalties pending as far as anybody is aware, so we should be able to do that. But as I'm talking about that, the 909 closes right up onto the bumper of the 52 at the lead of the GTO field. Oh no, they've pitted, have they?
52, 909, 225 is still your lead.
Yeah, okay, there it is.
Headed
Okay,
through
yeah.
turn 2.
Cool.
PLM Mono jumps up into 5th, having gotten past the 99 Toyota Supra.
That 225
And,
going very deep on the brakes here into turn 5.
Also
Closes
worth noting,
right up.
the 172 has reemerged from the pit lane and is the red Aston Martin that is just out in front of this lead battle, which now heads into the back of the general production field and begins to work traffic for the first time.
Oh my goodness, the roof on one of the AOA, it's the Rue Helmets car, I believe that's the 72, whichever one that is, the orange one.
The 75.
75, the roof is about to come off. It's only held on by the left side bolt, so that car has slowed right down. You do not want that giant piece of fiberglass to come off the car and end up on the road.
That does not sound ideal.
Hilariously expensive as well, as I had looked into at one point. So that car
Are you
is
in the
going to
market for NCMX5 roofs?
That was part of why I got rid of my NC, was because I couldn't find a roof that was a reasonable price. So going into turn 5, you see the roof come up like a 45-degree angle sideways. So that car, if we pull up the turn 7 going away camera, you might be able to see it.
Yeah, if those things catch air, they get a lot of hang time. At least the NA and B hardtop does. Ask me how I know.
Jeez. That's no fun, for sure. So, hoping that car can make its way back around to the paddock and be fixed, I imagine with some tape at a minimum. Yeah, it is going slowly. So they have managed to keep the roof on so far. It is windier today than it was yesterday, so a little bit of extra caution needing to be taken there.
The extra drag from the wind pushing back on that hood as well mustn't be helping the handling of that race car too well, as you see him slowing here between 11 and 12. Oh yeah, you can see the roof coming up on that machine for sure.
Yeah, very cautious headed back to the pit lane. Obviously, you don't want that to fly off.
Absolutely not.
I was going to say I'm actually kind of surprised you'd be aware of that being locked in, but I assume the the wind noise, the change in noise immediately would be very, very obvious.
A little extra wind in the cockpit too. That'd be a bit of an indicator.
And that car immediately into pit lane. Fastest lap of the race, just set by the number 56 Panos Performance Ginetta, 133.139, which is getting on for the fastest lap we had in yesterday's race. We were down in the 32s at the height of the action. Once the track dried out after a pretty damp start to proceedings yesterday. It looked, Ryan, like the track was a little damp this morning, but that was mostly just from a little bit of dew. No real actual precipitation between last night and this morning.
It was lightly misting while I was placing cameras at turn 7. So I don't think it's going to stay, but it's the fog, yeah. On a separate note, I have Shift Up Now's Sarah Montgomery here with me. She has joined us in the booth. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I am good. I didn't start today, so I feel like super nervous. I'm not even in the car.
I gotcha. Who is starting that Audi?
So we have a new teammate. Her name is Hannah Greenmeyer. She's actually going to be racing in SRO this year with Hannah Grisham. She was chosen with the Harder Racing, so we thought we'd give her some experience in sports car racing and
perfect.
a start at a sports car race. So she's never done that, and she's killing it right now.
Yeah, they're going into turn 5 right now, just handling some traffic and trying to stay on the back of that ACP BMW. That ACP car, not a slow car by any means, so being able to stay there and try to gun that one down, I think speaks volumes. What did she do before?
She actually was a go-karter, and then last year, from what I understand, did F4 racing. So she comes from open wheel, so sports cars are definitely a new thing for her.
Right. It's not the first time we've seen people come to WRL from an open wheel, side of things, whether that's F4 or doing some SCCA stuff, but your ability to get seat time in WRL because of the endurance racing, style of it, it really, I think, gets you up to speed faster than it would be if you just tried to run Michelin Pilot Challenge and you get, a 40-minute race or whatever.
And I think the good thing about WRL is, it's a no contact series. So it's at least a little comforting knowing that people aren't going to try and kill you on the first lap because they'll get in serious trouble for it. So we tried to instill that in her last night when she was told she was going to be starting, and there was pure panic on her face. But she made it through, so that's all that matters.
That start in the GTO field was hectic. That was a wild start, that whole pack at the front, and then it stayed clean for a really long time.
Yeah, exactly. And, most of these guys out here have done this start 1,000 times, but, having someone new is just terrifying, understandably so, because there's so many experienced drivers out there, and someone who's never done it, it just makes sense to, what am I doing?
Exactly. Absolutely. So did you start the car yesterday in the wet?
Yep. What an interesting start. So it was very wet yesterday. There were no puddles on the ground, but it was still thick water everywhere. Definitely had to have my windshield wipers on and keep tire pressures right and try not to die pretty much. It was just slipping and sliding everywhere. I got full sideways many times, but I started 23rd and brought the car all the way up to 9th.
Perfect.
During the rain stint, which was super awesome for me. But I've definitely been more scared in a race car before, so that's good. I'm just, becoming more numb to rain driving, I guess. So it was a lot of fun, no doubt.
So are you guys all geared up to do a full season attack with the Audi?
Yeah, so I guess full season, as in we're going to be doing all the big races.
Okay.
Kind of like most people do out here, but I think there's a couple other teams really trying to convince us to go to High Plains, which would be fun. But yes, as far as I know, we're going to be doing almost all the races. Maybe not Road Atlanta. There might be a scheduling conflict with the team owner, but we will be doing all the big races. So it'll for sure be confirmed, Aaron Vogel and I the whole time, and then we'll have potentially a flipping driver, that third driver the rest of the season, which we've got some cool names in the books, and I'm really excited about it. So it should be fun.
Awesome. That'll be awesome. We're always happy to see the Shift Up Now program choosing WRL to be part of their home.
Yeah.
And you've also got Laura Hayes in the
Thunder Bunny
Supra for Thunder Bunny. Here, and so that's really one of the things that keeps me drawn to WRL is it's a good enough setup here that people who are trying to do the sport the right way and make sure everybody's involved have chosen this to be their home. So I think that speaks volumes about how WRL handles its entrance the politics or lack thereof in the paddock for the most part.
Exactly.
I personally don't hear a whole lot of like sniping about it.
No.
I feel like I hear a lot of stuff, and it's never a personal, weird, anything awkward. So
yeah, totally. Everyone here at
fantastic.
WRL, including all the teams, are really supportive of the cause that we have that we're doing. And it's just really welcoming, and it's a fun series. Like, where else are you honestly going to get this much seat time for this price? You know,
it's crazy.
If you go into real pro level racing, it's just not going to happen. So, I mean, it only makes sense for us financially and to get more seat time than any other series out there. Why would we not want to do this? And with everyone being so welcoming all the time and like wanting to reshare our stuff and trying to help support it, you know, it's really cool. They treat us like drivers out there, not that we're women, if that makes sense.
That's perfect.
So.
That's exactly what we love to hear. It's what we love to see. My daughter loves hearing about how you guys do. You know, we've talked on the air about that a lot. So it's something that's really close to my heart specifically.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for making that happen. I know it's a group effort to get you guys on the grid and make sure it's working the right direction every weekend.
Yeah.
So thanks for putting that in. I love seeing the Audi out here.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of BMWs. There's a lot of Supras. And we've got a lot of a mix.
Pretty.
But that Audi's really cool.
No doubt. No, it's cool. And like I said, it's really awesome to have all the support of everyone in the paddock and the series itself. And Yokohama jumped on board to help us out this year, which is special. And Team One Logistics and one of my other small partners, Lafayette Travel, did.
Nice.
So it's really special to have all these people out. And then, you know, the team AE Victory Racing is doing really cool things to make this program happen this year, which, like I said, we could not do this without them. So it's really a special thing for us this year.
Awesome, Sarah. Well, congratulations on making it back to... Oh, yeah, go ahead,
Sorry,
please,
can
Brendan.
I just ask Sarah a question?
Yeah.
So we don't very often get to talk to teams that campaign the Audi R8 LMS GT4. And you've obviously had plenty of opportunities behind a variety of vehicles. The goal is, of course, for Shift Up now, not just seat time, but competitive seat time.
Sure.
And in a field as deep as the GTO field, it seems a little bit like the Audi isn't as obviously suited to the WRL GTO class as, say, the Toyota Supra, the new generation Aston Martins, all of those cars that have new and better electronics that are suited to the nature of the racing a little bit. What are you guys doing, and what are you guys learning as you get the Audi R8 up to speed in GTO? What has that process been like?
Yeah, so it's actually been interesting because this car hasn't been really raced since the 25 Hours of Thunderhill in 2018, which it won with Flying Lizard. So the car itself has pretty much been sitting there ready to go since then, but the hardest thing for us has been just getting the setup right. Just because, you know, we're all still trying to figure this car out. Like, I've never driven an Audi R8 before on a racetrack. I've driven other mid-engine cars, but this one's still such a longer wheelbase than the Porsches I'm used to. So the hardest thing for us has been getting the setup right. And then, like you said, the variety of speeds between the brand new models and then our car has been really something we've struggled with, just because, you know, we have a V10, you know, naturally aspirated, and then you're competing against, you know, whether it's V6s or V8s that have turbos on it, and then they are able to have more power than us just because of the rules here. So it has been a struggle, and it's been really cool that WRL has been trying to make some sort of difference to make the playing field more level. And obviously it still needs a little more work, but it's cool to see that they're even trying to make the effort, because I feel like this is one of the first few years that it's been such a noticeable difference between all the cars. You know, back 5 years ago, it was all homemade cars pretty much, and now it's all production cars, and there has to be some sort of leveling out between homemade and or naturally aspirated even, and cars with turbos and superchargers and things like that. So it definitely has been a struggle, but it is cool that WRL is trying to progress that and make it more level for everyone to come out and play.
But here's the deal. I'm sorry, Brendan, I'll just cut in real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah.
There is no balance of performance for how good the car sounds.
Correct.
You guys are already winning on that, like, by a lot.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I can't hear the motor in the car. So at COTA, you know, I know it sounds bizarre and you're not going to believe me, but, you know, I'm used to cars where I don't even have to look down at the shift lights. But in this car, when I was at COTA, that was the first time I had driven that car. I was on the back straightaway, and like the car was coming to a slow down stop, and I was like, what the heck is going on? I just didn't shift. I didn't realize I was pinging off the rev limiter, and I know I sound like such a rookie saying this, but I'm serious. I cannot hear the car, so I've had to like retrain my, you know, vision to basically try and look at the shift lights all while trying to race the car. So I can't hear it. It's really kind of a bummer.
Anyway, go ahead, Brendan.
No. I was just going to follow up with Sarah. Is it proving to be a tricky car to drive, being that it's maybe not in the right setup window yet, or is it just is it a little heavy? Is it a little under or overpowered? What is it about that car that's as making it that leaves you guys wanting for pace a little bit?
So I honestly feel like we're just getting pulled on straightaways.
Yeah.
So I was following a few cars yesterday morning when the track had actually eventually dried up, and I told myself, I was like, do exactly as the car in front of you is doing, like brake zone, get to power at the same exact point, because I can't hear my car, so I can hear everyone else around me, so I could hear what they're doing. And I could just see, like, coming out of the corner, like they're just pulling us on the straightaways, and I think it's just because the V10 naturally aspirated than how the rules work, but I'm not complaining. That's just how it is. And the car is as restricted as Audi will allow it to go. So that's why we can't hear the car, because the restrictor plate's really small, and we have like 300 something horsepower. That car was built to be over 500, so it's as restricted as the car will allow us to go. So it's definitely trying to, we're doing great on fuel. So we got that going, but it definitely is. It's a combination of everything. We're trying to finalize this setup, which I don't know how Hannah's feeling today, because we did make some adjustments last night, but I will be excited to see how that's going, and maybe we'll even do better today. But from COTA until yesterday, we're just slowly moving up the final position ranking, which is good for us. So that's all we can ask for, is just to slowly make it to the top.
I listened to a podcast with Steve Dinan probably about a year and a half ago, and he had mentioned that on the Audi GT4 car specifically, that the setup window was so small.
Yeah.
And that he actually found that they did really well at street circuits with the car.
Yeah.
Because they could get the angles and stuff, and the amount of suspension worked really well. But he said if you go to a different track, it was very
totally different,
one way or the other. It did like the track really mattered. And he said once you got it dialed in, it was great.
Yeah.
And it was like perfect. You could drive it. It was good.
Yeah.
But they, I guess, eventually went away from using that car altogether.
Yeah.
Because even for Steve Dinan, who's been in racing for 30 years or whatever, he was like, that's a rough car. So for you guys to climb that hill and continue to extract pace out of that car, I think is like super, super impressive.
Totally. And I was talking to the engineer last night, just trying to see what sort of adjustments we can make. And he was saying that on the shocks, there's over 28 adjustments that can be made. So, it's just trying to throw spaghetti on a wall and see what sticks. And because there's so many adjustments that can be made, you're like, okay, let's try this time, because there's, and then you get one thing right, and then now something else feels a little off. So it's trying to level out everything, and that's just how racing goes. But we will get there, and we're slowly getting closer to that point, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. No, I'm excited to see the car this season. I'm excited to see you guys back on the grid here with us this season. It's going to be really, really awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Totally.
Please come say hi again at some point, for sure. You're always welcome here.
Thanks. No, I love being up here. I love being in the race car too, but when I'm not, it's fun to come talk to you guys.
Absolutely. Hey, I mean, as Brendan was saying earlier, this booth is actually a nice temperature.
Yeah.
Usually it's very hot. So I'm thinking people should capitalize today while the commentary booth isn't just an oven.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Well, I'll come even in here if it is an oven. So that's my style. I'm used to it in the race car, right?
Right. I gotcha. Sarah Montgomery of the 119 shift up now by AE Victory Audi R8. Thank you for coming to us. I really appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you, and good luck to everyone. Hopefully we beat everyone.
I hope so too. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Mr. Robert Hill Jr., why don't we catch up on a couple of things that occurred there while we were chatting with Sarah?
Yeah, just taking a look at a couple things that happened while we were talking with Sarah. The Stratus 59 put down the biggest lap time, or the best lap time of the day, with a 1:31.228. And looking at the overall lead, the TLM Mona has worked its way up into the second spot, up 20 positions on the day. So some great gains by that car. Obviously looking for a bounce back today after, unfortunately, were penalized yesterday at the end of the day. Looked like they had got that win in the bag, but disqualified and set to the rear of the field. So a great opportunity for those drivers to gain some good spots. And just an update, a couple drivers currently on pit lane. The 760 Tija machine, I think that's how you say it. I might be wrong on that one. Tooth Autosport 138, the Round 3 Racing 70, and the AOA Racing number 411 machine, all currently sitting on pit road. A couple of those cars had some issues yesterday as well. Not the weekend they were hoping for here at Barber.
No, indeed. It's a tough. That Birmingham Road and Race car. It's always such a bummer to see that car or that team have problems. They are so quick. Those cars, any of the cars that Birmingham Road and Race Squad has built over the last couple of years have been super quick cars. And obviously this is their home venue, and a tough start to things for that number 98 gray BMW 330 Ci. The MMR car kind of having a continuation of problems it had yesterday. That's the orange and charcoal Ford Mustang. And there you actually see the number 98 on pit lane, that battleship gray BMW. Their hood up and taking a look. Actually looks like they're taking in front of the right front corner of the car. So maybe something mechanical or something in the suspension or perhaps the brakes rather than actually with the engine, which I suppose is the lesser of two evils in that case.
I would guess so, but that 25 machine, the MMR entry, was flagged for smoking, so potentially some engine issues on that one. Hopefully, they're able to resolve whatever issues they do have, get back out there, and like I said, just turn some laps. It's a good opportunity to get out here and just see what you can do, see if you can gain some points. Obviously, still early in the season, so a lot of opportunity to rebound after a bad day, but I want to touch on something that Sarah Montgomery said during that interview. The fact that they can't hear the car while driving it absolutely blows my mind. That would be so hard to do. So any run that they have that's a solid one definitely makes it that much more impressive.
It kind of reminds you of the old Audi R10 days at the debut of the diesel engines in top flight international sports car racing. They made a big deal out of it at the time because it was so unique, right? The car generated virtually no noise. If you were trackside, you heard kind of the deep boom out of the V10, V12 diesel engines, depending on the era that you were in. And the car only had 5 gears, so there wasn't even a ton of transmission line over the top of it. You'd hear the rush of the wind if you were in the car, over the top of your helmet, right in the open cockpit R10. And you'd have the shift lights up in front of you at the top of the steering wheel. Other than that, the car made no noise. And for well into the first year of racing that car, it was really bizarre for the drivers to adapt to, just because there was no precedent for it. There had never been a car that just didn't make noise. And while a V10 normally aspirated, 5+ liter engine isn't the same as racing a diesel prototype, it still kind of creates a similar experience, and I can't really imagine what that adaptation is like, especially in a car that's as powerful, as big, heavy, and bulky as that R8 actually is.
Yeah, it's just really impressive what they're able to do, and for me, I know just from the sim racing side of things, I use the engine sound to know when I need to shift, and like Sarah said, at one point she missed the shift because she didn't hear it.
It's, when you think about it, there is really so much that goes into driving a racing car that you don't think about, right? That is second nature and meant to be second nature. It allows your brain to focus in on, taking in as much sensory input as possible, so that when you do have to think about setting up a pass or you have to think about managing traffic, you have the mental bandwidth to be able to do that. If you're having to add watching the shift lights, something that you would never otherwise think about, you just listen to the sound of the car, you shift up, you shift down, if you need to short shift to manage the traction a little bit, whatever little changes you need to make along the way, you're reliant on things that you're not actively thinking about. You're reliant on those second nature processes to be able to do that. And having to add an additional part of the car or of the cockpit to your scan, right, as you're behind the wheel of the car, because you lose one aspect of those second nature processes, is really, it actually represents such a massive change from the way you would normally go about driving a race car. Hop on board with the number, this will be the 58 from Stratus Racing, not the 997. This is the Sebico NP01 down in GTU.
It's a little bit of traffic right there.
Yeah, this is tricky, right? These Stratus Sebico NP01s are very lightweight. They are you can throw them around pretty well and really kind of charge a braking zone if you've got a decent run into a medium speed corner, especially where the car will generate some downforce, much like turns 2 and 3 there. But they don't have a ton of power, so it's not like you can just out drag somebody down the straights. And just to that end, you see the number 225 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra that. The 58 was alongside of it, turns 2 and 3, now just dragged past on the run into turn 5. Little opposite lock there from the 58 as the car tries to get pinched back to the apex, and that allows that number 225 to scamper away down the straightaway.
Wow. That was quite the run away from the Stratus 58. That was the battle for position number 6 on the racetrack. So well up inside that top 10. Some great battles going on out there, and still foggy here at Barber.
Alrighty, gentlemen, I've got Sean Milburn from Palomar Racing up here with us. Sean, happy to see you. Are you one of the crew that ends up having to fly all the way out from California every time we want to do a WRL race?
Yep, I did come out from California, though. This is my first WRL race.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Welcome.
They brought me in filling in for Nick Romano.
Okay, gotcha. I hadn't seen him around. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Awesome. Where out of California are you from?
I'm from the Bay Area, so
Excellent.
I'm about 30 minutes south of San Francisco.
Okay, so you like Cupertino or
Redwood City.
Redwood City. Okay, perfect. I'm out of Stockton right now.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
I'm
cool.
there all the time.
Yeah, similar area.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not. Yes or no?
Yes, but no.
That's
Let it
you
go,
don't have
Ryan.
to. You don't have to protect my.
Yeah.
Like everybody knows at this point that like Stockton is what it is. But
It is what it is. Yes.
yeah, absolutely. So, what did you do in racing before you came to us here at WRL?
So I drive in the United States Touring Car Championship.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah. It's a very good series. I'm a sprint racer normally.
Okay.
I've done some 25-hour races at Thunderhill Raceway.
Thunderhill, nice. We used to cover that a long time ago.
Yeah, that's a good race. So that's been where I've gotten my toes wet in some
Okay.
endurance racing. But WRL, this is a different animal.
Absolutely. So you've got the 4 classes. I think in comparison to the Thunderhill 25, where it's kind of we'll squeeze you into one of the 4 or 5 buckets,
Mhm.
but everybody's got really different stuff. I think the technical regulations and the follow-up on that makes for a little bit closer racing most of the time here. And then the level of preparation, too, in WRL at this point is, like, outstanding.
Yes, just by doing paddock walks and looking at everyone's pit boxes, I can tell the level of dedication that a lot of these crews have. Everyone's here to win. And just by the race start today, we still got tight packs.
Yeah,
and we're
absolutely.
what, 47 minutes into the race?
Absolutely. And we had a yellow, too. And so you always have the natural gaps as people slow down and stuff. And it's still pretty close.
Yeah, it's looking real good out there, and I think we're doing pretty good in GP1. GP1's really tight. The GTO cars, they're also tight. It's kind of crazy. I didn't get much practice on that Friday from all the rain and craziness out there, right? So I was kind of thrown into the fire that is full race pace in the dry.
Yep.
Yesterday afternoon.
I gotcha. Well, it's probably a better job that you get into the car in the dry for your first several laps as opposed to that start that was mixed conditions, rainy, wet, awful. So that's probably a lot better. How do you like driving the Palomar car versus one of the U.S. touring car?
I actually drive a E36 M3 in the United States touring car. So
awesome.
Being able to kind of see how they have their car set up versus how I have my car set up it's really interesting to see kind of the way that they designed the car and what they were trying to go with it. Mm-hmm. Just based off of like series rules and regulations, they're 2 different builds. It's the same car, but drives 2 different ways. I'm really enjoying the Palomar car. They have very obvious that they put a lot of development and time into what they're doing. And of course that makes coming to the races a lot more beneficial when you actually have a shot at placing those podiums.
It was crazy the first time they showed up and they've got this enormous hauler, which like in the general production field doesn't happen so much anymore. Usually the general production stuff's a little bit lower budget, a little bit lower, cost of entry effectively. And Palomar, like, yep, we're out here from San Diego, we're doing the thing, we got the truck, the whole 9. It was like, oh my goodness. And they roll out these 2 basically identical cars, at least from like what you can see up here. And I was like, my gosh. And their level of preparation and the dedication to coming out here to run competitively is like immense. And so they're not the only West Coast team anymore that's come out here. So we've even got the, let's see, it's Blaze Racing in the 118. They come out here from Las Vegas as well.
Okay.
So we're starting to see more and more of this. Even though it's not a West Coast series, West Coast teams come out here to, come play in this field. which is fantastic. So right now, you guys are sitting in second place at that number 44 PC Racing. They've been in WRL for a really long time. They've got the E46, they got a little bit more power than you guys, but Palomar's calling card has always been the fuel saving. Talk about that a little bit. Is that something you have any knowledge of from the Thunderhill 25? Or was that like a big adjustment for you coming from the sprint race?
Oh, that's nothing new for the 25. Our whole goal was to see how well we could place an EK hatch Honda Civic in the ES class.
Okay, perfect.
So our whole goal was we know we're running with a bunch of cars that are really fast, but have to pit a lot for their fuel. So our whole goal was, let's see how long we can stretch a tank, and if they start breaking their car, we'll see if we can get those laps back. We ended up beating 4 of the cars in the field. It was a field of, I think, like 8 cars, so we placed 4th, which we were pretty satisfied with.
Absolutely.
It was very fun to go out and experience that kind of racing. Normally we're used to sprint racing where you're going for the fastest time you can every single lap, and you're not letting anyone get in your way. Whereas here you can be a little bit more leisurely with you know, traffic coming up on you and making sure you can get packed by quick without trying to lose too much time.
Right.
The Code 35 is something I have not yet experienced, which adds a whole nother element into this game. We had some good luck and bad luck with the timing on the Code 35s yesterday. It seems to be that's where everyone decides to do their pit stops, rightfully so. With the amount of time you save from that, is really beneficial. So yeah, just WRL in general, I can see why Palomar has such a good setup for being able to come out here. They're not just coming out here, you know, halfway across the country to try and play the eighth. You know, they're trying to go for that top 3, and they do pretty well with it. It's been nice to be a part of this team, and I like what they're doing with it. And if there's anyone out there listening that would like to drive with Palomar Racing, you're actually interested in seeing what that kind of team can do for you, go ahead and look at palomarracing.com or hit them up on Facebook and Instagram. Go ahead and talk to them. See if you can get something set up.
Get a little seat action going.
Yeah, get a little seat action. They do have 2 cars. So right now, the one that we have, we're doing a lot of development on the second car. This car here is developed pretty thoroughly, so that's why we're out here running it. But we figure the second car's not ready. There's no reason to rush it out here.
Right.
That's just, you know, going backwards if we're out here running a car that's not ready for it.
Yep, absolutely. So a good job by that team, a team that since they've entered WRL has gotten better and better, and now running in the top 3. Just outstanding, Palomar Racing. Very, very pleased to have them here with us. Sean, thanks for coming to chat, man. I really appreciate it.
No problem. My pleasure. Have a great rest of your day. Let's watch some great racing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
John Milburn out of the Palomar Racing, number 38 BMW, second season of that squad in World Racing League. Since we last spoke, the Stratus number 59 GTU entry has rocketed to the top of the overall running order. Now ahead of the GTO leading number 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. In the meantime, a pretty decent scrap actually for the GTO lead. 52 leads 56 from Panos Performance and the 888 from TLM Mona. We'll pick that up trackside here in a moment while producer Ryan handles one other technical issue at the moment, but actually a little bit of back and forth between the 56 and the 888 during that interview.
Yeah, some great battles up there in that top 4 overall. The Panos Performance 56 was able to get by the TLM Mona 888 here over the last handful of laps, and these drivers just ticking off the laps early on already. We are 27 laps in the books, almost just shy of 55 minutes of racing done here so far, and seems like these guys, although the battles have picked up, they've calmed down a little bit with how intense those battles are.
Yeah, that tends to be the way. You spread things out a little bit and allow yourself to find a natural rhythm in traffic. You're obviously going to have, you know, small gains along the way, take some losses along the way. With relation to, sorry, we just lost our whole monitor here.
Just to jump in there, Brendan, the 56 Panos Performance machine went 4 tires off just a moment ago in corner number 8, so it has lost a handful of positions. Now scored all the way back in 10th position overall. and looks like they're actually headed pit side with that machine. So potentially some issues for Panos Performance. Just an update for the GP1 class. PC Racing 44 machine leads that one ahead of the 38 Palomar Racing car, who we just spoke with. Of course, the ASM 150 is currently scored in position number 3 with the GP2. Ruben ASF Motorsports 525 leading that class ahead of the Touring Wagon number 369, and AOA Racing 85 leads us in GP3.
Yeah, that 4 off. Sorry, I was what I was meant to be saying before I realized my microphone was muted. That number 70 brought into the pit lane early on after sort of a similar situation. There was contact there, but the car went 4 off at turn 8 after the contact early on with the 172, and hasn't since returned. A similar kind of situation for the number 56 Panos Performance Janetta. The car ended up off track and immediately brought to the attention of the crew. And now you can kind of see it off in the distance there, the white Janetta at the very far end of pit lane. It's a little bit early for that to be a scheduled or standard stop. My guess, with it waving yellow here at
Waving yellow
turn
in 5.
Yeah, that car is being given a once-over. I don't think they'll have hit anything, but still that 56 stationary at the end of pit lane very, very early on.
Looks like, Brendan, there was a spin in turn 6. So typically they would wave the yellow ahead of the incident, which I do believe could be that. The 760 machine, yeah. A handful of incidents so far today for that car.
Yeah, that would be the Hyja MX-5 Cup car running in GP3.
Yeah, is it a Cup?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016 MX-5 Cup car.
But it's interesting. I heard that car kind of bouncing off the limiter a little earlier on, and those cars obviously, in their current spec, run the SADEV sequential transmission with pedal shift, but definitely not running in that specification. Maybe just is the older spec was it H pattern or a lever sequential?
I could have sworn it was still paddle.
Maybe it was paddle. The ND has always been paddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an interesting. It was just on the first or second lap of the race. That car was kind of off the back of the general production field, and as it went up into turn 2, you could hear it really bounce off the limiter, and not really a situation I would have expected for that car, or that build of car. But yeah, anyway, maybe dealing with some other mechanical issue along the way. That was the Panos Performance Janetta number 56 headed out of the pit lane, having lost something like 2 laps in the process, and unfortunately kind of ruining what was a really, really good start to the race for that Janetta G55.
And a warning was issued to that 56 machine on pit road as well. Visor up during the pit stop, so a warning on that 56.
Contact now listed as well between the 58 and the 251. That is the second of the Stratus NPO1s, which now finds itself 5th overall, second in class to the team number 59. We have onboards functioning this morning, Mr. Bauer. Very good. Okay, we'll
We
get
did
to
have
that.
Stratus earlier, but
Yeah. And that number 58 in particular.
I'm impressed by that Stratus 59 machine, nearly 2 seconds quicker than absolutely anybody else on the racetrack, just continuously knocking off those fast laps as we ride on board with the Stratus 58 now. As mentioned, that car up inside the top 5.
If you're new to the World Racing, which I know you are, Mr. Hill, ooh,
Yes.
smoke out of that 25 MMR Mustang as it heads back out on track. We're going to split the difference here with the
Let's go
58.
3 wide.
Right through the middle. This car has grip to spare in these medium speed corners, as we've seen at various points as we see at various points through the season. Acts a little bit for straight line speed, as we touched on a little earlier, but in those third gear plus corners, just so much grip. Very lightweight car, which is kind of where I was going with that. These GTU cars run to a similar 9-to-1 power to weight ratio as the GTO spec machinery, which means for something under 2,400 pounds, you're running to theoretically the same concept or the same performance point, but being a lighter weight car, you're obviously down on power and tends to favor these little club racing prototypes, which allows for a little bit more extensive aero. They've got a big old diffuser that hangs off the back of the car and a really slung back rear wing that hangs off the tail end of the car. Full course yellow, and we've actually come up on the scene of the incident there with one of the AOA MX-5s off into the tire wall on driver's left at the crest of the hill. It looks like that car's been able to continue with virtually no damage. So is that the scene of the incident?
So this was the leading car in GP3, the 85.
Yes.
Wow.
And straight into the pit lane for that car as... Actually, no. These are GTO cars taking advantage of the code 35 to make a pit stop, which from a strategic perspective is the right move. But we're headed back to green. Yep. Oh, man, they've been caught.
Oh,
That is so unfortunate.
I mean, that's the risk you take, though, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were kind of seeing that happen in real time. When the 85 continued, because we're not running safety cars, there's no expectation that we need to stay under a neutralized condition once the incident itself has cleared, either by force or on its own. And in this case, you could kind of see that developing, but thanks to the onboard from Stratus Racing.
Yeah, and keep in mind, WRL is very concerned with safety of everyone involved here.
Yeah.
So when you see a car on the wall, they're going to start to immediately neutralize the field for safety aspects.
Unfortunately, that's going to be two cars that were contenders, the 99 and the 225 for the ones that were caught out by that safety car situation, or I'm sorry, the full course yellow situation there.
The good news, if there is any here, is that we're already past the first hour of racing without any really obvious opportunity to come in and make that first round of pit stops. We started under yellow. We had a very, very early code 35, but you wouldn't likely come in and top off under that circumstance.
Right.
But as the race wears on here, we're going to see pit stops from the majority of the GTO field by about lap 45, I would say.
Sure.
Somewhere between 45 and 50, depending on fuel mileage. Out wide for the 58, tries to sneak up the inside of the 44 and does so. So if we don't get a full course yellow in the next, say, 12 to 15 laps, it's going to come back around in favor of the 99 and the 225 anyway. It's really not going to be so much of a penalty as everybody else makes green flag pit stops.
And they're just going to be a little bit off strategy at this point. Still have an opportunity to get that back as the race goes on. You can see the driver cockpit view in the top left of this shot. Great image of the hand movement of this driver as they try to work their way around some upcoming lap traffic here. This could get interesting.
At the inside of the Rockwell Autosport Development Boxster.
It's impressive, the one-handed driving, as our producer Ryan Bauer just pointed out to us here. He's shifting with the right hand, steering with the left, able to just work his way around this racetrack. And, you know, some drivers find it easier just using one hand around the circuit. I certainly don't, but more power to them.
Yeah, interesting to see this car hasn't been fitted with paddle shift. The FP01 in particular doesn't run to a particular specification, right? The concept is for all of our Grand Touring classes, or for that matter, the general production classes, is to build your car out in a way that is going to allow you to compete, right? There are multiple ways to answer that question, but in the production classes, you take performance modifiers based on the improvements you want to make. In the Grand Touring and GTU classes, GTO and GTU classes, it's fairly open. And so even though this NP01 was delivered in a particular specification, both in the original rollout of the car and the Sebico upgrade kit, or the Evo kit that was put into production a few years ago, you can still work on these cars and tweak them as you like. So that the Stratus number 58 won't look anywhere near the same, say, as the number 6 car that we see from Racer Motors on occasion, or for that matter, even the number 59 or 60 cars from the same stable. And we have seen those cars run with paddle shift in the past. But that 58, as we mentioned, still using the sequential shifter and kind of one-handing it around a good portion of this Barber Motorsports Park layout.
Is that a sequential shifter, Brendan, or is that an H pattern?
It is not an H pattern. It's definitely sequential.
I feel like it was in different positions at one point versus, like, it didn't ever return to the same spot.
I mean, unless they decided to put an H pattern in it.
Well, see, you say that. The original intent of the car was that you would use Miata running gear on it. So you'd have the original transmission from a Miata and such. So, like, a lot of them were fitted with an H pattern initially. Now, the Sevico, obviously, that's when they've added the SADEV or whichever gearbox that is the sequential transmission. I'm pretty sure you see it go up into the... No, it is sequential. You're right.
Yeah.
I could have swore that it was, like, up and to the right at one point.
Pretty long pull on the shape.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is, then. That's pretty wide. All right, I stand corrected.
This car's being hustled, I'll tell you what.
They're absolutely motoring with this.
Yeah. and to be fair, right, in a lighter prototype-esque car, right, you do have to hustle it a little bit. You can't be quite as leisurely in the braking zones. You've got to be a little bit more intentional with the downshifts and your throttle application, as we see at the apex there at turn 5. Whereas GT cars, you can drive a little bit more in rhythm. You can drive them a little bit more leisurely and still extract, let's say 95 to 98% of the pace out of them. And when you think about it, the good Daytona prototype moment, that was kind of the original intent of a car like the DP. It was meant to be a little bit heavier, race a little bit more like a GT car, which meant that a so-called gentleman driver, sportsman driver, whatever you would like to call them, felt a little bit more at home. They weren't having to wring the neck out of the car to get that last couple of percent out of it. So the line that was always fed was that you could get to within 6, 7, 8 tenths of the very fastest drivers and the pros that raced in those cars, but to extract those last couple of tenths out of the potential of the car, you needed a pro, or you needed somebody that was very capable and very understanding of how that car performed. And translating that back to the World Racing League, new cars race a little bit more like a proper prototype, where you've got to get the most out of the car, drive it like a prototype. You can still, race a quick car fast and for fun, but it just takes a little bit more to get it out of these NPO ones. The GT cars, a little bit more at home. You can drive them at 90%, 95%, take fewer risks, and be a little bit closer to the pace. Now, that being said, given the choice, I'll take the prototype every time.
As we continue to ride on board here with the Stratus 58, just watching a bit of traffic, a bit of a battle up ahead of him here. Looks like he's going to have to do some navigational work, get by these cars. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for him, because he's really been able to manhandle this race car around the racetrack, slide it however he needs, as he does get by rather easily on driver's right here, working his way down towards some of the final corners on the circuit. Great drive so far by the Stratus 58 machine, currently scored there in the 4th position overall. Couple other updates a little bit further back. The Panos Performance 56 still on pit lane, now scored about 8 laps down from the overall leader. So what looked to be a good day today seems to have gone belly up for that Panos Performance team.
Yeah, I'd love to get a few updates today, both for that car and for the number 70. I've kind of mentally put them in the same bucket. Some on-track issue that then resigned them to being in the pit lane and eventually the paddock. And you have to assume there's either some damage done by either contact or by running off track.
I would add Zebra Racing to that list as well. They were running quite competitively with Blaze Racing in the middle of the GP1 fact early on, but unfortunately after 20 laps, they have been having to work on the car for some issue as they've been starting to fall down the GP1 order.
Yeah, contact spinning continuous reported with the number 62.
Same with the 325
This morning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying with
the
325 specifically. Yeah, I think unfortunately, I don't know that I'd call it over-aggressive driving, but we did see this a little bit yesterday. Race control was a little busier than I think they would have liked early on, and then the race very much settled itself down. And it was a very frantic start in GTO. Normally on the Sunday, we just see things relax a little bit. Everybody's got a couple of hours of driving time under their belts. This morning, whole field is kind of inverted from what we would have maybe otherwise expected. And as other cars work their way up through their respective classes and their respective starting groups, we ended up with a little bit more incidental contact than I think we would have hoped for. On board, number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. As Chad said, the Ginetta not running this morning. Ended up finding out it was an alternator issue, not the part that they carry a spare of. And it turns out that the only way to get an alternator from the Ginetta factory is to order it from the UK, which is obviously not going to be overnighted to Birmingham.
It's not the first time I've heard that from a Ginetta, to be fair.
Definitely not the Birmingham over in the UK. That would have been much easier for them to get parts, but in Alabama, it's a good distance away from the UK.
I mean, maybe you could just, well, never mind.
Yeah.
Put that to one side. I'll let Ryan West handle the joke on that one if he wants.
They haven't had an axle problem yet, so
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you know, whatever. I'm sure there's a, well, Chad Moorhead does his homework. I'm sure he's figured that out. Yeah.
A little deep there at 11 to try and sneak up the inside of the one of the slower class cars. But must be putting on must be like putting on an old glove, pair of gloves for the drivers of this Moorhead squad. Can't run the Ginetta, which just looks like an absolute blast to drive, but back behind the wheel of the car that carried you to so many race victories over the last couple of seasons in GP1. We know the car is still quick. Reliability is generally there. But as the car ages, like we have seen with the PC racing car as well, sometimes a question mark, but how's this car picking up right where it left off?
Unfortunately, 33 seconds behind the next GP1 car, which is the 150 ASM, which is within a half second of our second place Palomar entry.
You had a long lap. Oh no, that would have been the partial code 35 lap there on lap 31. That makes sense. Yeah. So the nose to the 75, headed into turn 7 and 8. Backs out of it. Through all of the commotion over the last little while, we did have the lead change hands and then stay in the favor of the 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin. So that car's recovery drive is complete, having started at the back of the GTO field. 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates into second place in GTO. Kingpin Racing now into third with the two Stratus cars up in the top 5, demoting that Kingpin car to 5th place overall.
Definitely an impressive drive early on by that TLM Moto machine as the Stratus 58 moves into third overall, gets by the ACP Tangerine Associates machine, works its way back to 4th as we see the Moorhead number 147 make a pass here on the front straightaway. That car having a good day out here today as well.
Absolutely. Great days for a lot of cars in the field right now. It's been, I mean, we've had a couple yellows, a couple things here and there, but it's been clean for the most part. And everybody, I think, just has their heads down. We started to see these natural gaps start to form. Just watching the 909 head down towards turn 6 and 7 on its own. Still looking on board here with the 147. The nice thing is the Moorhead Speedworks car always has a decent onboard. So I'm happy that we've been able to maintain that.
Yeah, you mentioned the natural progression of the field and the natural separation. That's always going to happen in these races. And then you hit the point in the race where all of a sudden it seems like everybody's back together and we're getting those battles again like we got from the start of the race. Obviously, still battles going on, just not necessarily as intense as we had on the initial start. And if we do get any additional restarts after a full course yellow. But these guys all doing a great job today, like you mentioned. And looks like the fog dissipating a little bit, not as bad as it was this morning.
Yeah, so fortunately, I think the fog has, as I predicted, tracked roughly similarly to how it was yesterday. It's just now 9:15 local, which would have been about 15 minutes into when we started yesterday. And this was about what it looked like then, maybe a little worse, but not too bad. So I have faith that it will continue to burn off today and that we will finish with a mostly sunny racetrack. But again, we've got a little while away, but I think what we're going to want to pay attention to here is the strategies in play, because I think we're going to be in a situation where people are going to need to make green flag pit stops, but you're going to have to lay that over the situation we're going to have with the quiet hour that's coming around, I believe Brendan said it was around 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, I
we're
believe
gonna do 3 hours of running at the top, which seems longer than normal, I'll be honest with you. I should have that information in front of me, but I've got only one screen today. So anyway, that is going to matter as well, because as soon as the cars come in under that red flag condition for the quiet hour, it is parc fermé rules. So you can't refuel the car while under the red flag. So you try to stretch here and then have to start the next pass of the race with a pit stop right at the beginning. Do you try to pit right before the red flag happens? I think it's all going to depend on whether or not we get another yellow here, but I'm going to be honest with you. Some of the attrition we've seen has kind of thinned out the field, and we're seeing a lot of gaps here as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if we go green until the quiet hour.
Our 888 TLM Mona GTO leader may be pitting. 52 has been promoted to the lead.
Let's see, I cannot quite see the TLM pit stall from here. It's kind of at an angle. Oh, if I lead like this, I can see the 888. So they are pitted right now.
Okay.
So that pit strategy coming into play early on, like you mentioned, the quiet hour still to come. We're not overly far away from that. I believe just under 2 hours time from that quiet hour. So we could see these drivers try to pit ahead of it, like you said, maybe play a little bit of strategy there, gain some track position when we do go green again. But it'll be very, very interesting to follow that along within the next 2 hours or so.
It'll be your only opportunity at this racetrack to make up track position that you would usually get back under a full course yellow with a safety car. So right now, I think your priority should be remaining on the lead lap so that when you come to that stop, you don't end up losing a bunch of track time or a bunch of gap that you don't necessarily need to. The 888 is going to return to the track right now. They're going to come out. Ooh, they're going to come out right around the number 2 in the 333. I think they're not quite going to make it. I don't know if we have the turn 1 camera available or not. Aha, perfect.
That is
They do make it. They do make it. So I am very surprised that they were able to make that out ahead. Coming down into the turn, it didn't look like it was going to be a good situation there. But fortunately, in WRL, we don't have to worry about rewarming the tires because it's very likely that they stayed on their original set. This being a 200 treadwear tire series. The number 11 of Kingpin has also pitted for fuel this past lap. They're going to come out, so they're going to be behind that big gaggle of cars, of course, by probably to the tune of 20 to 30 seconds, I would imagine. So that has the 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates leading right now. I don't believe they have stopped yet. They have not. Whereas the GTR 99 did stop under that very brief full course yellow that we had. And they have stopped again on lap 32. So they should be good to go for a while, the GTR 99. They have played the right strategy card here. They're the effective leader. It looks like the 52 also pitted. No, they just had some slow. Well, Laps since pit 43, but they had 3 slow laps all in a row as if they did pit 52. So I'm not sure if they're not tripping the pit beam or how that works, but in any case, 52 and the 99 at the lead of GTO right now. GP3 of the 85 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5 Cup car out in front of the 55, and then followed by the reigning champion number 65 Open Throttle Racing BMW. That car having a stellar season last year. It's been quite the weekend for the Open Throttle Racing squad. They've had to completely rebuild a BMW M3 after having it take an unfortunate excursion into the wall, and right now it's coming down the pit lane through turn 1. They have a piece of cardboard standing in for where the trunk used to be on that car, which is very on brand for Open Throttle, I reckon. But they were able to get that car going after having it punched into the wall in about 2 hours. It does look a little worse for wear, but that crew really working hard to get the car back out there, make sure everybody gets their seat time. In GP2, we have the Ruben ASF Motorsports BMW, the 525, out in the lead over the number 369 Chattanooga Touringwagon Meistercraft car.
Almost a full lap of a gap.
Indeed. I have it on car info. It's part of my problem here. There we go. Intervals. That's what you like to see. The number 66, about 48 seconds, the Open Throttle Racing BMW M3. Or I'm sorry, that is the 3 Series with the wing, a little bit beefed up E46 in GP2, about 48 seconds behind. The Rockwell Autosport development cars, the Porsches, the 715 and the 41, only 5 seconds separate the sister cars there. And then they're followed by the Honda Civic of Tooth Autosports, about a lap down there. And then Harrison Motorsports, the 164, having had issues with their transponder potentially, but they are on track currently behind one of the Miatas here. So that's your rundown for GP3, 2, and GTO. GP1 has been pretty close. We've got ASM in the 150. They're only about 2 seconds behind the number 38 of Palomar Racing last time by. We can just pick that up at turn 5, Ryan. That would be brilliant. We'll see the 172 just splitting those 2 cars, trying to deal with some traffic. But the 150 drawing ever closer to the number 38 of Palomar Racing, that Honda S2000 chasing the old BMW.
Yeah, that's been a good fight going on for a bit here. I want to say a good 10, 15 minutes ago, it was still within a second. Unfortunately, you know, PC Racing has that large gap up front to the tune of some 56 seconds. So we're going to have to see how that evolves during the day as we start to rotate new drivers into the car. But unfortunately, you know, that car's just running quite quick right now.
As we were used to seeing from PC Racing for a long time, usually a very reliable, very fast car. They've been bit by the reliability bug the past few races. But we were very used to seeing them at the front with the number 147, which has now made its return to GP1 in something like a competitive fashion. That car only 33 seconds behind 3rd place. So I wouldn't count them out yet. I also know that the 44 has been having some reliability issues lately. We were just touching on the 52 of ACP Tangerine Associates that was at the lead of GTO. They have pitted. That has moved the 123 into the lead. I believe the 99 also pitted. I probably missed that. It just now comes through here. Yep, the 199, or I'm sorry, the 99 and the 52 both took their pit stop there. So I reckon the GTR 99 did not put very much fuel in after being caught out by that short yellow. That has promoted the number 123, yesterday's winner, NFC Motorsports, to the lead of GTO, followed by the 225 of Thunder Bunny, another car that was potentially caught out by the short yellow. And the 888 TLM Mona car having made its pit stop, sitting in 3rd. NFC has not stopped yet, is my understanding. So they owe us a stop. And the Thunder Bunny car, much like the 99, I'm not certain if they were able to get very much fuel into the car after the race went green while they were trying to pit under yellow. So the NFC car, at a minimum, owes us a stop, and I think the 225 may as well. The Harrison Motorsports number 392 BMW M3 with the big V8 currently sitting 5th in GP1, has now come in to make its fuel stop. They were behind the number 147 of Moorhead Speedworks, and they're going to lose a little bit more track position to that car as they tend to the vehicle, going for their second jug of fuel. They had a 1 minute 16-second lead over Blaze Racing in the blue number 118 BMW. Scott, of course, one of the drivers behind the wheel of that car, coming up to speak with us yesterday. That car currently in 6th position. They should be able to get back to 5th here, but then, of course, will still owe us a stop. So a brief trip into the top 5 coming for Blaze Racing this next time by.
And I believe the overall leader, the Stratus 59, has come down pit road as well. That car, of course, out front by quite a bit over the NFC 123. We'll wait for that car to come to pit road. Like you mentioned, that one's still to come here as we cycle through the first green flag scheduled stops of the day for these drivers. And of course, you mentioned a couple cars having come down under the full course yellow. What was most likely just over a touch and go in their pit box, with the green flag coming back out basically right away as soon as they entered pit road, not wanting to spend too much time down there, losing too much track position. So that is what has warranted additional stops for those cars as we do continue on here about an hour and a half into it, just coming up on that in just a few minutes time. Of course, like we mentioned, the quiet hour going to come up at 11 o'clock Central Time, so that's still about an hour or so away now, as these drivers going to have to strategize a little bit. And the team's on the pit wall just trying to figure out, do we want to come before? Do we want to go after that quiet hour goes? But we'll keep our eyes on that as we continue on, as you see the drivers continue to work their way around this Barber Motorsports Park. If you're just joining us now, it was foggy as heck this morning. Could hardly see a lot of this race course, but seems to be dissipating now and looking like it may end up being a nice clear day as we continue to follow this gaggle of cars that was just working their way. I believe that was through turn 11, now down the front straight. So that was not turn 11 as we work our way towards turn number 1. A lot of the cars back together after that pit stop.
Yeah, we just had a pit stop from the number 525, the leader in GP2. They came out well behind the number 369 of Chattanooga Touringwagen Meisterkraft. So they will now owe us a stop. Now, interesting to note, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'll talk about it again here today. The E36 BMWs usually run a little bit lighter than their compatriots in the newer BMWs. So the 369 just now going into turn 1 is going to owe us a stop, but they should be able to run a little bit deeper here on the stint. It'll be tough to gauge maximum stint lengths here because we haven't had much end-to-end green running for a whole stint. But typically we can see that 36 do quite some time.
Hello.
JT.
That's
more
a Mustang. As
what number do you think that is?
Uh-oh, he's beached. Let's take some guesses here. I think it might be in the 20s.
I think that's the 25 of Michael Moore Racing, the 4.6 liter Mustang, having been a little bit stuck here. An experience I am well familiar with, having driven a very similar car in the Minnesota winters.
That was a great shot. Oh, a little bit of smoke coming off the front of that one.
That's almost certainly some dampness.
Absolutely.
On the brakes. We are going to go full course yellow here to recover this car, which I think is the right call. I'm very thankful that this car hit to the right of where it did. If it had been left about another 2 feet, we probably would have had our camera taken out. Actually, I think that camera's up on the pole, so we should have been okay.
We'll definitely get a great shot of this recovery, though.
Absolutely. So 6 hours and 30 minutes. This is going to be really unfortunate for the cars that just had to make green flag pit stops, because now a lot of the cars that were due a pit stop are going to be able to make their stop under yellow. So, for example, the 369 should be coming in here absolutely in spite of their fuel advantage and take the opportunity to get a cheap pit stop in here. They were only 14 seconds ahead of the Rubin car at the time, but they will save a boatload of time here. This will also bail out the number 123 and the 225 in GTO, the leaders, with a 30-second lead over the 888 of TLM Mona. So that's not quite gone well for the number 888, as it were. The 225 has indeed made that pit stop at the earliest opportunity and will be coming back out here shortly.
So looking at the replay real quick, as Billy Smith points out, the front right tire is moving around quite a bit. So toe or suspension issue on that right front there on that Mustang. The driver just unable to move right at all, just stuck going straight on.
And so we saw there on the main straightaway camera, the 123 as well as the 225 are going to come out ahead of the 888. Now, the 123 is just now getting to the end of the pit lane, so they should come out comfortably ahead of the 888. But the 888 is going to be breathing right down there next, trying to get it done. And as I predicted, the 369 has also come in for their pit stop. They're going to save a little bit of time here. We'll just watch as the 525 passes the start-finish. So they are going to be behind, but not by as much as they would have needed before. And now they can go all the way, I reckon. It's going to be close. I believe they'll be able to go all the way to the stoppage time if they so desire. It'll be close for sure.
Briefly seeing that pit exit shot looked like the NFC Motorsports did beat out the 888.
Yes, absolutely. They were always going to beat them. It was going to be a matter of how close is the 888, and unfortunately, the 888 is separated by the 138 in the middle there. The Tooth Autosport Audi R8 is in between the 123 and the 888. So on the restart, I think the 888 would have preferred to be a little bit closer, but you take what you can get here as the 909 also comes in for their cheap pit stop. The 38 of Palomar also going to come into the pit lane here.
This will be a nice little equalizer for these drivers, able to come down, even if they have pit, maybe come top up on fuel, extend that potential run to make sure you have enough to go to that quiet hour break, which at this point, everyone should be able to make it there.
I think we're going to have a question mark over some of the GTO field, depending on how long this yellow takes. The GTO cars can run about an hour and 15 at the very limit. So they're going to be on the edge, I reckon. They really need this yellow to extend here. If they do it right at 1040, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close for sure.
It's going to be close. I think a lot of the general production field can make it the whole distance, and it will now come to what we had spoken about earlier, which is, do you choose to pit before or after? And you'll have to really take a look and see what's going on with the rest of the field, I think, before you make that decision. But this, I think, has made the decision a little bit more cut and dry.
Absolutely.
Giving everybody the sort of equalizer pit stop here.
Unfortunately, it looked like the shift up now by Victory, once again, struggling with their pit box there, being sandwiched in between the MX-5 MB and the BMW up ahead, coming at quite an angle for service.
The 44, the leader in GP1, is going to come right out behind the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. They still are pitting in because their pit box is down here at the end. So, the 44...
Oh, that right front is messed up on that 25.
Yep.
Ooh, yeah. That is a broken toe link, I reckon.
That's something broken for sure. So this could take a little bit. I think he's going to get hooked up to the flatbed.
Yeah, they're going to have to get it out of the mud before they can get it to the... Ooh, yeah, look at that. So again, very pleased that the camera wasn't taken out here.
Absolutely. That could have been a lot worse. So they continue to get that 25 Michael Moore Racing machine pulled out of the dirt. Probably pulled a lot of dirt back with it as well, with how deep that right front was stuck into the ground.
I'd be interested to know where and how that suspension was broken. We did talk to Justin Ford yesterday, and he spoke about using one of the curbs a little bit too aggressively and had bent a wheel yesterday. So I wonder if this is the same curb, potentially. Walking around, none of the curbs look particularly aggressive to my eye, but I also haven't been on track this weekend to sort of run them in the rental car. So I'm very curious if there's one particular curb that's causing an issue, or if this was just a case of a failed part.
It definitely could be a failed part. Could also be, like you mentioned, just continuous usage of the curbing around here. You hit it one too many times, it could lead to a tough landing for the car back onto the racetrack, and something that was maybe a small fracture of a part led to something bigger. And now, of course, the 25 with the right front just hanging on with just maybe the smallest of tethers at this point, getting up onto the back of that flatbed. The rest of the field finishing up their pit stops here under full course yellow, number 3 of the day. We're hoping to get back racing here shortly with just over an hour or so until the planned quiet hour here at Barber Motorsports Park in Alabama. Great race so far, and just taking a look at the overall race lead as they stand, it's the Stratus 59 out front of the Thunder Bunny 225 and the NFC Motorsports number 123 machine, as they continue to work on that 25 you see on your screen here now. Shout out to our producer, Ryan Bauer, for giving us these great shots of the recovery.
Of course, now they're going to have to stop some of the work here while they wait for the field to pass through. That's going to be one of the other issues, especially in a situation like this where you have a car that isn't particularly mobile. You can't do all of the work that you would like to do because you're going to end up blocking the track at some point. Able to get that Mustang turned to the right. I spy in the background there the number 70 having made its return to the track. Of course, going to be well down the field, but nice to see that new entrant from round 3 racing, the number 70 991.2 Cup car, able to be back out on track.
Absolutely a great thing to see that car back on the racetrack. Like you mentioned, numerous laps down, but any laps you get on the racetrack, of course, as you guys know, is a good opportunity to learn and develop the program into something bigger and better as the series goes on. Of course, still very early in the season. Lots of opportunity to get out there, turn laps, go for some race wins. But today, just all about learning at this point for that number 70 machine.
Round 3 Racing, of course, a well-experienced team, especially in WRL at this point, making their return to being a Porsche-only team. Having dabbled with a Trans Am Mustang, basically, with a 4-cylinder engine. They messed with that in practice at 1 or 2 events. They've had the BMW M4, of course, for some time. And then their stalwart GP1 and GP3 Caymans and Boxers, typically what they are running. But I think now a little bit more focused on their GTO programs here, with both a 997 and a 991 Cup car being sent to the track this weekend. But I understand the rest of the Porsches should be making appearances as the season goes on. So the 38, let me see here. Oh no, because that Harrison car is a bunch of laps down, that's right. All right, let's see. So right now, it shows that the 38 has a 19-second gap to the 150. That would be the Palomar Racing BMW up to the Honda S2000 of ASM. I don't see them together on track is the problem. So we're going to wait for the timing to update. Of course, one of the vagaries of doing the full course yellow in this way is the timing isn't super accurate because cars are moving much more slowly than they typically would on track. So
Of course.
Take all these gaps with a huge grain of salt. They've got that Mustang, I imagine, mostly recovered at this point, and then there is an access point another couple turns down the road there that they should be able to turn left into. And worst case scenario, they can just take it all the way back down to the pit lane, also not very far from where they're at. So I expect that once the car is on the flatbed, we will have a quick turnaround and go back to green to do our final hour of running before the stoppage time.
Yeah, it does sound like they do have that 25 machine up on the back of the flatbed at this point. So recovery pretty much completed over here in turns number 11 and 12. Should be able to get going green very shortly, like you mentioned. And we got some great racing still ahead. Obviously, like you said, an hour until quiet time. And then we still have a few hours of great racing to come a little bit later this afternoon, as these drivers will be even hungrier after taking that hour break and having the chance to sit there, go through some of the notes from the opening stint of the day, and really put their plans in place on how to get to that checkered flag a little bit later on.
I imagine, and I'm not certain, but I would be willing to bet the starter stand has the green flag. The person in the starter stand has the green flag in hand, so I think we are very, very close to going back green here. I would imagine that most teams have kept one driver in for this opening stint, given that there is a 3-hour drive time limit, and you'll be just under that as you come to the quiet hour. So I imagine that this initial driver will be able to give a little bit better advice to the rest of the team, having had mostly dry running here, whereas the first driver at the beginning of the race yesterday would have dealt with changing conditions and not been able to give any useful feedback to the other two. So fortunately, the track conditions very similar today to what they were yesterday. The track is going to be a little bit colder than it was when it was dry yesterday, given that there isn't any sunshine yet, and the fog still not quite letting up, still not quite relenting. Maybe 15% better than it was earlier, but still very, very similar. Shouldn't be affecting visibility at all as far as the drivers are concerned, but that is going to keep a lid on the track temperatures, which, depending on how you have your car set up, could be either really good or really unfortunate. Usually these 200 treadwear tires have a wide operating window, but as we've seen in the past, the extreme temperatures can start to take their toll. As we go back green here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Back underway once again. Green flag racing here at Barber. The yellow flag lifted.
The 123 we saw on screen there just making its escape from the Triple Eight. The Triple Eight dispatches the traffic with ease. And there's that car right there, the white and blue Aston Martin, setting off in pursuit of the 123. I think they're catching already. Yeah, that gap is much, much closer as we come down the chute towards turn 5. The Triple Eight's going to go very deep on the brakes here. Unfortunately, the camera just not playing ball with us right now. But that Triple Eight has made up a smattering of time on the opening few corners here to try and get back to the lead in GTO. So we'll see the Mercedes here. The Aston Martin flashing its light going by the Honda Civic of Tooth. They're going to head down into the turn 7 complex here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That gap definitely closing up between those two cars out here as we get another shot of the racetrack here, turn 11 and 12. That battle between the 123 machine definitely heating up. Here they come, entering at the tail end of this shot right now. Look at how close it gets up towards turn number 12.
And so that is for second position in my class. My apologies. Right when we had gone to that shot, we had seen the 225, which was the leader in GTO. Now as they come through, they're going to be very, very close, heading onto the front straightaway here. The 888 taking a little bit wider line. They're going to go down the inside. That's going to be done for the 888.
Great
the 888 gets by the 123. The 123 looks like it's almost standing still at that point. Easily dispatched. And now we'll see if the 888 has anything for the 225. About 20 seconds, give or take, out in front. Oh, let's see. Oh, it's showing 2 seconds now. My goodness.
Definitely a big variance from 20 seconds.
Yeah,
back
absolutely.
To 2.
So, well, if we see here, 1,000, 1,000, I don't think that's quite accurate because the 225, yeah, that is more than 2 seconds right there because the 225 was at the front of that pack we just saw and the 888 hadn't yet appeared. So there's the 225, the blue and black car going down into turn 7. And then we can just see the Aston Martin there coming under the bridge right about now. 123 still in hot pursuit. Doesn't want to let the 888 get away any more than it already has.
Yeah, certainly a wider margin than 2 seconds, like you mentioned. What the Thunder Bunny machine wants to hear about is that battle going on behind between the 123 and I believe that was the Triple Eight. Yeah, the TLM Mona Triple Eight machine up into position number 3 ahead of the NFC 123. If they continue to battle, that's just going to allow the Thunder Bunny Racing 225 to pull away, create a bigger gap between those cars, and just be able to set sail and calm down a little bit.
So that gap now updated correctly, about 14 seconds, which sounds a lot more accurate than the 2 seconds that it said.
Definitely a lot more accurate.
Also around a 14-second gap is the number 38 Palomar. That's how big a hill they have to climb to get back to the number 150 of ASM. And then the 392 of Harrison Motorsports, about 16 seconds behind the 5th place car in GP1 of number 118 Blaze Racing. So we've got a couple of these little battles here where 10 or 15 seconds over the course of an hour to try and get some track position here. You know, on one hand, you'd like to be there. You'd like to be up with somebody. On the other hand, everybody's about to lose their track position anyway. So as long as you can stay steady here and not go down a lap, you should be okay. But you don't want to let anything get out of hand. You don't want to see
definitely not.
14 seconds turn into 30, and then 45, and then a minute, and then you catch a yellow weird, and now you're down a lap. Then that would be a problem. So we just want to stay close. It looked like the 888 had put a little bit more of a gap on the 123 of NFC Motorsports.
I believe the 123 NFC car got caught in a little bit of lap traffic going down the front straight last time by, which led to a gain by the 888 machine, able to pull a bit more of a gap at the line. I believe the gap between those cars is showing at about 2 seconds, which is a lot further than the bumper to bumper that we saw not too long ago.
Absolutely. So I'm still impressed by how quickly the 888 was able to make up that gap that they did have as we went back to green. I thought being behind the TCR car might have been an issue. Fortunately, they were able to catch the green flag as they came onto the front straightaway, so able to dispatch the traffic, and I think able to go full steam down the straightaway, whereas the green had come for the 123 almost by the time they had got to turn 1. So a little bit of an advantage there taken, and I don't want to say earned, but you know, you play the game that the way the rules are written for the 888 as they came back to green. But the 888 now starting to check out from the NFC cars. 3.4 seconds last time by, and I would say even further than that still as they go down into turn 7.
As we continue to watch the action all around the racetrack, like you said, that gap now between the Thunder Bunny 225 and the 888 of TLM Mona still about 14.6 seconds, and the 888 now leads by, or has the position over the 123 of NFC by 3.2 seconds, so separating even further, a bit more of the lap traffic coming into play, separating these drivers. And if you're the TLM Mona team, that's what you want to see. You want to see that separation from the 123, give you a chance now to just focus on chasing down the 225 as we head into the last hour or so prior to the quiet hour coming up at 11 a.m. Central Time, which is coming very soon.
Absolutely. I also want to direct your attention down to GP3, the battle for 4th position, the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing, a BMW E46, only about 4 seconds behind the Mazda Miata of Yep Racing, or JEP, depending on how you want to go with that one. The 62 just now coming into turn 5 as the Mazda Miata, the 251, is about halfway up the straightaway through turn 6 and down into the chute for turn 7. So that gap has now widened versus the couple seconds that it was when I last looked. Is now about 8 seconds. So I think that 62 caught out by some traffic there.
If you look a little bit further ahead in that class, the 85 is slowly starting to pull in the 55. Yep. The 85 was the lead car earlier up until they had that issue in turn 13, which had relegated them the second. That gap is now 5.5 seconds, and that is closing.
So the two corporate teammates doing battle here at the front of GP3. AOA, I think, would be very happy to take away a double win from this weekend. The 75, of course, having some issues today with their roof coming off of the car. Fortunately, it looks like they've been able to re-secure that and send the car back out. They are now chasing the number 62 for 5th position in the class.
Looking in GTO, the Thunder Buddy Racing 225 is actually separated even further from the TLM Mona 888. Now almost 17 seconds between first and second in that class. So great drive by the 225 so far. Found that extra little bit that was needed on that restart just to pull away and not really look back at all. As we see a gaggle of cars here going through turn number 7. That's always fun to watch those groups get together and to see how clean they can keep it, as everyone racing within inches of each other's door and bumper, and just trying to find their positions on the racetrack without necessarily impeding anybody else, and trying to find their own footing.
That's why we love endurance racing, right? And especially as a driver,
Absolutely.
too. There's always something to do. There's always something to watch. You're very, very rarely out there lapping on your own. You've always got an angle, something to deal with here. The Harrison Motorsports GP2 car, the 164, has come back into the pit lane. The hood is up on that car, so it goes from bad to worse for them. Hoping they can get the car probably back out. That's going to be a serious contender in GP2 this season, but I imagine a 7th place finish here at Barber isn't going to do them any favors.
No, absolutely not going to do them any favors. And just an update here from GP1, the 44 PC Racing Machine, the class leader, just had an incident not too long ago, went 4 wheels off in turn number 1. So that could lead to a bit of a tighter battle in that class, because as of last time by, the gap between first and second was about 16 seconds.
JT, what do you think the strategy is going to be as far as pit stops in and around the stoppage time?
If I'm general production, you should be good to go past the stoppage time. I think that would be the call, because you do not want to get caught a lap down. I think it would be better to pit under green after. We'd be, considering how Barber is, unfortunately, there's a good chance he would have a code 35, not too long after we go back racing later this afternoon. So it might be worth pitting then instead of before, as we see the 70 leave its pit box.
Yep. 70, of course, having spent all that time in the paddock, not quite where they would like to be. Oh, the 63, the much maligned BMW M3, has pulled off drivers left on the entry on the way into turn number 5. Unfortunately, gentlemen, I think that's going to lead to a full course yellow for the field. It's not really in a great spot, because if you start to get to where you're going 2 or 3 wide here, it's in a little bit of a precarious position. It's also going to be difficult to recover the car from there without impeding traffic. And indeed, we do go full course yellow.
Number 5.
Now, we have just had a round of pit stops under yellow for everybody.
Splash.
I don't know if you take a splash here or if you try to hold on to track position. I think you take a splash because, again, as we've already mentioned, you're going to lose all your track position anyway here in about 50 minutes.
Yeah, I think unless you're really close to being lapped, I mean, we're still going to have roughly 40 minutes once we go back to green of green flag racing, hopefully. But there can always be another code 35 as we see here. So it's, I think you'd want to splash.
I think so too. It just extends your window on the other on the other side of the stoppage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It's the final half hour before the stoppage is where you wanna be staying out.
Right.
Just an opportunity to come down, extend that window is definitely ideal for these drivers. As of course, strategy coming into play around that quiet hour still to come, and we'll have to keep an eye out, see who comes down pit road.
The 59 of Stratus Racing, the overall leader, has just come back out of the pit lane here. It's at this point last season where we would have inserted a commercial, giving us the opportunity to reset a little bit.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this commercial-free coverage brought to you by the letter A.
I was gonna say, your sponsor here.
We'll just take a look at pit stops here. A couple cars coming down pit road for potentially just a splash of gas and go.
Yeah, random vandals. Looks like, I think that's the Thunder Bunny. Is that the 266? I can't tell. Either way, away it goes as the 909 comes down pit road. 28 is released. One of the Harrison BMWs at the front end of the pit lane with its hood up.
Yeah, I did mention that in saying that their day has kind of gone from bad to worse for them. It's still up, which is crazy to me because there's not... That's the simpler of the two cars, I have to say. And if you all will carry for just a moment, I can deliver something incredible. So if you could just sort of carry the broadcast for me, that'd be fantastic.
Go ahead
Absolutely.
and start cooking that. 123, just quick splash and away it goes. Coming out of third in GTO.
We have a driver change going on there on pit road.
Yeah, looks like a driver
we do.
change for the 251. That is the Headquarter Automotive JJEP Racing. And B Miata. Also, possibly tire change on the right front.
Does look like it. Yeah, they're getting that car jacked up. Looks like they're going to work on the right front, maybe get a tire change going. Driver change still underway here. Driver that got out now helping the new driver strap in. You're going to see that quite often with these driver changes.
Interesting. Coming across the line here, we have the 55 and the 85 nose to tail, and that's your battle for the GP3 lead there. The bright yellow NC Miata in front of the dark blue NC Miata.
Well, this will certainly be interesting when we go green again, as of like you mentioned, they are nose to tail. It was a great battle so far, and now gonna pick right back up when we do get going green once again here shortly. I believe recovery is still underway. As we continue under full course caution here. Waiting for that green flag to come back out. Under an hour until we head to the quiet hour here at Barber Motorsports Park. I believe that what will happen is they'll throw the caution flag at random and within a certain window of time, I believe beginning around 10:40 Central Time. So we'll wait and see what happens there.
We've got crowd favorite Glenn McGee from the 333 up here in the booth. He's got to get back down to the pit lane real quick. But Glenn, we saw a little bit of an issue for you guys in the 333 on the start of the race. Do you want to talk about what happened real quick?
Yeah, I think that was my fault.
Really interesting. So what could you possibly do as we go back to green here, racing? The Harrison Motorsports car is going to just barely miss being able to get back out under yellow. what could you have possibly done on the opening lap that would break the car that would be your fault?
I know. No, I think it was slightly damp out, and we had a lot of work to do, and this car's good in the wet.
Right. Well, we saw yesterday you were making incredible time in the wet in that car.
We struggled yesterday, and I'll get into that, but I think as far as like the issue today, I was trying to be very aggressive around everybody around me when warming up my tires to try and intimidate everybody, because I'm an intimidating guy.
Of course, absolutely.
If you ever see me, I'm huge.
It's the hair.
It's the hair. But no, I was just being extremely aggressive on warm-up, and our axle came out of the rear, so I lost drive instantly. They did a great job towing us back. The team put the car, they dropped it down in our paddock area, put the car up, popped it back in, and
Sweet.
we only lost 3 laps. So,
fortunately, an issue that if you know what it is and you haven't broken anything is pretty easily solved. If you snap an axle, then okay, there's a little bit more involved. But if you just gotta jam that thing back in there and get the nut tight, then you're all set at that point.
Yeah. So I have to apologize to the team on that one, because I think yesterday we were okay. I think in quali we had, when it was really wet, our car was crazy good.
Yep.
Because we have Devin Pruce of Pruce Innovations doing the setup on the car, and he's done such a good job on this car, and it's been great to work with him. And he just made the car so good in the wet. And then I started to interject some of my input for the race, and we ended up on like a split setup, which was like a half wet, half dry.
Right.
And it actually made the car just way too understeer yesterday. So that's why we didn't have the pace that we should have had, and we destroyed front tires. So we were changing front lefts every double stint.
Oh, wow. So you're changing every other stop, you're having to put another front left on that. That's a lot of tire to go through versus
tires, so
everybody else not nearly as much tire.
It was bad. So car is amazing now, though. Like, just crazy good.
Good. And it looks like you've made up a lot of time today as well.
Yeah, we got a lap back in the entire field, which was, I think, being aggressive and the car handling just incredibly good. And we're 3 laps down, so we have to be aggressive on strategy. And and our guys are really on top of that. And the things have to go your way. And we just extended did a little bit of fuel saving where we could, but tried to extend our time without losing too much lap time, which the car was crazy fast, even late in the stint. And then we got a purple we were going to pit that lap, and we got a purple right when we were in front of the pit lane, so that helped. So the guys are doing an awesome job to make up for.
There was a handful of cars there that had just hit it, like a lap or two.
Yeah, I heard that.
Like the Triple 8, and there's a bunch of other people that it's getting down to that time where okay, got to start figuring it out. And if you're able to save a little bit of fuel and hedge on that, then you're able to make that work in your guys' favor. That's awesome.
Did you see too that yellow came out, and I can't remember if it went purple for a second or not, but it was like yellow, purple, and then it was green again. I think some guys got destroyed on that.
So it actually ended up being okay. Because the 99 and the 225, the 225's leading.
Okay.
They ended up, I think the 99 just didn't take as much fuel.
Oh, okay.
They just went, okay, cool, send it. You just got to keep going.
Good, okay.
The 225, I think, took a little bit more fuel than the 99 did, and they're in the lead right now.
Good.
So however that happened, it worked out for them, but didn't necessarily work out for the 99. So that was a bummer one. I think that's one of the vagaries of this Code 35 thing, is you end up in situations like that where you kind of have to roll the dice and make sure you're in the right spot to be able to get going there. And I think the car that was stopped just happened to get going, so they sent it back to green.
Gotcha.
We're not going to sit around and wait. Want to get some green flag time out there. Well, Glenn, I know you got to get back real quick. Good luck the rest of the season with Pruce Innovations. And then I know you've got some other stuff in the pipe.
GT3 Europe.
And the GT3 Europe. Fantastic. So.
And I'll be with a major team in the U.S. this year, but I can't. You already know who it is.
Yeah.
I think I've already said it before.
But congratulations to you. Your career's moving in the right direction. We're all very excited and very happy for you.
Thanks, buddy. Love being here. This is fun. This is fun racing.
Not a problem. Come up and talk anytime.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
Glenn McGee with the Triple 3 team. Just kind of filling us in on what happened there with their car at the beginning of the track. So apparently the sort of scrub the tires back and forth thing, if you're real aggressive with that, you can pull the axle out, which I'm a little bit surprised by, but at the same time, it makes sense. If you start stretching that geometry too much, it'll come out like that. So I kind of get it. But an unfortunate situation there for them, and they have had really good pace today. It's just unfortunate that it's not going to materialize in any kind of strong points finish for them.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate when you have a really quick car and you're not really going to be able to have anything to show for it. Obviously, they're going to be proud of their effort and the way that they came back, but still going to be disappointed with the overall finish. Currently scored 31st overall, 6 laps down from the leader. But like they said, they got a lap back already the hard way. We'll see. Maybe they can get a couple more back and work their way up into a half decent finish.
Unfortunately, we're going to see right now, just coming out of turn 5, the number 225 is going to put them another lap down here. They really need to stay ahead of the 225 and gain a whole lap back here, but I think the 225 is going to get the move done. Not quite. So the 333 making a defensive move going into turn 7 there. We just missed it. We'll have to see them at the top of 11. That is the Random Vandals BMW that just clicked through, so not quite the right car. I'll see if I can pick them up on the back stretch here. And the 225 has got the move done, but the 333 is right behind. And then the Dexter Racing Toyota Supra right behind them. So it should be coming into view on the turn 11 camera shortly, if that's one that we still have. Fortunately, with the stoppage time coming up, I should be able to get out there and redo some cameras. And I believe they have already come through on this shot. Yeah, they've already gone past.
So still trying to get that lap back, no matter what they have, how they can do it.
They're going to come through. Here. They're going to come through turn 1 here, and I think the gap is there. I don't think the 333's got a shot now at taking it back. And of course, the 333's very fast driver was just up here chit-chatting with me. Glenn McGee being the hot shoe for that car. So
sounds like he is
right there with him.
Sounds like he has an exciting year ahead, though, so going to be fun to follow his progress throughout the year.
Absolutely. Glenn McGee, GT Academy finalist at one point, and then subsequently parlayed that into a gig with iRacing. At one point was carrying iRacing sponsorship while trying to climb his way up the motorsports ladder, having worked with JTR Motorsports Engineering a couple seasons ago and bringing home a championship for them, having also run a little bit in MX5 Cup Challenge, whatever they call it now, whatever the sponsor is, on the IMSA weekends. And now getting some GT3 Europe action with Lamborghini, and again, a big name team being mentioned to me that's going to be his gig here in North America this season. So doing the right thing.
Stay tuned for that news for sure.
Absolutely. The 147 we're going to go on board with here. Let's see. Just a good onboard, I reckon. It looked like it was going slowly, but I think that was more just being on the inside of the turn, and I'm used to the Moorhead onboard moving a little bit more quickly, given that they were in the Ginetta yesterday.
Just a little bit of a difference, eh, Ryan?
Yeah, just a hair. The 63 has made its way back to the pit lane. I want to say it's going to turn the pit because I thought I would have seen it if it had stopped in their stall, but apparently I didn't. So that 63 car, which had caused the most recent yellow, heading back out. Again, that car has had a rough go of it this weekend. But open throttle and Mike Corbin happy to keep sending it back out there as long as they can keep it running and able to make that happen.
Absolutely. As we ride on board here with the Moorhead Speedworks number 147 machine, currently running 4th in class in the GP1 and scored 21st overall in the group. So not a bad day so far for the Moorhead Speedworks car. Obviously hoping to gain a couple more positions within the class, maybe battle for that GP1 victory. That's currently led by the 44 PC Racing machine ahead of the 150 ASM car and the 38 Palomar Racing machine as these drivers continue to duke it out here on the racetrack, work their way around the circuit. We are just about 2 hours and 10 minutes into this one. Still a good bit of racing to go as these drivers having a nice day here at Barber.
And as we spoke about earlier, we're about 30 minutes, give or take, from the stoppage time here. So I believe we're going to get into the window where you have to not pit, as JT was opining earlier.
Yeah, we're certainly getting down to that point where, obviously, like you said, about 30 minutes or so away from that window where we're going to come to that pause for a good hour here at Barber, and then we'll re-rack it, restack it, and get going again just about 12 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Continuing to look at the battles throughout the field, the GTO class, Thunder Bunny Racing leads by 15 seconds over the TLM Mona 888 machine. Then it's a good bit back, 21 seconds back to the ACP Tangerine 52 car, currently running third in that class.
So the big one there is the NFC has given up another position to that 52 there. So they've lost basically 40 seconds, if not more, since that last yellow. So I wonder if that car nursing some tires having been rooted after pushing really hard in the opening stanza of the race here. It would make sense that you want to try to extend your tire change to after the stoppage time, but that may be impacting the 123 here as they've lost a gob of time since coming back from that yellow flag. I totally stepped all over Robert's run through the GTO field, but I had just noticed that as he started speaking. So if you'd like to continue with the 99.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely okay. The 99 GTR machine currently about 20 seconds behind the NFC 123. So the good thing for the NFC team is they have that bit of a gap behind where they're going to be able to hopefully maintain that position until the time that we do go racing once again. But let's ride on board here with the Stratus number 58 car. That's currently 5th overall, 2nd in the GTU field, trying to chase down the sister car, the Stratus 59, who currently has quite an extensive lead in that group.
And we are just going to jump in with a quick word here from Scott from Blaze Racing. Only 15 seconds behind 5th place in GP1 over the 392 Harrison Motorsports car. Trying to catch up and chase that car that is the antithesis of the one that you are driving in the BMW world, as it were. What's going on, Scott?
Wait a second. I'm on Google right now looking up the definition of antithesis. No, everything is actually going splendid today after almost an all-nighter, trying to put things back together after yesterday. We didn't have contact or anything like that, but we are fighting some mechanical gremlins that hopefully those gremlins are back out on the major highway and not on the racetrack, that is for sure. But no, we have Zach, which I'm going to bring up later if that's okay with
absolutely.
you. He's one of two 18-year-old gentlemen that I am team driving with. I am 40 years his senior, and so it's kind of interesting. I'm their pro coach, but in the number 118 Blaze Racing, Power Cool sponsored E36 BMW M3, we are on a charge today and feeling warm and fuzzy, even though it's kind of cold and overcast. But yeah, today is a much better day.
Excellent. We're hoping that this overcast continues to burn off like it did yesterday, but it seems like it's just lingering a hair here at Barber this weekend. I'm used to coming to the south here and having big issues with it being too hot. I brought shorts, I did the whole nine, and it's now been very cold the entire time I've been here.
Understood. Well, I don't blame you for doing what you're doing because I'm from Las Vegas, and so I see a lot of people that actually show up in Las Vegas in January expecting it to be 102 degrees.
It's not.
And if you talk to any of the mercantile there, you'll find out that one of the biggest sellers in January happens to be like hoodies, sweatshirts, jackets, full-toed shoes, things like that, because, sorry, it's darn cold. I can't say damn, I know that, but
I mean, we're not on the real radio, at least this weekend.
I know, but hey, got to keep it somewhat PC.
Yeah, I got
There's some family. There's my family members actually listening out there.
Excellent, excellent.
And so there's also some other people. I couldn't believe it. After the coverage yesterday, my quick little jaunt that I had with you on the air yesterday, I got text messages and Facebook messages and all this sort of stuff. You reach a lot of freaking people. That is really, really incredible for you guys.
That's the goal. We're here to bring the experiences that are being had on track to the people who matter most to you.
Well,
And so if we're able to do that, I'm more than happy.
I'll even fill in the blank, and I'll say a lot of those people that reached out are some of the other series that I've been running with for many, many years, going, what did you do? Did you jump over to WRL? Those WRL guys, oh gosh, I don't know what to say about them. You know why? Because there's really nothing
There's
to say.
nothing
They
bad
do
to
a good
say.
job.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic race. The racing's close.
Absolutely.
You know, the classes make sense.
Yep.
The tech is very good, so we make sure that people are following the rules as
And the
written.
broadcast crew, oh my
Broadcast,
God.
it's the best broadcast in the business.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you know, it's great.
Well, that's cool. Well, bottom line is I got to say, today is kind of an interesting day. Yesterday, Mother Nature came along and gave everybody a little bit of a bee slap, if you don't mind me saying so.
Of course.
And so, for the most part, people were kind of well behaved and everything like that. Today, it's interesting because it seems like they pent up all their testosterone yesterday and decided, and there are a few ladies out there, so with all due respect to the ladies, I will say that they pent up all their emotions. How's that? And now they're just spilling it, like spewing all over Disneyland-wise, all over the track, because there are some really, really crazy moves going on. Not to the point in which WRL needs to shut everybody down and, you know, give them a nice little talking to or something like that, but there are some really, really hardcore racers out there pushing to make sure that the limits are achieved every moment of a wheel turning.
Right.
And so, yeah. So we are on a charge. We are in one of the lower classes. For those people that don't know much about the classes, this is class racing. And so essentially, what you have is you've got cars that are, we'll say, maybe one step closer to a race car from a sedan that you might typically have in your garage, all the way to cars that neither you nor I or anybody else out there could necessarily afford, and some moron is out there sponsoring it. You know, and you know, when you see some cars that are typically found in stuff like Daytona and Sebring, and even some of the Le Mans type racing and things like that, you go, wow, this is where you step up and you're doing the real deal. And driving a slower car, because I'm normally in a lead class and, you know, some of the class racing that I've done before, driving a slower car because we're in a lower class means that you have got to watch your mirrors.
Yep.
And then you lose a lot of these cars because being an E36, it might as well be a frickin' city bus in comparison to like the Stratos team. They run they're like a radical. They're basically a very, very low full ground force Can-Am style center cockpit, you know, race car, and it's really smart because they put this super bright LED light up on top, basically to sit up there and say, I'm here, don't run me over.
It used to be, I don't know if you guys were running at the time, I don't think so, at least not WRL. It used to be about an 18 to 20 inch LED light bar that was sat up vertically.
I remember seeing pictures of that.
And so
to me, it made sense.
It did make sense. They've gone away from that, which I think has taken away some of the visual spectacle of that, which it was just very entertaining.
Yeah.
So I kind of wish they'd get back to it. I'm sure this is a much more aerodynamic setup and probably easier to load into the trailer if you're trying to stack them. Yeah, no, they're making sure everybody's safe. They can be seen.
Yep.
All those things. Very, very important here in multi-class racing, as you say.
Well, I'm going to promo a special guest that will be showing up here in just a little bit. Special guest meaning one of the two gentlemen that are the 18-year-old junior drivers on my team. One of them happens to be in the car right now, so he can give you a first-hand account of exactly what's going on because we've been communicating quite a bit on the radio. On top of that, for those folks that don't realize, this part of the country does observe the church rules, which is perfectly fine, and we like to play along with everybody in all parts of the country. So the bottom line is we will have a break between 11 and 12 o'clock. I'm not too sure if I'm going to bring up Zach at that time, but I believe possibly in the 1 o'clock hours when I would like to say stay tuned.
That should be all right then. Yeah.
And we will bring up he'll be scared to death. Let's put it this
That'll
way.
be okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
It'll be absolutely fine. I'm scared to death every time I do this. So
let's put it this way. He's more relaxed in the race car than he will be in the cans. That's for sure.
Excellent.
All right.
Scott,
I'm going to bail. Once again, car number 118, E36 M3 Blaze Racing. Power Cool is our #1 sponsor, and we're so happy to have them aboard. They have done a wonderful job for us. My name is Scott. We got Zach and Jonas in the car, and we really appreciate you guys out there in WRL land, and stay tuned.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Scott. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, brother, man.
That was Scott Mann of Blaze Racing, feeling warm and fuzzy, currently running 6th in class in the GP1. Looking forward to talking to a couple of his teammates a little bit later on today and Don't worry, young driver. We all get nervous in this world. It's okay. We'll have fun with you. As we get back on board with the Stratus Racing number 58, they continue to duke it out in position number 5 overall, second in the GTU field. You can see they're cooking it around this racetrack. Yeah, it just did sound like a money shift on that 58 car. Not what you want to hear, especially so early in the day as he is working his way down into turn number 1. Just watch the hand movement on that driver of the number 58. He is absolutely having to do double time, working the shifter, working that steering wheel. A lot of work behind the wheel of that 58.
Everybody, I think, working very, very hard here in WRL this weekend. Changing conditions, just the gray, the track's not warming up, the code 35, not really giving people the, if you're a lap down, not giving people the bailout that they usually expect. I do see the Honda Civic moving slowly here. That's the Tooth Autosport number 122. They're going to be coming into view of the turn 11 and 12 camera here shortly. Hopefully we can keep that car rolling all the way to the pit lane so we don't end up with another yellow flag situation.
Rolling.
I had seen it moving slowly, kind of coming through turn 5, and I wasn't certain if I was just not having paid enough attention to the car recently or if there was a problem, but it would seem that there is a issue. Everybody's staying all the way to the right side of the track, letting that car go, so they should now make it all the way to the pit lane. We're getting to the spot here where you can just cut the clutch in if you need.
There we go. They have made it to pit road.
Yeah, beautiful.
Unfortunately, Ryan, that is my local team from up here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Yeah.
So unfortunate for those guys. Long haul down here to Birmingham area in Alabama.
Well, my understanding is that nowadays they actually are able to keep their hauler at a race shop in Atlanta. So they're only having to deal with half of the headache of just getting down here with passports and stuff instead of having to go back and forth across the border, having to declare everything. I'm told very reliably from multiple teams that trying to go through border control with a race hauler is the hardest thing to do on the planet, because they have questions about everything. And of course, on the inside of a race hauler, you have about 9,000 cubbies to put parts in. And apparently that means it's really easy to bring other things into countries if that's your inclination. So they were very, very pleased to find a solution that would allow them to keep the hauler here. I've also heard horror stories of people trying to come from Michigan to New York, and it would make the most sense to just kind of head across Canada right there and drop back down into New York. And they choose to go the other way around the lakes and take much longer because that is a faster process than trying to do the border control 4 times.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a pain trying to cross the borders. We ride on board here with the Moorhead Speedworks 147 machine. You just saw the 225 Thunder Bunny Racing car, the leader in the GTO, just absolutely fly on by on driver's left, and it is gone. That car absolutely motoring here today, doing a nice job. The Moorhead machine currently scored in 21st overall, so still out here having a half-decent day, trying to put something together as they run 4th in class, trying to chase down that top 3, and that 3rd place spot currently held by Palomar Racing. And Ryan, you mentioned the temperature here at the track today. We started the day, we were about 58 degrees Fahrenheit, currently running at 63. So up 5 degrees. Hopefully, as the day progresses, the track warms up a little bit. And current forecast shows that this afternoon, we should be hitting a bit of sunshine around this racetrack and a high of 72-degree ambient temperature.
The fog has receded since we last spoke about it. In a big way. We're now in something resembling a fall day, I would say.
You can actually see there now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit gray in the distance, and, it's a little bit cold, but not tremendously so. I'm more than happy with 50 or 60 degrees, personally.
Absolutely.
I just am reminded, as far as the tires and the track condition, I think the worst surface conditions we ever had were actually at NOLA Motorsports Park, where it was up over 85, 90 degrees, and then the surface at NOLA just absolutely brutal on tires, and everybody up and down the paddock not having a good time, having tires rooted in about a stint or two. Just complete chaos. So most of the time, these 200 tread wear tires working pretty well. But there is still a window that you really, really would rather be in. I think we're getting towards that direction here now that it has started to warm up at least a little bit. This, of course, being the last weekend in WRL where your general production entrants are able to choose the tires of their choice. Starting at Mid-Ohio, all cars will be required to run the Continental tires. There are 2 specifications that are on offer. There is a wet and a dry. The wet tire, my understanding, is very, very similar, if not the same tire as used on many performance road cars around the country as original equipment, effectively. And then a dry tire, which is a little bit more of a road legal track day spec sort of tire that they've been working on for some time. So the 200 tread wear tire rule will still be in effect, but in the general production classes this season, we will see everybody migrate to 1 tire. On one hand, that is 1 less lever to pull as a team owner. I always like to think of it as they refer to in baseball as pulling levers. As a manager, you want more and more options available to you. You're no longer going to have the advantage of being able to pick a tire that suits your driving standards, but the good news is the Continental tire is a very hardy tire and gives decent grip still. I know there's another series that uses another spec tire that I have been told by WRL entrants is way too hard for this level of racing. So this Continental, I think, striking a nice balance here. And then this will also make it to where teams have to, I think, put a little bit more effort into their setups. I spoke with Justin Ford yesterday, and they talked about they're just now getting that 369 kind of in the window where they're happy with it. The tire change is going to come, and I think a lot of teams are going to have to start over at square one. So old school suspension setup and chassis work is going to come back to the forefront as we see drivers and engineers and mechanics all trying to work in harmony to get a car set up to be just so, just the way they need it for each individual track.
And it'll be nice having a stable, driver-friendly tire on board these machines. Obviously going to throw a wrench into the setup a little bit and the strategy that these drivers are going to have to employ, the teams will have to employ each and every race week. And of course, like you mentioned, that coming into effect the next round of this series, which is Mid-Ohio, coming up the April 5th through 7th weekend, of course, right here on the World Racing League YouTube channel, presented by DriversEye Live. And that should be a good one to see how the tire fares for these drivers and how quickly they can adjust to it, Ryan.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be fun. Mid-Ohio, typically a course which favors a lower power, lighter, more agile car. So it's going to be a good opportunity for drivers of E36 BMWs, for example, perhaps Miatas and a little bit higher classes, to have an opportunity to score some points as we start going to a little bit bigger tracks later on in the schedule, of course, culminating at COTA, where, you know, unfortunately at Circuit of the Americas, a giant F1 track, when compared to some of the other domestic tracks we have here, a little bit of a disadvantage for some of these folks running a 4-cylinder or low-powered 6-cylinder car. So very, very happy, as always, to have a mix of tracks available so that everybody's particular option can be favored at one point or another, because it all comes out in the wash, as they say. By the end of the season, everybody should have had equal opportunity, have tracks they're great at, tracks they're not so great at. So really, really looking forward to seeing Mid-Ohio again with the new surface too. So that'll be nice as well. Even without the tire change situation, you may have to throw out the setup book for Mid-Ohio entirely because of the new surface.
That's exactly it. Whenever you get a repave, it completely changes the dynamic of the racetrack. Something is definitely up here with the 147 Moorhead Speedworks machine. He is driving very slowly around this racing circuit. As you can see, he's not having a good time right now, Ryan.
No, not at all. Now, you never want to hear about a competitor having issues. Like, that's not fun. On the flip side, I think there's a lot of people...
to a stop.
If he's going to come to a stop, there's a lot of people in this field that would really appreciate a full course yellow right now, because that would get it to where you can top up. We're only about 15 or 20 minutes away from the stoppage time. That would mean you'd no longer have to make your stop under green flag running at the beginning of the next session. There's a huge gaggle of cars coming down into turn 5 here. The leader caught up in that a little bit, having to work through the traffic in a really deliberate way. Unfortunately, that camera just not quite playing ball today the same way it was yesterday. Interestingly, Robert,
Full course caution,
yep,
Ryan.
that is the full course caution there. I had just seen the 38 starting to slow down. So everybody should be making their pit stop right now. I think if you don't make your stop here to fill up, you're making a mistake. So, again, this will keep... I mean, effectively, this gets rid of any of the question about strategy at this point.
Absolutely.
This is going to be exactly what everybody wants, I reckon, to fill up your fuel under full course yellow, and then hopefully get back out there. And then I'm not certain how long this car is going to take to recover. It looks like it rolls reasonably well. It, kind of coasted to a stop, so they should be able to pull that back to the paddock in a relatively quick fashion. But it's in a weird spot where there isn't emergency vehicles readily available, so they are going to have to make the long drive down there. I am just going to go check in with race control real quick and see if this is likely going to lead directly into the quiet hour, or if we're going to try to get back going green. So the safety truck is already on scene, so this may actually go quite quickly. And it may, you don't want to get caught out here.
Oh, we got a garage shot here of the 58 Stratus machine. You can see one of the mechanics going under the hood.
Oh, no, the 59 was the overall leader, excuse me.
Oh, shaking his head. Nope, not too pleased with whatever's going on there under the hood of that Stratus. See what they're working on. We have someone working in the interior, another mechanic under the hood of that machine. Not too long ago, saw them pull it behind the wall here into the paddock. Unfortunate for them, they had two cars inside the top 5 with the 59 and the 58 machine. The 59 does continue to lead, but now, of course, we're watching the Stratus 58. This is a unique shot that you don't always get of the work going on back in the paddock area. These teams work exceptionally hard to try to put something together and try to get the car back out there. Fortunately for them, we're coming up on the break as now we ride on board, get another look that you don't always get. The 147 Moorhead Speedworks machine getting towed back to the garage area. This is in turn number 11, I do believe, and they're going to work his way back to pit road. Unfortunately, what was a pretty decent day for that 147 has gone awry with his recent issues, as we are under full course yellow once again. That is going to be I believe our 5th full course caution of the day, and we're approaching quickly, might even be the 6th one of the day, as we are quickly approaching quiet hour here at Barber Motorsports Park. Again, we'll observe an hour of quiet time at the racetrack. Allow the local area to observe their religious hour at church. As we get an update from Ryan.
We have another car stopping out on track at turn 5.
Oh, no.
I believe it's the 65. I was coming back on to say that we are going to try to go back to green here, but there's another car that has ground to a halt up at the exit of turn 5, just kind of about halfway on the exit curving there. So that's going to throw a wrench into the plans, I think, for race control here. They were very adamant that they were going to try to get back to green here, but I think that's going to be incredibly difficult. That number 65 has refired here, so the 888, the 2, the 99, as well as the Kingpin number 11, all of the sort of top half of the GTO field able to make their stop. I have not yet seen the 225 come in, the leader of GTO.
Race looks a lot different than when I left.
Brendan,
yeah,
it
welcome
does.
back, Brendan.
It does indeed.
I've sort of been kind of paying attention. I did see
Things have definitely changed.
a large Ford Mustang in front of one of our cameras. Yeah, very, very different. I was going to try and provide a little analysis as to the decision-making process here. If we weren't going back to green, your goal should be to stay on the lead lap.
Yes,
absolutely.
Right? We were going to go back to green, and I think we still will, but I don't think the 225 stopped. I really don't, but everybody...
No, they just
did.
listed as coming out of the pits.
Okay, cool. And they came out back ahead, so they were able to keep that all together. So I think the entire top half of GTO is going to have at least made their stops that they needed, which will work in their favor. The 123 is going to be cutting it incredibly close with the green flag here. They are just now getting to pit out.
Purple flag still displayed at the trackside corner stations is the code 35 flag, which is the same as the code 60 flag in European sports car and endurance racing.
Starter does have the green flag in hand. Just waiting here to make sure everybody's clear and everybody's safe so we can go back to some green flag racing for the last few minutes here before the stoppage time. So once again, we're going to leave you for about an hour from around 11 o'clock local until just before 1 when race engines are allowed to refire. And then we will take you all the way through to the checkered flag non-stop action here on the WRL powered by DriversEye Live.
Except
TV
for when we have to stop.
Well, right, but that's after we come back from that.
Stop.
After when
right.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, come on. I got it. I know what's
it's
going on.
It's non-stop other than when we stop, but after we stop, then it's non-stop.
And we're going to go full green here. Green flag, green flag, green flag for the final moments of the first...
A lot of flair, man.
...stanza of the race here. I like that stanza.
Yeah, stanza. That's a very Brendan Kazmarek word.
The 122 is back out, fortunately, in their Honda Civic. It's been a little bit of a rough weekend for that car as well. Not quite the result here that they were looking for, but also a little bit of a situation in qualifying. It's had some trouble.
Nice to see this turn 5 camera has magically fixed itself.
It's wonderful. You love to see it. You do love to see it.
It was just afraid of the fog this morning, that's all.
I guess.
It's doing much better now.
For what it's worth, this is the first time I've been able to actually see the cell tower without fog. So
that's a positive.
There may be something there.
Well, we can't ask for everything, I guess.
I guess we can't.
Yeah, fog is lifting. I'm sure the grounds of Barber Motorsports Park are beginning to populate themselves with enthusiastic participants of the Alabama Boat Show as well.
Boat show, boat show, boat show. Ladies and gentlemen, come on down and take a look at the Bayliner. It's got the Mercruiser V8 in the back. You and your family can be out there on the wakeboard. It's going to be fantastic.
Do they sell like rubber dinghies or something? That's more in my budget.
Unfortunately, no, they don't. It looks like they are all the sort of wake boat that your like rich neighbor gets that has the like pump, so you can pump the ballast in, so you can get a sick wave off the back. You know.
Living quarters bigger than my house. Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. I was really looking forward to some nice sailing dinghies, and they don't have any because this is Alabama. This is not the Miami boat show.
Target audience, man.
I was really gonna go look for like a nice Catalina 23, and that's not what they're selling here. They're not selling what I'm buying. So
they sold out of them too quickly.
That's what it is. Yep. You can, of course. It's difficult to tell who's here for the boat show and who's here for the race because they're all driving Chevys that are really big that have tow hitches on the back. Yeah, so it's like whenever you're using the access road, it's like, are you a boat show person or a racing person? Like, I don't quite know.
Both.
Maybe both.
One of my favorite stories to tell from Barber is the first event that was run here in 2021. So it was basically after everything shut down from COVID. We ran a few races in the World Racing League in 2020. DriversEye was, at the time, not involved in the series. We came back in 2021, and it was the first time, I think, that Barber had opened to spectators. Or the first time, certainly, that WRL was going to allow spectators in.
Sure.
And it wasn't a spectator event as such for the series, but it was a spectator event for the track. So when they brought everybody in for the boat show, they allowed the participants in the boat show to come down to the hill on the back side because admission to the boat show was free. Right. You could come down to the spectator hill on the far side of the circuit, opposite where the commentary box is.
Yeah.
And there were what looked like probably 400 or 500 people from the boat show that came down and just hung out and watched the racing from from the side, from the other side of the circuit. And it was just really cool to see, after everything that we had all obviously been through at various points during our COVID experiences, that this was kind of the first acknowledgement that like 2021 was going to be a little bit more normal and a little bit more personal, the way racing should be. It was a very cool experience. Since then, I don't think we've had a single spectator, but that's okay.
No. There were probably 20 or 30 wandering about in the places that they had access to yesterday.
Oh,
of course, you have to restrict a little bit of access because there's a paddock full of race equipment. So we can't have people just wandering aimlessly without a bunch of security. So there's a really nice sort of demarcation line. And a lot of people kind of gathered at the sort of turn 13 area and watched, which is right adjacent to where the boat show is.
Yeah.
So probably 20 or 30 people hanging out.
Food trucks
watching.
at the boat show, I think, too.
I see. There is a burger van here in the paddock as well, but I wasn't aware that there was food trucks at the boat show.
There have been in the past. I
may go take a wander around. I might see if there's a nice a nice Rhinell over there for me. You know, something cool.
What on earth? Oh, is that a boat?
Yes.
Oh.
I thought he was talking about food too, Brandon.
Yeah.
I had no idea what that was.
See, when you live in Minnesota, boats are a big deal. Minnesota is the highest number of leisure craft
You live in
per
California.
capita. No, but I lived there for 3 years. I had to hear about boats.
Where we established yesterday, you don't have boats. In California.
Yeah, evidently not.
No lakes, no boats.
But you have to, when you work at a Lexus store in Minneapolis, you have to hear about people's boats constantly. So I now know a lot about boats.
But we're happy for you, man.
Boats.
Welcome to the boat show here on DriversEye Live.
Pilot's eye? Or do you have a boat pilot? Captain's eye live, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Unfortunately, SailGP already has a commentary team. I'm not convinced that we would be any worse than them, but they do already have one.
We'll go put cell phones out on buoys.
I mean, that
there we go.
I'm all right with that. See, the thing about that is you really only need Rolex or Louis Vuitton or whoever sponsors that to write what's to them a very inconsequential check to set up a broadcast for that.
Yeah, well, and they're going to do a better job than, a couple of static cameras. That being said, given the opportunity,
you could do a lot with sailing with static cameras. Like, I don't think there's a situation where that would be necessarily bad. You got onboards, and you could have multiple onboards to show the crew kind of moving about the boat. I think it would be a really interesting task. Maybe that's what we should start looking into, Brendan, is like regattas.
Sure. Really diversify.
I think that, I unironically think that would be a good usage of our technology. But I digress.
I mean, when racing dies in 30 years because we've gone all EV and nobody wants to do it anymore, obviously not, we'll have regattas to fall back on.
I think we should start doing it now.
No, that's what I'm saying. We need to build up our regatta.
We need to prepare
regatta
for it.
portfolio.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Sailor's Eye Live. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
The 888 clipping along at a pace of nearly 30 knots.
Right.
There's full course yellow.
888. Yep, and this is in the window between 1040 and 1050.
Yep. We're in the window.
Target.
1042. It's the time. We're going to call it here, folks.
Yeah, some contact reported a minute ago between the 926 and the 61, but that doesn't appear to be related to our move from full course yellow. Now, you see the lights on the safety car, and we're not immediately transitioning into code 35.
Correct.
This is just actually full course yellow.
Did just see the 52 kind of giving the triple light a sort of drive-by, an encouragement to be going a little bit quicker. I think some level of confusion as to what the rule is during the yellow stoppage.
See, that I don't understand, because the rules have been written in 4 or 5 different places. The strategy here is a little bit interesting. I think we've touched on that earlier on in the race. The idea is if you pit now, you're going to be held at the end of pit lane when the safety car, the leaders, and the queue come in behind you.
Well,
You're not going to
fortunately,
lose a
Brendan,
lap, theoretically.
we just had a yellow flag about 20 minutes ago that took all of the wind out of your sails.
No, I'm not saying that there are strategy calls to be made, but also people are actively pitting. The
That's
52
true.
is in.
The 369 is in.
Also looks like, is this Harrison? It is Harrison. Right, so the field is going to queue up behind the overall race leading number 59 Stratus NP01. It's your GTU and overall race leader. The 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing is further behind. Actually, it was about to fall off the lead lap. Gap is 2 minutes 1.5, and is kind of gonna get bailed out here in their quest for the overall lead.
And
PLM
this-
Monin, the number 888, was already right behind the class leading number 225, so no major changes there.
So the 369 will be the first car waiting at the end of pit lane here. They did get stopped because the safety car did head out.
Yep.
You
And
are
there
allowed to
brings
go
up
faster than
59.
35 miles an hour right now. This is not a code 35. This is a
Yes.
double yellow.
Yes, catch the back of the queue, where the safety car is doing something like 35 miles an hour.
Yep.
Probably a little quicker than that. And the field will be led back around into the pit lane. The one and only time this weekend we use the safety car procedure.
Yes.
Unless we have a need for
Unless we
another
have
flag
a
later.
red, yeah.
Of course.
We obviously hope is not the case. Judging by the amount of mud I've seen, difficult to imagine a grass fire or anything of the sort having a problem. One of my favorite parts of this sort of procedure and the stoppage hour that we get. Well, I would obviously much rather see racing.
No,
does
I like
provide-
this.
It does provide a good opportunity when you're there on site, right? Whether you're obviously you Ryan this weekend or myself on other race weekends, to go down and actually take a look at the cars.
Sure.
Right? There's nobody around. You're not fighting with anybody. No elbow to elbow like you'd have on a public grid walk. But these are still proper race cars. So, given the opportunity, go down and check out how these cars are put together. What the build is like. Some of them are a little more on the club racing side and a little more the garage built cars. I was gonna say Garage East, but garage built cars. And others are, the factory purchased GT4 type machinery. And there's a broad spectrum in between. And, given how much track time World Racing League competitors get, it's not very often that you get a chance to just, walk up and check it out. It gives us a little more information for our purposes here at DriversEye Live as well. Or about the only people that marshals won't tell off.
Oh, well, you say
I did have
Is that a
somebody
challenge?
I did have somebody try.
No, I have had people. I have had pit marshals tell me off repeatedly.
Yeah.
Even though
Well,
I'm meant to be there. So
yeah.
I think it's optimistic to think that I'm going to have enough time to go down and look at race cars.
Yeah.
Given that I'm sure Ryan Bauer is going to be providing me with a list of cameras that need to be reset here. My faith that they will remain up for any meaningful amount of time is low.
We'll
However,
cross our fingers either way, though.
going to take a swing at it regardless. Oh, that's cool.
Field's starting to work their way now onto pit lane behind the pace car. Of course, as was mentioned earlier, it's going to be Parc Ferme rules, so no adjustments, nothing like that can be done on these cars while under the quiet hour here at Barber.
Quite more than an hour is how things are going to shake out. The random full course yellow time was 11:42, according to the race control log. Operational red flag at 10:48, which means both no race cars, no race engines, and no work to be done on any car in the pit lane, as Robert Hill just intimated. Parc Ferme rules. Nobody can touch the car. There have been instances where teams have chosen to touch the car and continue to do work on it for the purposes of getting an issue sorted out or trying to diagnose an issue when we go back racing. And the penalty was basically instituted as being a 50-lap penalty rather than a straight-up disqualification. But you're
Might as well be
knowingly
disqualified at that point.
you're knowingly choosing that, right? And that's basically
Absolutely.
just, well, we have all the cars, we have we have the car and the personnel, we have the tools. We might as well keep working and hope that we can get the car fixed. On top of that, if it's a Saturday race, on Sunday, the race begins anew. So there are reasons to do it, but in our situation here, I don't think we have too many cars that are having active work done in the back paddock. So a fairly full field trickling onto the front straightaway. For our purposes here on the WRL live stream, we'll be resuming the broadcast in just over an hour's time. We're going to rejoin you here in about 5 minutes to 12 local time. It's 12:55 Eastern. We'll pick back up with some commentary, a quick recap of how we got to where we are and what to expect in the final 4 hours of racing from Barber Motorsports Park. Should be a good one well into the afternoon, and plenty of storylines to keep track of to close out our round 2 weekend of the 2024 World Racing League season. So for Ryan West and for Robert Hill Jr., with Ryan Bauer on production, we're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live, leave you with a clean shot here of the front straightaway. And a quick note as to where and when you can find us. Again, about 5 minutes to the top of the next hour, just over an hour's time. And please do rejoin us then for continuing coverage, live coverage, of the Sunday 7-hour enduro from Barber Motorsports Park. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Welcome back to Barber Motorsports Park, country club of racetracks, just outside of Birmingham, Alabama. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Welcome back to the final 4 hours of coverage to round out our round 2 weekend. This is one of my favorite venues in North America. I wish the cell service were a little bit more stable and could give you a little bit better angle from around this fantastic 2.3 mile layout. Showed you this a little earlier this morning, but if you're just tuning in, settling in for the afternoon hours, this is a quick look at the layout here. A very technical layout. Long corners, some quick braking zones because not some terribly straights are not terribly long, not terribly high speed, but it does work really, really well in a multi-class environment. Some really quick corners around the second half of the lap. And on the bottom right corner of the screen, the quick chicane there at turns 9 and 10. Big elevation changes at 11, 12, and 13, headed towards the long right-hander at the end of the lap that'll spit you back out onto the front straightaway. We've got a couple of onboard views for you with any luck that will help show you around what is currently host to the IndyCar Series sometime, I think in April this year. On the calendar. Great motorcycle racing track as well for Moto America. Happy that we get to share in a part of it here with the World Racing League. Ryan West and Robert Hill join us. Ryan West is here on site just at start finish. Robert Hill joins remotely. JT Tammy will be back with us with any luck a little bit later on as we head towards the conclusion of our weekend here. Gentlemen, you carried us through most of the first 3 hours of racing before the quiet hour interruption here.
My shoulders hurt, man. Let me tell you.
I bet. Yeah, Robert's back is in rough shape. It's not good. Not good. Unfortunately, workers' comp will carry that sort of injury.
Darn.
But
I've got a really good lawyer. We'll find
any
out.
observations from the first 3 hours or so that you'd like to share with the class?
Yeah, we definitely saw some great battles throughout the field through the opening 3 or so hours that we had prior to quiet time. As the field rolls off of pit road, we're going to work our way around towards that green flag, but a lot of strategy coming into play and a lot of adversity early on. I think we're down a good handful of cars here so far. Don't have the exact number for you of cars out of this one, but a lot of teams dealing with the adversity, able to rebound from some early issues as well. And we'll see what happens here in the afternoon portion of today's event here at Barber.
Yeah, we're just seeing the cars start to get underway here. The folks that elected to pit under the operational red and yellow flag situation were released and will now be catching the end of the line. Of course, we saw the top half of the GTO field, all were able to pit on the full course yellow about 20 or so minutes prior to the race stoppage time. So the strategy there should be all squared up, and now we look to the end. I think people start to back time here. The time has already begun. It's 12:02 p.m. And the number 28 of Random Vandals has stopped out on track, kind of on the run to turn 6 here. They are stationary on driver's right.
It'll be the green, not this green BMW in the shot, but off to the right side of where this camera is at turn 5.
Where the
That's
Buffalo
green BMW M4. Oh, is there a Buffalo there?
Yes.
Of course there is.
And now that car has gotten going again and pulled into line. They're going to split up the 99 from the 909. That is not the top of the GTO order, but they are going to be right behind the GTO leader in the 225.
Just went through the shot here. The running order as we resume things. Stratus 59 is going to be your GTU and overall race leader with most of a lap in hand over the Thunder Bunny number 225. That's Toyota Super GT4. The TLM Mona Aston Martin. Vantage sits in third, second place in GTO, and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes in P3 in class, fourth overall.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen the skies clear yet. Still quite cloudy and doesn't look like it's trying to break through in any particular spot.
It happened fairly quickly yesterday. Not quickly overall, but very suddenly, I guess, is the way to put it yesterday. Where we saw 1 or 2 pokes of sun, and the next thing you know, it was blue skies everywhere.
And taking a look at the weather, we are expecting a gradual switch to more sunny conditions in the later portions of today's program. So about 2 o'clock Eastern time, 1 o'clock Central, we should see that switch over to sunshine, but still only 64 degrees Fahrenheit ambient temperature out there at Barber Motorsport Park. So not too much of a gain from this morning when we kicked it off at about 58 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a little bit surprising.
Is it humid there, Ryan? Be a little humid this time of year, southeast. Ryan appears to have stepped away. That's okay.
They are showing 77% relative humidity, so yeah, I'd say it's pretty humid.
Moorhead Speedworks number 147. Days just gone from bad to worse.
Oh no.
They were about 8 laps down, 9 laps down to the GP1 class leader, and now have picked up an additional lap penalty for a failure to follow procedure. Now, the procedure under the red flag it's pretty well stated and well communicated in a variety of places. The 138 is picking up an identical penalty there. But I'm curious as to what that is. This isn't the first time we've done this, and this certainly isn't the first time Moorhead has done this. Seems like an odd thing to try and do something different.
Yeah, just unfortunate there to see those penalties handed out to the Moorhead and Tooth teams here right off the hop from the red flag conditions. We'll see how they rebound from it, Brendan, but anytime you pick up a penalty, especially a 1-lap penalty, that can definitely take the wind out of your sails for sure.
Yeah, the reality is neither of them are having phenomenal days. Even the Tooth number 138 is.
That's exactly it.
Been up against it here in the Audi RS3 TCR. But the name of the game with endurance racing, especially at this level, is minimizing your mistakes and limiting your unforced errors. And a situation like this, a well-established procedure that's been in use now for a couple of years in the World Racing League, you really shouldn't be in that type of situation, that type of position, especially with the pressure of competition as relaxed as it's going to be pretty much all day long. With that being said, the safety car pulls off, and the race is in the hands of the number 59 Stratus Racing Sebago NP01. Bruce Innovations behind, and the green flag waves. Robert Hill.
Green flag back underway. We're racing here at Barber. Like you mentioned, the Stratus 59 back out to the race lead. A place that they've made home here from the start of this one. Looks like we're going to single file out a little bit back to about 4th overall in line there. They're going to be side by side as they work their way through turns 3 and 4 now. Actually coming to turn number 3, headed toward turn 4 and 5 here momentarily. Everyone just trying to find their homes once again. Brendan, is obviously we were able to spread the field out prior to that red flag condition as things getting a little bit hairy down here in turn 5. One pulling off on the right.
That's the 72 BMW Motorsports BMW M4. I suspect there was contact there. They leaned into the the second left-hander of the lap, and all of a sudden the car just would not turn, and the car ended up pulling off into the escape road on driver's right. And with contact listed between the 926 and the 75 up at turn 4, no notes on the 72 other than the car being stopped now at the exit of turn number 6, but it sure looked like something was maybe not happy on the right front corner of that M4.
That 72, of course, had a mechanical issue yesterday, which prevented it from running for much of the day. And it wouldn't surprise me if this is related here, but we'll have to see what the actual issue is. The car is rolling now. They've either selected reverse or at least neutral as they roll kind of back down the hill.
Yeah, important
and the car is now under its own power, and they're trying to get it going here.
As you can see on the right-hand shot there of turn number 5. I believe he's trying to get going. We'll see.
Important at this point to understand exactly where we stand in the queue order. We haven't really had to deal with safety car interventions all weekend, and we won't have to deal with them moving forward. So lead lap becomes less of an issue now. But as the field comes through for what will be the second time under full green flag conditions, in GTO in particular, 888 leads the Thunder Bunny number 225 by 4.9 seconds. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes was right through your shot there, is at the front end of the queue as compared to the 888. So those two lead cars have something like 3/4 of a lap lead on that number 123 Mercedes, who in turn has about 16 seconds in hand over the number 11 Kingpin Toyota Supra. So for those four cars, they're basically split 2 and 2. 88 and 220, I'm sorry, 888 and 225 are in a small battle pack, separated by a few seconds. That was at the back of the queue. The 123 and the 11, excuse me, from Kingpin at the front end of the queue are separated by about 16 seconds. So in effect, what we need to watch for is good pace from the 123, good pace and consistency out of the 11 from Kingpin Racing to begin clawing their way up to what is now fundamentally a lead duo in GTO. And
Yeah,
going
definitely.
even further down, sorry, Robert, even further down, GTR 99, number 2, number 52, all kind of included in that group with the 123 and the 11. Technically off of the lead lap, as far as we can tell, but separated by only a few seconds through that next group of cars.
I'll tell you right now, Brendan, NFC has just come through. The 11 is not close.
No, it's 16 seconds. 20 seconds.
And there we go, yeah.
It's now 20.3.
Now 20 seconds, yeah.
Oh, actually, the two's gone through. It was a long lap for the 11 car, 143.5.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
change
that's
position
definitely
for
a long one there for sure. And in GTO as well, the TLM Mona car, the 888 has taken the lead of that class over the Thunder Bunny 225, now ahead by 8.4 seconds. A slow lap for the 225 as well as a 142.7 for that particular lap, about 3 seconds off the pace of the 888.
Yeah, long lap is a little bit of a long lap as well for the 888, who had a 4 off. Driver's right over at turn number 8. Driver's right at turn 8. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's
Unclear as to how that all happens.
A driver will always find a way to make something funky happen.
I mean, I'm working with physics on this one and racing lines, and easy, I guess, to lose the car maybe over the crest at turn 7 and find yourself skidding down the hill a little bit through turn number 8, but that's usually a pretty wild ride. And I'd be a little bit surprised for something like that to happen to the race leader without losing a ton of time. 139 is still fairly representative, but maybe it was this lap, and we'll just have to wait for them to cycle back through start-finish. We'll keep an eye on the lap times for the TLM Mona Aston Martin.
so, Brendan, I've got a guest up here as well.
Oh, wonderful.
So we've got driver of the number 38 Palomar Racing BMW, Matt Million, is up here with us. Matt, how's the weekend been so far?
Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to come up here for the first time. I keep saying that I'm going to come do this,
Right.
and yeah, no, I'm really happy to be here. But yeah, no, the weekend's been very smooth for us. Just running a nice, consistent pace through all three of us in the car, and our pit stops have been very, very good. No penalties, and we're just clicking off laps and kind of doing what we know how to do best.
So at one point, it looks like you guys were locked into a little bit of a battle with the 150. You guys see and race against the sort of E46 BMWs quite frequently, between the 44, the 147. Open Throttle's got their big car, of course, and then Blaze Racing and a somewhat similar car to you guys. But what's it like racing against that S2000 out there?
Yeah, so that was a pretty fun, pretty unbelievable pace that we had to set at the beginning of this race, because I was in for the first hour and a half and a bit, so I got to battle that car very closely. It's pretty fun. It's fun to get the dynamics, because like we have a little bit more kind of out of the corner than the S2000, but the mid-corner grip that they have and some of the ability that they can just hold speed kind of into the corners, really tough to hold them back, but just through a lot of good pace management and traffic management and being smart with other classes and cars, I was able to kind of find a nice path through my stint and yeah, keep us in second. But it was hard, really, really fast car.
It's one thing that we hear all the time from the E36 teams. It's like, well, you know, we don't have, you know, quite the power, and like the geometry is not nearly the same as it is on the E46, but we're able to carry a lot less weight. And so to me, it seems stark that like, oh, there's another level even further into the lower power, lighter car. And it just doesn't seem like we see that a lot. We've seen these S2000s more and more lately in WRL, so I'm always more than happy to see more cars available and a better variety of cars coming out to play here. So, Matt, what's the kind of the plan for the rest of the race here? We've got 3 hours and 46 left. It sounds like you guys did a driver change an hour and 30 in, which is a little interesting to me. I guess with it being a 7-hour race, you probably don't want to leave people in for a whole 3 hours because then you kind of got a misalignment of driving time here. But how do you guys select a strategy for that particular part of it when you have this break? Oh my goodness, as we say, that number 11 Kingpin car goes around into turn 5. I don't know if we have replay available on that camera today, but that was very, very sudden. Very fortunate not to collect a lot of the other GTO runners there. We'll see if the car gets back going. I see no reason why it can't other than waiting for traffic. The 38 goes down the inside there. And it looks like that car is going to get turned around and get going. Anyway, Matt, my apologies. Driver strategy.
Yeah, so we had a lot of discussion about that this morning, and we were thinking maybe I would stay in for that first 3 hours, and I was prepared to do it. But it made sense to put our driver, Sean Milburn, in the car for that hour and a half. He's new to the team, part of our rental program. He's an excellent addition, and really just wanted to give him a solid hour just to, again, get comfortable in the dry and find his pace and find his feet. And it just made sense from that perspective. So now we have Ryan Keeley in the car, and he's going to probably take this as long as he can, so that hopefully I'll get in the car for about maybe the last hour, maybe hour and a half. So, yeah, just trying to get Sean's feet wet with the car and with us. So just kind of gradual steps.
Sean was up here before the break, and he was very excited to have even had the opportunity here. I understand that seats in the Palomar team are almost coveted in a way. You're not going to just rent those out to whoever comes with a check.
Yeah, so we usually have our second car, and we're trying to build that program up to be just as competitive as our main car in GP1, but that car wasn't ready this weekend, and one of our core drivers, Nick Romano, wasn't able to make it, so Sean was an excellent addition to that rental program, and yeah, we're super, super happy to have him. Very intelligent, smart driver.
Good. And then we've also talked a little bit this weekend about, you know, we spoke with Justin Ford down there with the Chattanooga guys, having you guys working pretty closely together at this point. I know they had run their car under your banner for a little bit. They had run your second car for a little bit. And so what's it been like working with a team on the other side of the country for you?
Yeah, so obviously Chattanooga had some unfortunate circumstances at the end of 2022 when they lost their car. So last year they spent all year building a new car, an E36 for GPU2. So they were able to kind of be a part of our rental program last year just to kind of get back into it. And yeah, it's been great working with them. We love those boys so much, and it really helps to kind of have both of our teams close because we can kind of use each other's resources and personnel. Yeah, and they've been a great addition to helping us when we need some faraway help in the East Coast.
I gotcha. It's one of the nice things I've seen about WRL, and it happened a lot of the time before too, as another one of the Miatas goes off at turn 5 here. It's one of the AOA cars. I think that's the 55, which would have been the second in class runner, but they're a lap down. So hopefully that is no harm, no foul there for them. But we see it a lot in WRL, and we used to see it a lot more in the past where teams with production cars that were a similar chassis would pit together, they'd share tools to some extent, and I really like that spirit of camaraderie that you see in WRL as opposed to maybe something that you wouldn't see a couple steps up from here. You don't see a whole lot of IMSA teams necessarily sharing parts all the time because at the end of the day, they are competitors. I'm sure if there's a parts availability situation and you're manufacturer affiliated, there might be some leaning that goes on. Like, hey, you know, this Porsche needs a front clip and you have an extra one, let's, you know, make it happen. But it's one of the things about WRL that I love is the spirit of people working together, and then you end up finding these relationships that are mutually beneficial. It sounds like they're getting to use a pretty killer trailer they wouldn't have otherwise got to have, and you guys now have people that are able to be hands-on while everybody's out in California.
Yeah, correct. And yeah, it was super fortunate. I got to drive for them back in 2022, and that's kind of where that relationship started. But especially from us, you know, coming from San Diego, it's so far from the vast majority of the tracks we're going to this year. So definitely is helping to kind of build that relationship. And again, you know, we get a new trailer, we need to kind of upgrade our stuff, and we have a team like Chattanooga who could use some of our old equipment, and that sharing goes back and forth, and super beneficial.
Gotcha. I feel like I've read your name on entry lists for a long time. I believe Nick was up here at one point last season and talked about you guys run a lot of historic stuff too. Are you involved with that out west?
Yeah, a little bit. So Palomar Racing kind of started as a vintage and club team. So we have some super beautiful old Datsun Roadster race cars, as well as an old Ginetta G16, which is kind of like the hero car for our team that I've been fortunate and privileged to drive a couple times. So hopefully, maybe as we kind of get our feet wet and keep growing in WRL, we kind of get some more resources and time to go play with vintage. But this has definitely taken the priority over the last year or two.
I gotcha. And it's incredible that it's a priority that you're able to make and justify the travel too. That's what I really like to see, is that the experience here is so good that you have people taking the hit on flights and driving and this and that and hotels, and you're never in your own bed. You don't know any of the towns. And Scotty Elkin's one of the photographers for WRL, does a lot of stuff for the teams. He pointed out on the Racers group the other day that it's tough being in these towns that you're not familiar with. And, you know, it really helps to have somebody be local here. And it really kind of clicked for me because I'm a Northern California guy. And all of these tracks that I've been to now for WRL, I haven't known a single thing about any of the cities that they're in. Yeah. And so, you know, just to see somebody that's so excited about WRL, that's like, yep, I'm willing to go that far in to make it happen, is really, really something special. Are you guys going to be in for the full season? Palomar Racing should be going for the championship, right?
Yeah, we're anticipating running at least I think it's the Midwest Championship, and we're probably going to be running the vast majority of the East ones. We might have to miss one event, but we're planning to do a lot of the season. We're definitely going to try and stay in championship condition in GP1 as long as we can.
I gotcha. So we're in a position now where we've got this ASM car at the front. PC Racing, I've talked about it a bunch, have had some bad luck the last several races. But you guys here in a steady third, you think you have what it takes to take home the championship this season?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, kind of a big crux for us last year was just the reliability and teething issues with some mechanical components and some people we were working with. So I think this year, and credit to Bimmer Speed, it's a BMW shop out west. They've done a great job for us prepping the car and giving us the tools we need to fight. I think if we can stay reliable and, you know, chip away maybe at a little bit more of a pace advantage and maybe keep some of our fuel economy, we'll be on the sharp end probably every event.
I gotcha. And then, of course, and the tires. We're going to be switching to a spec tire, more or less, here at the end of this race. Going into Mid-Ohio, everybody's going to be on the same set of Continentals. Have you guys tested that tire? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, so we actually started last season on those Continentals, so we have a bit of data on it, but obviously we've tried to develop our car kind of away from those tires once we've gotten onto our current set. But yeah, we're going to have to definitely get back into testing and getting the right geometries and tire setups and cambers to maximize those tires, because they're quite a difference from what we run now.
I gotcha. And then, Matt, for the rest of the season here, I know you've got the WRL plans. Are we going to see you elsewhere in racing as well, or just focusing on this primarily?
Potentially. I've been working very hard to enter some of the SRO classes this year. Working very closely with the team Autotechnic Racing, who fields cars in GD4 America. So very potentially, nothing super firm yet, but I am open, available, and trying super hard to find some of that sponsorship and budget and those relationships to moving up through the ranks and continuing my career.
I gotcha. Well, you heard it here. Matt Million, he's ready to drive GT4 at SRO. If you have any hookups, please get him down the road. We love seeing people move up from WRL onto kind of the next phase, as it were. So, Matt Million with Palomar Racing. Thanks for coming up, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course.
Brian West is correct. We've been seeing Matt Million on entry lists for years, having called him a few times out at Thunderhill as well. Just never actually had the chance to talk to Mr. Million, and great to have to finally have the chance to do so. The lead gap is really stretching out since we've gone back to green flag racing. The 888 TLM Mona Aston Martin is out to a 54-second lead on the number 225. Most of that is down to the pace of the 225 at the moment, but even stretching out the margin back to the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW that sits third in class, NFC Motorsports in fourth in class, and the number 52 ACP car as well. Fairly certain we saw one of the ACP cars in the pit lane. just as we were heading to that interview,
I'm taking a look through. We'll see.
black and yellow car. Perhaps not. Yeah, it looked. I thought it was the. I thought it was the 52. To be honest with you, but there's no indication that car was in the pit lane at all. So that to one side. There it is. Actually, just headed into the braking zone at turn 5. 2 heads up the inside with the 888 actually right in that mix. So this is to put the number 2 a lap down and leave the 888 on its own lap with the number 225 out at the front of GTO.
Yeah, that 225 machine has really started losing pace compared to the rest of the drivers up the front of the GTO field. Last time by a 141.1 for the 225 machine compared to 135s for both the TLM Mona and the ACP Tangerine car. And actually the 225 Thunder Buddy racing machine just put down a 143.0, so seems to be continuously losing pace the last couple of laps. Potentially recently underwent a driver change of sorts, maybe adjusting to the car, or maybe even worse, maybe they're dealing with a mechanical issue. So we'll keep an eye on that 225, see what the situation might be there as we do progress through the stages of this one. And of course, it was nice to hear from Matt Millian, currently driving, or well, not currently driving, the 38 Palomar Racing machine, but they're currently in 3rd in class in the GP1 group. So very strong effort by those drivers here today.
A lot of times we do see these changes in pace during the course of the race. Driver changes are obviously a big part of it, but most, if not all, cars have a pretty wide array of experience levels of drivers behind the wheel.
Absolutely.
Across all of the classes. So races will occasionally go away from and come back to teams and driver lineups. And so just, you know, a few laps that are maybe outside of the prime pace window don't necessarily mean that you're out of contention. The goal is just to keep the car clean and hand it off to the next guy or girl with the car in as clean a shape as you can do it, and let them take it from there.
Absolutely. And that's the joy of these longer endurance races as well. Gives an opportunity for that wide variety of drivers to get behind the wheel. And although, yes, you may lose a little bit of ground in the middle portion, you get back with the pace a little bit later and chase down the drivers that you're competing with. And all of a sudden you go from 3rd to battling for the lead. It's all possible in these longer races. Right on board with Moorhead once again, Brendan. Nice to see them recovering from their issues they had just prior to the operational red flag that we had. We saw them pull over on driver's right just before the red, so back out here and making some laps.
Yeah, the car obviously wasn't meant to be campaigned today in the way that they're doing it. It was kind of meant to be a fun car on the side, put in some laps, get some extra track time, or run it as long as you have a crew to run it. But the primary crew was meant to be driving the number 160 Ginetta G56. And that car had an alternator failure. I'm sorry, the 290.
290, yeah, there you go. We'll get there.
Yeah, 290 Ginetta G56. It's a new car. We're still...
M56.
Yeah. I don't know where that M comes from. Maybe C56 for Chad. C for Chad. I assume the M stands for Moorhead and the modifications they put into that car. But hey, you know, I'll call it whatever they want to call it. So anyway, that car had an alternator issue. They did not have a spare alternator to put into that car, and the closest sourced alternator for Ginetta MG whatever 56 is in the United Kingdom.
MGUK.
As Robert Hill suggested earlier, Birmingham in the UK is not anywhere near Birmingham in Alabama. So that car had to be put on the trailer for today, and out comes the 147.
Curiously, Brendan, the 369 has pulled into the pit lane, and that is odd because they were sure to pit before the stoppage, or during the stoppage.
Just about everybody did. So I'm going to suggest that this is...
Oh, the car's being jacked very high on the left side. So I'm guessing they're running into some type of issue here. The 333 machine also heading back out of the pit lane. Their
Yeah.
race, unfortunately, is going to be a little bit out of reach, but a good opportunity to get some laps in.
Yeah,
this
decent
weekend.
recovery for them, though.
Yeah.
Having stopped on the pace lap out at turn number 4 before we ever went green, headed up the hill there out of 3 and into 4. Only 8 laps down. And I appreciate that it sounds bleak, but from
With
not
4
being
hours
able
to go,
take the
it
green
does.
flag. Yeah.
I mean, just a couple hours ago, they were on a flatbed, so
Right.
it couldn't be much more bleak than that.
And to be fair, I mean, obviously it is our job to share the story of the race, but the story of the race doesn't always depend on the winner. In fact, it rarely does.
Absolutely.
It might be, the most obvious headline to be written at the end of the day. It might be the most obvious talking point, but it's not the only one. So for a car like that 333 from Bruce Innovations, which obviously has good pace, good driver lineup, and, a great crew behind it, a good recovery drive is always a joy to see in any endurance race, never mind what we have here in the World Racing League. And no reason that car couldn't be in the top 10 in GTO by the end of the day. You tend to see a fair amount of attrition in these Sunday races as well. Cars are tired. Drivers have spent a lot of time behind the wheel. Ooh, spinner down there at turn number 1. That is listed as the 122.
He does get that car moving again.
The rough weekend continues for the 122 here.
Just unfortunate for my local guys out of Calabogie up here. Able to continue on though, so that's a positive.
I bet they know
That's their sister car in the shot right there beside the 147.
I bet they know what the situation is with the purported Mustang 10-to-1 power-to-weight ratio car.
Do you think so?
I do. Well, because they had come up and talked with us either last season or the season before that their shop is at Calabogie, and that's where Multimatic likes to test a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
And so they really end up having to sign NDAs frequently when trying to build their own shop because Ford is there testing stuff. So I'm willing to bet that they know if that car has turned a wheel in anger yet or not. Certainly they won't tell us, would be my supposition there. But
why is it 10-to-1?
Isn't that what it was advertised to be? Was a 10-to-1 car?
I thought it was 9, but maybe.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it would make sense to be 9.
That seemed to me to be a tacit admission that the GT4 car will not be tunable down to WRL spec. That's what that told me about.
That's actually very fair. Yeah.
In much the same way that we haven't seen, we've seen the Mustang a couple times, not ever in a competitive trim, I would say, and we have never seen the Camaro GT4 car either. And of course, the reported issues from several teams, including Hammer as well as Works 45, with getting the big engine R8 to work. And indeed, Sarah Montgomery telling us that they are at the limit for how much speed you can take out of an Audi R8 GT4 car.
This may be the cleanest shot we've had.
Oh,
well,
and you jinxed it.
At the exit of turn 8. No, it's okay. Celebrate it while you have it.
The good news is that camera is going to die battery-wise, and because of the battery situation, that is not going to be one that gets replaced.
Yeah, well,
it looked fantastic anyways.
Yeah. We have enough replacement batteries to handle all the other ones that I'm concerned about, but that one is going to be the odd man out, I reckon.
Yeah, we shouldn't... battery situation is an unreasonable challenge for us. The batteries were designed to carry us through an easy 8 or 9 hour enduro with a little bit of room to spare, but it turns out that when you have 3 or 4 year old batteries that you're working with, eventually they have to be replaced, and I think that's about where we found ourselves.
I think so too. The silver ones are still working quite well. And now I'm convinced that the problem is starting to be the circuit board on the batteries more than anything else as we go into turn 1.
Rewind.
The gaggle of BMW is going to turn 1 here. Hopefully they get that squared away. And we'll see that same group now having sorted itself out into a nice orderly line. coming down here into turn 5.
Yes, as it should be.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't want to go 3 wide through turn 5. I don't think it'll be as fun.
I don't think there's enough room.
Triple eight, and the 2 of ACP Tangerine Associates are still it's not a battle, but I think the 2 has interest in keeping itself on the lead lap here. And when they came through the shot just a moment ago, it was notable that it was still the 2 out in front of the Triple Eight. Whereas, as quickly as it was caught, I would have expected the pass to have been done by now. I mean, the last time we talked about it was probably 4 or 5 laps ago, and there really hasn't been any change at all in that situation. So good defense generally from the number 2, not necessarily active defense, just making sure that they keep the pace up and don't allow that blue Aston Martin Vantage to sneak through and put them a lap down. Pace has come out of the Triple Eight as well, just a touch, working through some traffic. 136.2 last time around, and most of the laps in the 35s and 36s generally. Meanwhile, the
looks
number
like
2 turns
it is
134.9.
getting tight between the Thunder Bunny Racing machine and the number 2 ACP Tangerine car, separated by less than 1 second. 8/10 at the line last time by, so battle definitely brewing for second in class there in the GTOs. We'll keep an eye on that one. As we continue to ride on board with the 147 Moorhead Speedworks machine, currently running in class in position number 7. So trying to chase down a bit of competition out there in the GP1 field, and still rebounding from those mechanical issues experienced earlier on prior to the red flag. But a nice recovery so far by the 147 team, and hopefully that can continue on through the last just under 3.5 hours of racing here at Barber.
Worth keeping an eye on GP1 at the moment. ASM has a pretty handy lead over the number 44 PC Racing. BMW M3 stands at 1:40.5, which is fundamentally a lap. The Palomar Racing number 38, 35.8 seconds off the back of the 44. We've already talked to Matt Millian and had another interview with the 38 squad earlier this morning as well. The pace differential there isn't huge, so I don't expect big chunks to be taken out of that margin for second place in class, but just worth keeping an eye on that over the next little while.
I think we're going to go full course yellow here, gentlemen.
Okay.
One of the open throttle cars, just as I had walked into race control, is sitting facing the wrong direction. Almost appears that it has impacted the Armco, or at least spun.
Light impact.
I believe that's the
driver's
62, yeah.
Yep. They're showing the Armco damage right now, so it looks like they lost it, hit the Armco, and then spun to a sort of stop. And we are going to go full course yellow here.
It's up at turn 11.
I don't think we can see
Do we have
where
anything
it's
at 11 or 12?
I really don't think we're going to be able to see it. Really? Ugh. That one's got the big battery, too, so there's not a lot I can do on that one. That's not in a safe spot to be recovered per the track. So we'll take us back to full course yellow here. Just got going a little bit with some excitement, and then right back to yellow. But of course, safety paramount here at Barber Motorsports Park, and indeed anytime you have race cars driving around in anger.
Especially these race cars. We're all fans of GT and sports car and endurance racing, and little elements of all of that, but one of the most unique elements we have in the World Racing League is the ability to blend top flight, factory built professional race cars with garage built, team built, team designed. Are we back to green? We are.
We are green
We are
again.
back to green, so I'm guessing that car got going.
Yeah. Team built and designed production based race cars, and multiple opportunities to try and come up with a solution to the problem of making race cars go fast for a long time. A little bit less of it than we normally see. A lot more professional cars, but down to the production classes, lots of really interesting builds. Go ahead, Ryan.
Brendan, I hate to say it here, the 44 of PC Racing has just been caught out. They are now in the pit lane, and they are going to take the opportunity to fuel here, but that's going to be them making a green flag stop. If they're not careful, this is going to let the 38 back through.
They definitely will. Yeah, no question about it. Margin was 39 seconds.
And here comes the 38 right now down into turn 1. And that is going to put PC Racing back down into third. They're going to be pretty comfortable in third because the number 392 of Harrison Motorsports has run into some issues today. So they are about 2 laps behind that position. So as long as they get their service completed in a reasonable amount of time, they should be firmly in third position here. But if we catch another yellow at some point and it allows the 38 to come in for fuel, which again, the 38 able to be very flexible on pit stops because of their fuel economy, that could be an issue and pin the PC Racing car in third for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to say that they got caught out.
Yeah.
It would be tough to call this an error, right? An unforced error.
Sure.
You take the information in as it's presented to you and make your decisions based on that. You know, we say and have said over the course of the weekend, anytime a code 35 comes out, you should be in the pit lane. But there are these odd scenarios where we already had one this morning where, you know, it's a short full course yellow, the incident is self-cleaning, maybe we were a little trigger happy on the code 35, whatever the case might be, where not everybody ends up going past start finish and not everybody who's in the pit lane completes their stop before we go back to green. We said you just kind of take the information, make the best decision for what you think that information presents you, and unfortunately at this point it looks like it's going to bite the number 44 here a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate timing with the full course yellow being relatively quick, about a minute in time from yellow to green. So not a lot of time for these drivers to get around the track, get down pit road, make that stop and make it back out without losing too much ground. But it's still a long way to go. We're just past halfway in the green flag racing time here today. Still 3 hours, 19 and a half minutes to go out of this 7-hour endurance race. So anything can still happen here for these drivers, and we'll see what they can do in the closing stages of this one. But out front, Stratus 59 continues to lead overall ahead of the TLM Mona 888, the ACP Tangerine number 2, and the 225 Thunder Bunny Racing machine, currently the top 3 in GTO, as we continue on here at Barber.
Little battle for third developing here down in GP3. Open Throttle Racing number 65 leads the 75 from AOA Racing by about 35 seconds. We'll be a little more precise. It's 34.9. So, you know, whatever. The 251 from Jep Racing, the number that's the 1999 Mazda Miata, plain white Mazda Miata with a little bit of red or orange, I guess.
Some wingage.
Yeah, there's wingage there. There's some accenting, green and orange or green and red accenting on that car as well.
I believe it's intended to be the Brumos livery, but in renowned Mazda colors.
Is that right?
I think so.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I hadn't really processed the renowned thing, but I can see where they get the Brumos design from. The car did finish on the podium yesterday in GP3, and they're only a further 38 seconds behind that number 75. So just keep an eye on this. 75 actually closing down a little bit, it looks like, on the open throttle BMW. But BMW is struggling for pace at the moment. Last lap of 156. Most of this most recent stint has been in that mid 150 bracket. So anticipate seeing a change there for the last step on the GP3 podium.
Yeah, definitely some great battles throughout the field here. And while we were doing a little bit of a run through the GP3 field, the overall race leader, the Stratus 59, took it to pit road to make their pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on this as further drivers opt to come down pit road. And that'll hand the overall race lead to the TLM Mona 888 machine. Probably not for long, as that 59 has been exceptionally quick here today.
Yep, again, driver change likely on board that car, so we'll want to get a feeling for what the pace of that Sebaco NPO1 is like. We actually saw it headed down into turn number 1 just a moment ago. The blue Aston Martin leading that black and gold low-slung prototype. It'll be cresting the here at 4 and down into the braking zone at turn 5 in just a moment. There they are, center of your shot. 59 very tight to the apex down at the entry to turn number 5. The Triple Eight's out a little wide, but theoretically, that Aston Martin should have the legs down this short chute into turn number 7, and indeed stretches the gap out a couple of extra car lengths before the advantage heads back towards the number 59 through the technical bits down at turns 7 and 8. Also worth noting, the 225 has lost a spot to the number 2, and next up will be the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, lapping about 3 seconds quicker than the 225 at the moment. So potentially the change for 3rd place in GTO forthcoming as well.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that. We have some reported issues with the Moorhead 147 machine. Hopefully they're able to continue on. It's just unfortunate for them, but out front, like you said, continues to be the TLM Mona 888. And we'll watch that battle as we do hop on board actually with the Moorhead Speedworks 147. They're going to take it to the parking lot. I think they might be headed back to the hauler here.
Yeah, the 147, I did see it pull into the paddock, so the day goes from bad to worse for them.
Not the kind of day we're used to seeing.
No,
or anything
not at all.
attached to the Moorhead name. I think you'd say the issue with the 290 is not really their fault. Certainly the popular opinion was that you wouldn't just carry a spare alternator. No matter how specialized the part is. But even if that weren't the case, these issues for the 147 and that car in particular, the procedural error that got them the lap penalty before we went back to green, not really in the character of Moorhead Speedworks. I wonder if they're just... Listen, I can't speak for Chad. I know that 147 is a well-tuned and well-massaged piece of kit. I would be extremely frustrated having it. It just seems like for a car that should be, lights out quick, maximizing all of the available pace and performance inside the GP1 class window, to have a car that's that well built to have as many problems as it does is just tough. Elsewhere in GTO, GTR 99 leads the 61 of Dexter Racing in a battle for 5th place in class. Dexter Racing picking up about a second and a half on that new Toyota Supra for GTR 99, and the margin now stands at just 10.5 seconds. Interesting to see how these margins have really swung pretty wildly since we went back to green flag racing about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they've been able to take the notes, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, from the opening stint driver, put that into play here for the second stage of today's race, and really find that extra little bit behind the wheel of the car that was maybe learned a little bit later in the morning portion of today's race. Now you're seeing some of these gaps stretch out a little bit further than we had earlier on, and these drivers putting on a clinic here today. They're doing a nice job, and I believe Ryan might be standing by with another driver of the number 118 Blaze Racing GP1 car.
Absolutely. We've got Zach here from the number 118 Blaze Racing GP1 car. Zach, how's it been out there?
It's definitely been a lot drier than yesterday for the start. Track was immediately up to temperature. The racing was more what Eagles Canyon was like, just more aggressive, less kind of gentlemanly, but not in a bad way, just compared to yesterday. Yesterday was very chill compared to today. Today was definitely very go out and get it.
I gotcha. So Zach, what brings you to WRL here? How did you get involved with racing to start?
My dad's been doing it since I don't know, 10 and 12 years. Nothing professional, just sort of levels like this. He actually was in the first ever WRL race.
Oh, okay. I got
So he's been, I've been going to tracks from when I was, 6 years old. The first one I was at for the first 8 years of my life was TWS in Texas. It doesn't exist anymore.
Right. Yep.
But I never drove there, but I had been there, so I'd been around races, and we were always watching Formula One and IndyCar, and always keeping up with stuff. And I'd actually been to Barber about 10 years ago, maybe more. I don't remember anything except for getting a signed picture by Helio Castroneves.
Oh, okay. I got
right after he won it, like 2 weeks after he won here, the first ever IndyCar race here.
Okay.
So it was always kind of cool when I saw Barber on the schedule. I was looking forward to that.
Nice.
And then I was in kind of go-karts, but I was never doing any of the like professional go-karting, or not even professional, just league stuff. I was just rental karts for a long time. And then when we moved to Utah, which is where I live now, around when I was 13 or 14, I started getting on track.
Okay, I gotcha. And so is WRL your first kind of wheel-to-wheel racing experience then?
No, I 2 years ago at this point did my first like wheel-to-wheel race. It was a Lemons race at Thunder Hill.
Okay, excellent.
And
a
then
good start, I think.
Yeah, for sure. For the wheel-to-wheel stuff, it preps you for this, because the reaction time's got to be there, or else you're not finishing.
Correct. And there's a big variety of speeds at play there, even more so than there is here, I would say.
It's about the same, but you go from being the fastest car there is about the slowest car here, so you got to be ready for it. But it does help you prepare. And that race was Thunder Hill. There was 120 or something people that started.
And did they run the whole course, or just the main course?
It was the 5 miles, so we were spread out, but you still get bunched up under yellows because there's one guy that goes slow, and then you have 70 cars in a pack, which is more than we have on the entire field here. So it certainly was a good learning, and I did 3 or 4 Lemons races that year. And then last year, and I was in like NASA DE and TT stuff, but I didn't run my first NASA race until October. And then last year I ran a full season in my Miata in Utah, just ST6. And then also ran a couple Lemons, a couple Champ, and a couple WRL.
Excellent. So you've had the GT racing experience now under your belt. I mean, GT is an aggressive term for it at this point. I mean, GP1's a pretty quick car at this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's quick cars in the class for sure. And this is probably the most competitive GP1 pack I've seen in the 4 or 5 WRL races I've been to so far.
It ebbs and flows regionally, I think. There's sometimes where we go to a region where there's a lot of, like GP2 is another one, where it can have 10 cars listed against it, or like 4.
Yeah, well, in Eagles Canyon, there was 3 GP2, and now there's 6 or 7. GP3's got a nice pack here. Like, this is a very put-together pack.
Absolutely. So lots of fun here at Alabama, or in Alabama, at Barber Motorsports Park here. We got just a little gaggle of cars coming through turn 5 here. The leader in GTO just trying to negotiate. I think they're going to get through that well, but that was a little bit of a close one there, I reckon. Plans for the rest of the season, what do you got going?
We plan to run every race with you guys. So we plan to run the rest of the season with you guys. I'll run my Miata and NASA as well. And then we'll kind of play it by ear for the rest of them, for the rest of the year. There's a couple scheduled gaps that we're trying to work out. But no less driving than last year, and with the main focus on being on WRL.
WRL, I got you, getting it all dialed in. So what do you do for fun, though? Like, obviously the driving, the racing, the car thing, it's pervasive, right? But like, what's a fun thing you do when you're away from the racetrack?
I mean, I live in Park City, Utah, so I'm skiing a lot. I love skiing. I go at least once every weekend. So that's kind of the main other thing. I do have my private pilot's license.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I would say last year that was certainly like my, maybe not for fun thing, but that was my other thing. This year, I'm kind of in a limbo waiting for like my next step, just because of the pathway I'm taking. But yeah, so mainly skiing, and then, I mean, I'm not trying to make it seem like a small thing, but flying.
Flying, I gotcha. When are you going to get to a point where you can fly out to WRL races? You know what I'm saying? Let's get some cross-country action.
Yeah.
Cessna 172, you leave on like the Monday, and you'll make it.
Not that slow. I would like to go to High Plains. The problem is there's no airport within an hour drive.
Right.
So we'll see about that.
I bet if you call ahead and talk to Glenn at High Plains,
land on the straight.
he'll let you land
Long
on the
enough.
straights. He's
The
a
back-
nice enough guy that he wouldn't rat you out. You'd be good to go.
The
Sorry,
Make sure
guys.
you don't have. Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead,
I got
Brendan.
spinning contact down here at the last corner. We got
Oh,
the
yeah,
Bruce
okay.
Innovations number 333
Let's
sitting
see here.
just stationary on the apex and just starting to move off of that inside curb now. I think the other car involved in that was the 251.
Correct.
Oh, it's the Miata we were
Yeah,
talking
it's
about.
the-
That
Oh,
car
yeah,
has
right
since
there.
carried on.
And they're going a little bit slowly down the front straightaway here as well.
Yeah, we don't. I just want to tell Zach, we don't have room for pilots here at DriversEye Live. We're not big on the flying type here.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Brendan, of course, bearing the lead there. Brendan used to be an air traffic controller at Newark,
nice.
and then
Oh.
also has a pilot's license. So that's you're in good company, I
Yeah,
suppose.
well, and Newark is certainly busy.
Was it
Yeah.
busy, Brendan? Are you
Well,
sure?
Now I'm live streaming amateur racing for a living, so I don't. You tell me how things went.
I mean, I've flown into Salt Lake, and that's busy, and I know we're nothing compared to Newark and LA and the big ones. So
I had a couple of friends who ended up out at Salt Lake in the tower there, and they loved it.
It's
Ended up leaving for Northern California, but
yeah,
by the
it's a
time
great-
they were there, very much enjoyed it out there.
it's a great place to fly out of. Everyone who does it loves it.
It's a fantastic place to be. I actually drove through Salt Lake City for the first time about a year ago now, because I had never been. I had been back and forth. Oh no, the 52 is beached at turn 5.
Yeah, and the Miata's still going slow.
And the Miata going
down
slowly
to-
as well. The 52 being there is in the sand pretty deep.
Oh yeah,
I think that's going to cause a full course yellow here.
just to the left side of the shot. That car will not go any further without assistance.
Yeah. So we'll be preparing for the
they're rolling the yellow.
code 35. Yep, they're holding it, and we're going to go for the purple flag. So
Full
a full
course
course
yellow.
yellow again to recover the stricken BMW from the sand pit. Are you a Cessna guy? Or are you flying like diamonds? Where are we
I've
at?
so far only been in Pipers.
Okay, there you go. Okay, all right.
Heck
I-
yeah.
I have I have a friend that I get not an argument, but a friendly argument. Yeah, over Cessna and Piper, and my argument is we look like a real plane because I can see above me, and when you're flying, the sky is where you're trying to go. So don't you want to see it?
You want to be able to see above. Well, and then when you're turning too, you can see what's going on beneath you as well. See,
Well,
I
yeah.
tend to agree. Kind of. That's true. Kind of.
I always found landing the low wings was a little bit tougher to judge your distance to the ground, but they also tend to float a little further by virtue of having the wings closer to the ground. That's the way things go.
Look at that. Thank goodness.
I've actually never. I should soon, but I've never actually flown in a Cessna, so I can't really make the argument until I do both. But that time will come at some point. And the main college I'm looking at, because I'm planning on going to college to complete my commercials so I can get restricted ATP, which some of you know what I'm talking about, but most don't, is diamonds. So
Okay, perfect. So there you go.
That be UVU by chance?
it's actually Utah State.
Aha.
UVU does not qualify for RATP, and I'm already flying it. I fly out of Provo,
Okay.
so just wanted something different.
Gotcha. Cool. Wholesale pit stops here as a result of the code 35, which is about what we expected, pretty much up to the end of another racing hour, which is near enough the end of a fuel run.
And only 3 hours to go. It seems like today has flown by.
Aha!
Excellent.
Yeah, they're still trying to get that car out of the sand.
888 has not had to pay the Piper yet. No.
That's a reach.
I
That's a
got to
reach.
workshop that one a little bit more.
Yeah,
That's
joke,
okay.
joke really stalled on you there. Huh?
Ah, there we go. I just had to find the right angle.
Well, it's under yellow too, so the power was off.
Viewership has plummeted.
It has. It absolutely has.
Yeah, no.
However, if we get onto r/flight sim, we'll be right in there. Everybody will be excited. There's a better subreddit for that, obviously, that I can't say on the air. Just cursing's bad, but that would be. I think we would have a good home there. So, Zach, thank you for joining us. Do you have anything else you want to mention to the people?
Take that as a
Oh. So after Eagles Canyon, we had to do a full kind of, not full, but a redo of the front end. I was involved in an incident by my own, like no one else was involved. It was me.
Hold on. Time out. You can't be a professional race car driver. You know that?
Yeah, because I admitted
Because you just
to it.
admitted fault. Like
Yeah.
you can't do that.
Well,
Are you
I
kidding
didn't
me?
say it was my fault. I said I was involved.
Oh, you were involved. Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
okay.
All right.
So we had to redo the front, including the radiator, and we had a company called PowerCool. They were very quickly able to put together a rebuild and a better system than what we had. You said overnight or 2 days, and it was super helpful. We have it in; it's working great. So I just want to say a huge thank you to them for putting that together and getting that set up, because without it, who knows how today would be going.
I gotcha. Absolutely. Got to keep the car the right temperature. Even though it's cold out, you still need some cooling, as it turns out. Do you think we could get Brad to unhook the radiators from his 997 and see if he can go back to classic Porsche with only air cooling? Do you think that'd work out?
No.
No? Are you sure?
You want to air cool a 997 Cup?
Yeah, why not? Let's try it.
Good luck with
probably,
that.
Probably get it for about a lap and a half, I reckon.
Good luck with that.
Scott, do you have any words for us?
Actually, you said Brad has a 997, right?
Brad McCall down there in
Got it.
Yeah,
I thought one of your broadcast team.
No,
had a
no,
997
please.
because,
No.
I happen to own a company that would do interesting things to Porsches.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
so yes, very much so. I didn't realize that it was the Cup car that you're talking about, because I would not touch that one. But if it was an IMS bearing failure, .1997, oh my gosh, would I have fun with that car?
Absolutely, 100%. Well, gentlemen, thanks for coming up to see us. I really appreciate your time. Good luck the rest of the race. It looks like PC Racing already had a little bit of an issue. We're working in the right direction if we just keep that car stable. I think there's a world where you could be seeing a podium here if we keep on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and look forward to seeing you guys, obviously, for the rest of this race and then next month in Ohio.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Deckery, I'm going to assume it's Lebwohl, but Lebwohl for the Deutsch Inclined. Producer Ryan has intimated that perhaps there's a second car off the left-hand side. I think he's right. It's listed. Well, the other car listed in the contact is the 997, the Cup car we were just talking about. And sure
There
enough,
he is. Wow. He went off making sandcastles back there.
you know, I was initially going to wonder how Ryan and friends up there in the booth didn't catch that, but I think it was actually kind of tucked in at right in front of the Armco, and at the bottom of the slope, obviously between the front straightaway and the runoff there at turn number 5. And I'm not sure the angle would have allowed them to see that car being buried as deep in the gravel as it was. Interesting to note, it's also already backwards. The 52 looked like maybe it had to drive itself out of the gravel, or tried to drive itself out of the gravel and then got stuck just a few feet away from the gravel trap edge, where that 997 was very backwards and much, much deeper earlier on in the corner. Kind of another one where you wonder how the physics of that one ended up the way that they did. Right, and
I don't think we'll ever know.
No. Well, I did take a look at the 997 onboard, but that one dropped away a little bit before this, about 2 minutes before this incident.
Shout out to the safety crews here today at Barber. They've done pretty quick work of getting us back racing under each and every one of these full course yellows that we've had. Obviously, this one having to pull some cars out from a little bit deeper in the gravel, but we should be going racing again in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, these, the more I think about this, I wonder if maybe a lockup of the rear brakes or something happened in front of them that would have caused that 997 to snap around. It's easy with all that weight over the back end. If you're not braking very deliberately or very intentionally throughout the course of the braking zone, those cars are so tough to slow down that I think it's easy to not necessarily panic, but if you have to throw a little extra pressure on the brake pedal to lock a front or lock a rear, and then the car very quickly can get itself out of control. Obviously, this is the hardest braking zone on the track. But obviously the 52 being listed in the incident as well does leave questions as to what exactly went down there. That car now beginning to slip down the order into 14th overall, and puts it quick math 12th in GTO. Shouts to ASM in the number 150. That's your GP1 class leader, up into 12th place overall. With,
Wow, that's definitely strong.
It is nearly a 2-lap lead in hand over the Palomar Racing number 38.
Impressive gains by that team here today. Like you said, 12th overall, currently leading the GP1 class by about 2 laps over the Palomar 38, and then the PC Racing 44 is third in that class, 16th overall. So some nice drives by the GP1 class, working their way towards the top 10 overall. A couple more laps, and you never know, they might be up there.
And now that we have the natural sounds, with thanks to producer Ryan today, kind of piped in through our remote commentary setup, we can hear the air guns in the background and kind of tip me off to this being a really opportune time to knock out a tire change. We've done 4 hours of on-track racing. We've got just under 3 hours left to go. And even with today being fairly cloudy, you don't want to get caught out there in the warm conditions with well-worn tires trying to stretch a set of your chosen brand through to the end of the race. So this is kind of that moment where, with needing to drag 2 cars out of the gravel trap at turn 5 in separate operations, and now put the 997 on the back of a flatbed, this is your chance to come in and basically penalty-free or time loss-free, let's say, get these tires done. Maybe you cost yourself a minute, but out on track in terms of real race pace, maybe you're costing yourself only 20 or 30 seconds of track position. Well worth it.
I'm not sure which car it is, but I believe it's down in turn number 11. We have a car stopped on driver's left as well, one of the green machines.
65 is what is noted in the race control log. That's headed up into turn number 9, or through number 9.
Turn 9, yeah. That is the Open Throttle Racing number 65, the 2004 BMW 330.
We had a moment earlier in this race where all 4 of the Open Throttle cars were...
I noticed that as well.
Were stacked right together.
It was like 32nd, 33rd, 34th, 35th, or something like that. Yeah, they were all tied together, spread out now. They got the 66 up into 26th overall, then 30th, 31st, and 34th.
I apologize.
So the 66 had to change it.
It was 4 out of the 5. We were missing one of them because they do have 5 cars here this weekend.
Oh, yes. The 63 currently running 43rd overall.
I'm not sure we've had 5 Open Throttle cars on the same weekend before. 6 might be a new one for us. And they'll run any car basically anywhere.
Absolutely.
See them in historic racing. We're able to be a part of a race they ran at the end of last season down at Daytona for the HSR Classic 24. And then got that car turned around and brought it right to Sebring for an 8-8 at the end of 2023.
As the safety crew picks up this car here at the start of turn number 5, the 997 machine. The 65 still stopped down there in turn number 9. I believe they shut that car off as well.
Yeah, kind of 4 separate operations going on here.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, we had to drag the 52 out. We had to drag the 997 out. We had to put the 997 on a flatbed, and now we've got to go pick up that Open Throttle BMW, the number 65. So...
And just an update under this full course caution, a 1-lap penalty has been issued to the Open Throttle Racing number 66 machine. So their front-running car in 26 has been issued a 1-lap penalty in GP2. As we continue to clean things up here today, thanks to everyone for joining us on the streams this morning and afternoon. Now 2:08 p.m. Eastern time, 1:08 local time at Barber Motorsports Park. Still a couple hours of racing to go, just over 2 hours and 50 minutes of race time. So lots of action still in store for you here this afternoon on the World Racing League, powered by DriversEye Live. And like I said, thanks for joining us, and we're glad you're here with us.
One of our favorites of the year in terms of the quality of racing.
Absolutely.
We are fortunate enough to get. Yesterday came down to like 16 seconds on track. One of my favorite races was the end of the 2022 running of this event. Sunday afternoon, Saturday or Sunday afternoon, run to the checkered flag between Cole Lofsgaard in the WRL3 Racing BMW M4 and stretching myself here. I think it was maybe the JTR Motorsports Engineering car. Actually, I have to go back and watch now. But 10 seconds separated those cars for the whole of the last hour. Cole would occasionally pick up a few tenths here and then give back a few tenths there. And yeah, just always seems to produce at least one, but usually two really, really good races and really, really exciting conclusions for our endurance racing here. One of the real treats we get on the annual World Racing League calendar.
And you can see it here today. This racetrack really invites great racing, great side-by-side action. We've seen 2 wide, we've seen 3, we've even seen 4 here at Barber, which you don't often see at some of these road courses. And just an update on that penalty for the number 66 open throttle racing machine that was overturned. So the 1-lap penalty is no more. That is going to be just a warning for that team. So a bit of a sigh of relief for them.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. I assume what that means is that that car had a pit lane infraction earlier. Actually, it didn't. It was a exceeding speed under code 35 penalty, but that's the first time they've picked up any sort of action in the pit lane. So yeah, penalty being overturned there is correct and notated as such, so that there's no question as to whether or not some action was taken after the initial, and then the warning obviously issued there. So they're kind of out of their jokers in the pit lane. No more mistakes, no more visor issues, fire bottle issues, fueling issues, driving through too many pit stalls, whatever the case might be. All the safety rules that we've got in place in the pit lane meant to keep both our pit marshals and our pit lane team members safe. They all get grouped into one bucket, and if you violate any of them, you get one warning, and then the second one is a 1-lap penalty.
Definitely a good way to do it. Give them a brief warning, a little slap on the hand, let them know that you can't do that, and then if you do it again, well, it's going to cost you, and that's potentially what it could have been there for the 66. Luckily, that was overturned, but we are green once again.
Kind of hear it before we see it at the last corner. Yeah. You can hear all the acceleration off in the distance, and then immediately comes into view the number 59 Stratus NP01. A couple of open throttle BMWs in there as well. And with 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining, we're basically down to the standard IMSA race distance, something like 2.5 fuel runs left for us here, bearing in mind that most of our leaders will have been in for fuel and likely tires under this slightly lengthier code 35. Ended up completing 4 laps at the reduced pace.
Like we were just over 15 minutes in time under that full course yellow So like you mentioned, definitely a bit longer than what we've seen so far today, but we got everything cleaned up and we are back underway, which is always a good sign to see.
Yeah, worth noting as well here, the change in pace that we saw for a few of these cars after the restart, after the quiet hour restart. My guess is we'll have done some additional driver changes here. We've got a solid hour in. Good opportunity to do a less, let's say a driver change under, but a little bit of less pressure. Right, you're not worrying about giving up time under green. Keep an eye on the lap times for our lead 10 to 12 cars here, and we'll be able to see some of these margins begin to swing perhaps the other direction, or maybe a car haul itself up from the bottom end of the top 10 up towards the podium. Lots to change here inside the last 3 hours. Also worth noting, a rule here in the World Racing League is a 3-hour drive time limit during any single stint. So you can't be behind the wheel for more than 3 hours at a time. And now obviously being under 3 hours remaining, any driver you put in now legally can stay in the car to the end of the race. You don't have to, of course. Still plenty more opportunities to cycle your guys and girls through the driver's seat. But just maybe, if you're really pushing for a race win here, you put your fast driver in and let him cook.
That's exactly it. The team's engaged in these late race battle. I say late race, there's still nearly 3 hours to go, but in the closing stages of this one, you want to have your quickest driver in the car, close out those battles, get those positions, and earn those solid points that you definitely need in the season-long battles here. But just taking a look at some of the battles on the racetrack, obviously the Stratus 59 has that lead by quite a margin in the GTU class over, I believe the second car in class is the Stratus 60, who has been our quickest car here today, Brendan. The only car to dip below the 1 minute and 30-second mark with a 1:29.976, so pretty quick out of that machine. And in GTO, it's TLM Mona ahead of the ACP Tangerine Associates car. That is about 13.5 seconds separating those two. We'll keep an eye on it over the next couple of laps, see if maybe that lead compresses a little bit and they get closer in that battle. So still a long way to go here today. Like we said, just under 2 hours, 45 minutes now here at Barber.
Good point about the fastest lap for the number 60. That is the only time this weekend we've seen a car underneath the 1 minute and 30 barrier. Doesn't really count for anything in this case, but that is
some pride.
Over 5 seconds quicker than any car went here last year. Now, from memory,
Wow.
GTU didn't participate in this event last year. We're a little concerned about car count and kind of pick. The GTU championship was a subset of the national championship, whereas this year the GTU class is eligible to participate at every event, and putting the pace and styling of that car, let's say the performance window of that car, to good use here. 129 is getting down to it around this 2.3 mile layout. A couple of visitors up there on the bridge headed into turn number 7. If you missed our discussions about that yesterday, that bridge actually connects directly to the Barber Vintage Museum that stands on the grounds here of Barber Motorsports Park. It's not a museum I've had the chance to visit. I've repeated trips to the track in the Birmingham area, but it provides an opportunity once you've had your chance to check out the vintage and classic motorcycles and race cars that are housed in that beautiful facility just outside of turn 8. You have the opportunity to go walk across the platforms and the landings that stand out over the run from turn 6 to 7, and then stretch out. Well, they go the exit of turn 8 first, and then up through the forest, across turn 7, and then you can get a really nice top-level view of the exit of turn 3 and the climb up into turn 4 through the first half of the lap.
It's definitely a cool opportunity to get to go out there and view the racetrack from a different vantage point than what you might typically get. And I've never been to that museum myself either, but I know coming through the airport at Birmingham, the museum itself has a great display set up near the baggage carousel. They have an open wheel car sitting there, a bunch of trophies, some
Great.
classic apparel from the drivers. It's really cool. And if you ever get a chance to fly through Birmingham, definitely check it out.
If only we could get Barber to be involved in the rental car facility at the Birmingham Shuttlesworth Airport. Put some upgrades into that one as well.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is our daily rental car talk here on DriversEye Live. Featured a little bit yesterday. Today, we take aim Birmingham Shuttlesworth Airport rental car facility. Those of you who know will bear that discussion out. I am a little bit genuinely, kind of personally bummed not to be there this weekend. Barber is one of my favorite venues. Birmingham has kind of found neat little corner of the world for itself in the way that people spend their time there. It's got a great identity. Some older buildings in that town have been repurposed and are now used for small businesses and social gathering places, breweries if you're into that sort of thing. Plenty of those in the Birmingham area, up into Trussville as well as you head into the suburbs. And the scenery there, you tend to think of Alabama and that part of the world as being coastal and flat and humid and just all sort of looking the same, but actually it's kind of built into the side of a pretty large range of hills there just to the east of downtown Birmingham.
It definitely is a unique area. It's not like something I've ever really experienced, and you go to Alabama and you really get that old town vibe sort of feel to it, and everyone just so inviting, so friendly in Birmingham and nearby Gadsden and areas like that, Lincoln, Alabama as well. Just always love my visits down there. Can't wait to get back there, hopefully this summer. And when I go there, I'll have to check out the museum at Barber for sure.
I highly recommend a trip to Tuscaloosa as well. I've never been, but family members of mine, big Alabama football fans. It's pretty much life down there, anywhere in northern Alabama. I guess unless you're an Auburn fan, in which case, I guess best of luck. I don't really know what to do with that.
That's the best way to put it. Best of luck, folks. Best of luck.
Do you have an equivalent of Birmingham in your part of Ontario up there?
Not really.
Okay.
Honestly, it's just completely different than anything else. I mean, I love driving up to Calabogie. I think that's a cool place. Some older style buildings there as well. Some incredibly friendly people, and the racing facility absolutely top notch. The longest racetrack in all of Canada as well, at about 3.1 miles out there at Calabogie, and had a chance to do some flagging there over the past couple of years. Really cool experience, except when we got hit by a tornado as I was flagging in turn number 3.
Yo.
Yeah, that was wild. My second time ever driving solo on that race course was during tornado conditions, and you couldn't see anything.
Can't be a World Racing League if you don't cover various parts of the globe, and I guess there's no better place to start than Canada. So, RJ Till, let's talk about Calabogie. Actually, what I really think needs to happen is an all-GTO 1-hour exhibition race during Trois-Rivières.
That would be cool. Trois-Rivières is a really cool place.
I have an unreasonable fascination with that event. I don't know if it was just the Speed Vision, Speed Channel coverage back in the day, little street course bull ring up there. They kind of call it their little mini Monaco up there, nestled in between Quebec City and Montreal. And would love to see a race like this, a good multi-class race. They obviously don't have the scheduling opportunity to squeeze an enduro in there, a proper enduro. They used to run Grand Am and LMS races back in the day, but it'd be cool to see these types of cars and this mixed, varied field up at a place like that.
We can only hope and add it to our wish list. Maybe sometime in the future we'll be able to see a race at Grand Prix Trois-Rivières up here in the Quebec area. But just looking at a couple of the gaps in the field, looks like we have a battle for 9th in class in the GTO field. Random Vandals Racing currently holds that spot. They're about 3 seconds ahead of the 909 for automatic racing. And this one could get a little tight over the next couple of laps, running very similar lap times. Actually, this time separated by about a second and a half. But that's one battle to keep an eye on throughout this one. And of course, the other class as well, GP1, ASM leads that one currently. They are scored 12th overall, ahead of the Palomar 38 machine in 14th. The PC Racing 44 finds themselves in position number 15 as well. Looking back at GP2, it's Ruben ASF Motorsports leading the way in that group, currently scored 23rd. 34 seconds back is the Rockwell Autosport Development 715 machine, and the Open Throttle Racing 66, third in that class. GP3, the AOA Racing 85 leads, I believe, by about a lap or so over the AOA Racing number 55 and the AOA 75. So top three for AOA Racing in GP3.
Color there in the background. That's the number on that black or kind of charcoal colored car. Should appear off the left-hand side of our camera here. Oh, we'll cut back to it. It's the Audi RS3 from Tooth Autosport. A full day for both of those Tooth entries. Already talked about that a little earlier on in our broadcast.
Yeah, unfortunate day for the team out of Calibogie. Like you guys mentioned, have a shop. Ooh, this is getting a little tight here in turn 5. That could have been some contact there on entry,
So
but
172 was involved in that. I think they got away through there fairly cleanly.
I believe so.
I want to take a look up in GTO. We mentioned a couple of minutes ago we like to let things sort of shake themselves out here and get a feeling for what the updated race pace of these cars is going to be like now that we've had full driver change, pit stop, and potentially tire sequence as well. Thunder Buddy Racing 225 back into the 134s. So all is well with that Toyota Supra. 134s as well for the number 2 for Team ACP Tangerine Associates, which means that the lead battle in GTO is now just 8.8 seconds. The 888 TLM Mona Aston lapping in the 35s and 36s as that car begins to kind of settle into this next fuel run here. NFC Motorsports in the 37's last lap has been in the 35s, and the margin up to the Thunder Bunny Supra is just 20 seconds. So now we can throw it even further back to the GTR 99 Supra, 136s for that car at the moment. So we're going to see a compression here at the top of GTO, particularly this lead battle between the 888 and the number 2. That's Aston Martin and BMW. And eventually, I guess we're going to get the 225 into the mix as well.
And looking at the lap times now, the TLM Aston able to drop down to a 134.7 compared to the ACP number 2 machine running a 134.8 with that BMW. So very similar times. It's going to stabilize a little bit here. So what we might see come into play is potentially some deeper lunges in the corners, try to gain a little bit of extra time. Strategy going to come into play as well as we get down to the closing stages of this one. Of course, just over 2.5 hours remaining. So getting down to the nitty gritty, everyone knows that it's just about time to go and get whatever you can get out there. So we'll keep an eye on those lap times, continue to follow along between the battles for the lead in GTO, because, you know, we've trimmed off about 6 seconds over the last handful of laps in that gap between the TLM Moda at 888 and the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates machine, as 9.1 seconds at the line this time, Brendan.
Yeah, the word that comes to mind as we enter this phase of the race is consistency, right? If you've got a gap you need to close down, whether it's because of pit stops or whatever has presented itself to you throughout your day, you can't take big chunks out here at Barber, right? The racetrack doesn't necessarily lend itself to just going 4, 5, 6 seconds quicker than your opponents, or having some big car-based advantage, right? It's just a little bit too technical of a track for that to really be the case. What we saw at the end of the race day yesterday was that it was very easy for cars to lap inside of a normal window in the 34s and 35s towards the end of the day. The outliers were the 1-minute 32s and 33s at the hands of the pro drivers, and the 1-minute 39s and 40s when you were really socked in traffic. And it was those 39s and 40s that eventually kind of doomed the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes in the run to the flag for GTO. And if it were possible to just bring those outliers in a little bit, right, to be a little bit more, not aggressive in traffic in an elbows out sort of way, but in a, maximize your mid-corner speed sort of way, and making sure that you are not giving up any advantage where your car is quicker than the cars around you or the car you're chasing. Stringing together 35, 35, 35, 37 in traffic instead of 34, 35, 34, 39 is obviously a better outcome. And you can only control so much of that, but minimize the mistakes, be predictable and aggressive and decisive in working your way through traffic, and string those laps together, and eventually you'll be able to claw that whatever margin it is you're chasing back down. Same goes for the TLM USA and Kingpin battle back in 8th and 9th. Very similar to the lead battle we have at the moment. 9.1 seconds is the margin there, and just ever so slightly, in the grand scheme of things, the pace is in favor of the 11 from Kingpin. Last time it was a 136.1 for that car, 137.6 for the red Aston Martin Vantage.
And we do have a report here on our race control information from race control. Of course, the 225 Thunder Buddy Racing under investigation for a bit of contact going into turn number 6 not too long ago. So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe something may further develop out of that incident. And just an update as well on the current conditions at the racetrack. Temperature has gone up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, so a 15 degrees swing from what we started with this morning. So track temperature definitely going to start to climb a little bit as we continue to put some rubber down in the racetrack, continue to put laps and put that heat into this track surface. The gap now between the TLM Moto 888 and the number 2 ACP BMW is currently at 8.7 seconds separating those two cars. So getting a little bit closer. Last time by about half a second quicker for the ACP BMW over the TLM Aston. So if you continue to get that half a second each and every lap, yes, it'll take quite a bit of time to catch up, but you're still going to keep clawing into that lead and eventually work into a battle for the class lead. And I think we're on our way to getting towards that here.
Yeah, looking also at the Palomar versus PC Racing battle in GP1, that one's 23 seconds on the road. Lead battle in GP2 is 35 seconds at the moment. That's to go with our single-digit battles between the lead in GTO and back a little bit further down in that class as well. Just nothing is happening very quickly at the moment. Right? This is a game of a couple of hundred laps, and nobody's making any great rush to try and pick up all the time in one go, nor is it really possible. So you just watch these margins come down bit by bit or grow out bit by bit, and you wait for something to kind of kick off that requires our attention here up in the booth and via our trackside cameras for whatever we've got left of them at the moment. But there is still plenty of intrigue headed into this final stanza of the race, which is positive.
Most definitely, and we'll continue to monitor these battles, as will you, of course, at home. As what a great day of racing, though, so far here at Barber. Like we mentioned earlier, some great side-by-side battles, some great 3-4 wide action. We've had a couple of full course yellows as well, and now out here kind of stringing along in the later portions of today's race, able to have that separation and cook off a couple of green flag laps. And that's exactly what you want to see in the middle portion of the day. You want to see the continuous green flag, which allows the strategy to come into play, which allows the driver changing up their style a little bit to be put on show. And that's what we've seen so far. We've seen some drivers make some big gains. We've also seen some other teams fall back either with adversity or maybe even a driver error or two as the field does continue on. It's been a good day so far at Barber. Watching a little bit further back, that Stratus 60 machine continues to climb up through the field. Obviously a big chunk of laps back from the Stratus 59, but great effort out of that team. Continuously the quickest car on the racetrack, and like we mentioned earlier, the only car below a minute 30 at a 129.976. Exceptionally quick time out of that car, and hopefully they're taking some notes after what was a great recovery from early issues for that car. Some updates as well from race control not too long ago. The number 75 machine, which was in a battle in GP3, one of the AOA racing cars, did slow on the racetrack, working its way through turn number 2. It is now pit side, so under the attention of that particular crew. That is one of the few cars currently listed on pit road alongside the Tooth Autosports number 122 Honda Civic. We saw numerous issues for that team. The round 3 racing number 70 Porsche 991 GT3 also currently sitting on pit road with a handful of other cars back there as well. Just continuing the lap through here with just under 2.5 hours remaining. It has been status quo at the front. The Stratus 59, the TLM Mona, and the ACP Tangerine Associates number 2 is your top 3 as we run.
Still with you here, just coordinating with our man Ryan West. We're trying to move some cameras around or at least deal with the service issues. We're kind of okay this morning, but as business is picked up here in the afternoon and the Alabama Boat Show and Expo is taking over the grounds of Barber Motorsports Park there on the other side of the circuit, out to the east. It's just hamstring us a little bit for trackside coverage, but we will press on nevertheless and bring you through to the end of our 15 total hours of racing, 7 hours today from Barber Motorsports Park. Thanks for being with us and thanks for being a part of it. Incidentally, we will leave the cellularly challenged grounds of Leeds, Alabama, and head in just a month's time back up to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Round 3 of the 2024 World Racing League season. And happy to say that we're pretty certain World Racing League will be hosting the first competitive event on the new surface at that venue. Repaved for the first time since late 2005, early 2006. So we've had nearly 20 years on that surface and fielded a number of discussions about where that facility was headed and were they making the types of investments they deserve to be or should have been making. And happy to say that I think we've come a long way with where that facility is at, and I don't think it's going to stop with that new surface. Looks great. It was already done at the end of last year and has had time to cure over the winter. And again, should be ready to go racing by the time we get to April 5th, 6th, and 7th, where Ryan will once again be on site to bring you all the action. Around 15 hours of racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
That should definitely be a fun one. Obviously, like you mentioned, the freshly paved surface, you're going to see that develop and change even just throughout the 3 days that the World Racing League will be on site, with the test day Friday, 8 hours on Saturday, and 7 hours again on Sunday. You're going to see changes in that track surface with each and every lap put on it, as it's always fun to see how the track characteristics change. We have a couple cars on pit road there. Looks like that will be a scheduled stop for them. Getting towards that portion of today's race.
That Porsche, yeah, Ryan makes a correct observation. That Porsche's been in a few times lately already. That is the number, I think it's the number 70. It is. It's been
the round 3 racing machine. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the trim.
They've had a tough day.
Car. Josh Balicki, one of the drivers on that entry list. That car had so much promise at the start of the day. Was running in 3rd overall through the first few laps of the race, and then was the cause, or one of the causes, of our first code 35 of the day on lap number 6 after some contact down there. I think from memory it was down at turn 5.
Turn 8.
Oh, turn 8, right. It went off at turn 8, but there was contact at 2 and 3. So
correct,
side-to-side contact with one of the Aston Martins out of the TLM stable. And both of those cars ended up a little worse for wear, but much, much worse off for that number 70. Interesting that that car has, I mean, been in and out of the pits basically all day. I think we're up to 9 or 10 pit stops for that car. And yeah, it just hasn't really found the consistency. I don't know that all of them are related to that early contact, but whatever it is seems to be some type of recurring issue. Again, I had the potential to be up in the top 5 based on what we saw out of that car early on this morning. At some point, I think you got to acknowledge the positives and say that by all accounts, for the first time we've run a 991.2 Porsche GT3 Cup in the World Racing League, that car has the potential to be really, really competitive if it can string the day together. So hopefully by the time we get to Mid-Ohio, we're able to see a little bit more pace out of that number 70 Porsche.
Yeah, just a moment ago, you did see the hood go up on that number 70 machine. Just trying to work through some gremlins under the hood on that car. Hopefully they're able to get it fixed up. And, you know, you mentioned Josh Balicki, one of the drivers for that team. He's had a tough start to his racing season. Was behind the wheel, the number 92 for DGM Racing in the NASCAR Xfinity Series at Daytona. Unfortunately, got punted into an incident from behind. That ended a rather promising day for him. And now, of course, the mechanical gremlins here today at Barber Motorsport Park. So he himself is hoping for a nice rebound going forward, as is this team, of course, looking ahead to Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, you don't come to the World Racing League looking for a quick juice of positive energy. This is kind of the place you come to prove that you've got what it takes when it comes to perseverance and getting yourself to a checkered flag. It's actually rarely an easy day for drivers and crews. They're making a lot of very quick decisions. Those who are, let's say, more involved in pro racing kind of have to tone themselves down from being, let's say, taking a managed or a calculated risk down to taking no risk because of how contact is treated in this series, and rightly so. You've got to kind of put yourself in a different mindset, and it means that you actually might come out of the car a little bit more exhausted than you otherwise would be. You're dealing with, in some cases, cars that aren't meant to be doing, 15, 16 hours of racing in a weekend. They weren't designed to do, in what a lot of cases is a season's worth of running in 2 days, 3 days. So you kind of come to these events and these types of events, yes, for the track time value, but also to pull together as a team and to fight through the tough stuff so that when you do finally get a result, it is that much sweeter. And unfortunately for the 70, yeah, you're starting the season off on a back foot. Yes, you'd much rather have, 8 hours of running in third, like we had very early on this morning, but so rarely do you actually have races pan out that way, and that'll make the result that much sweeter when we do finally see that car where by rights we think it ought to be.
And one thing you just said right there, it makes the I guess the gratification of a successful weekend feel so much better, so much more rewarding when you can bounce back from these weekends that you experience early in the season. And that's one of the joys of having a long season and a season-long championship fight, is you can have a bad weekend, and if you bounce back the next week and continue charging forward through the end of the schedule, you can still set yourself up for a potential championship run. And that's what they're hoping for, of course, with that number 70 team, as is everyone that's going to be running full time. Anytime you have a chance to go out there, get some points, have a good race day, you're going to absolutely do it. As we continue on here, just watching the battles, and we had mentioned the battle between the TLM Mona 888 and the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. That gap now at 6 seconds, as the number 2 machine was about a second and a half quicker last time by over the TLM Mona 888. So those gaps getting even tighter, shrinking a lot more, as you know, these drivers are approaching a potential pit stop here shortly. Just kind of taking a look, see when they last came down pit road. Definitely coming up on a pit stop in the next little while here for both the TLM Mona and that ACP Tangerine BMW. A couple other battles throughout the field we're taking a look at. That Stratus 60 that we mentioned earlier, now up to the 13th position overall, still 7 laps back from the race lead. Doing a nice job running the quick times and rebounding from that bad start that they had to the day, but just continuing to keep our eyes on all of these battles throughout the field.
Yeah, taking a look at expected pit stop windows here moving forward with thanks to our back-end timing system. It's a little tough to tell because we haven't had a whole lot of full green flag running, let's say, through.
That's exactly it.
So our stint lengths are obviously always implied, but we've got 40 plus laps for a handful of these cars, so a little bit closer to accurate. We think TLM Mona expected in about 16 laps. Somewhere between 40 and 45, I think, is going to be the target for most of these cars. So if we stay green moving forward here, it'd be maybe only another 20 minutes or so before we start to see these cars, 15 to 20 minutes before we start to see these cars peel off for what is probably going to be their second to last stops, based on where we stand at this moment, 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining. And what we know about these stint lengths. Pit stop also expected for the Stratus 59 in, well, it might be a little bit longer, laps or so there. It'll be a busy pit lane, though, when we do get to that point. Obviously, the long full course yellow to extract cars out of the turn 5 gravel meant that we kind of brought everybody in at the same time and reset our fuel runs from pretty level point.
And that could make things a little bit interesting as well, now that everyone's kind of on the same page, same strategy so far. Do you go for that undercut, see if you can maybe gain some position, or do you stay status quo for now to make sure that you maximize the amount of fuel that you have in the car? It's going to be interesting to see who opts to go when.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much, you don't really have too much concern about not being able to make it home. And as long as you can get inside that 2 hour, 5 minute mark, you should be pretty clear to make it through on, like we said, 2 more stops, 1 more stop after the next. The question is, if you get a code 35,
well, that shakes everything up.
It does. You definitely pit, but it's outside of your window, so it leaves us up here as we analyze the last, stanza of this 7-hour enduro. It leaves us with a lot more questions than answers at that point. On board the number 59, camera looks great because it's sitting stationary in the pit lane, undergoing
a little driver change action. Yeah.
Kind of neat to see.
This is a good behind the scenes look at what happens during these driver changes.
And in particular for these cars, these are the smallest cars by some margin on the World Racing League grid. These GTU NPO1s are, for all intents and purposes, a single-seater. Driver sits much closer to the center of the car than you would otherwise. And even though the camera is just shifted off to the right-hand side, you see the driver cam also over the right shoulder of the car. Much, much less free space inside the cockpit of that car than you'd have in your average BMW
Wow.
or certainly even a Mazda Miata.
The timing on that driver change was exceptional. Great job by that team. You think they practiced this a time or
Yeah,
two?
no kidding. Yeah. You know, we talk as we head over to a slightly revised turn 1 camera, quick off and on, to celebrate the return of a view of the exit of turn 1 by the Dexter Racing number 61.
Here's the
59
Stratus.
hits as well. It's neat to see. Obviously, we've got plenty of opportunity to practice these driver changes.
No doubt.
It's easy to blame a bad day or a tough result or something subpar, let's say, on well, this other car was faster, or oh, we caught bad luck in a safety car, or you know, something that you feel befell you and your team. I've always found it's just, and we've borne this out from a couple of interviews, it's just easier to focus on the things you can control, right? You can control your strategy. You can control, you know, your team's performance in the pit lane, your driver changes, and your ability to minimize time loss in the aspects of the race where you are most vulnerable. And that is where that is, because the on-track driving is just down to the driver, right? Get them coached up down in the pit lane from a pro or, you know, somebody who's got experience locally, and let them go out on track and be smart and race well. But you, as a team, have much more control over what happens in the pit lane and how you call your strategy. So focus on getting that right. And it's nice to see that the squad behind this number 59, the Stratus Racing Squad, who, of course, has been around the World Racing League for ages, has put real effort into that and getting the little things right. Stratus Racing team out of Washington, well, based in Washington, headquartered in Washington. I think they've had their shop more recently moved to, I think, the Indianapolis area. I stand to be corrected on that, but I know they certainly aren't hauling their cars back and forth from Pacific Northwest, but largely focused on racing here in the WRL, with the occasional appearance in some of these NPO1 Sprint Series.
It's always nice to see them branch out a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely an endurance racing team, though, and for my money here, I have my own opinions about which car I think should be running in the GTU category. But
full course caution, Brendan.
Oh yeah,
I believe it's as a result of a turn 8 spin by the 56 Panos car.
That camera is up even on a static basis. You might be able to catch that down the exit of turn number 7.
See if we can get a look at that one. Might just be out of frame at this point.
Yeah, it would be the 2 cameras down from this, headed underneath the bridge, although that camera may have since actually gone down rather than sort of fighting for its data transmitting life.
So with this full course yellow, is it safe to assume that most of the field's going to come down if they haven't already?
Just talked about this, Robert, didn't we?
We did indeed.
The answer is yes, of course, you bring your car down, you take advantage of this opportunity, but it just may leave you on the outside edge of your fuel range if, by the grace of God, we ended up going green from here till the end. Now, that's not likely, so you can't put a whole lot of stock into that, but you as a team, you as a driver, need to work and make sure that this is your opportunity to get into the pit lane, get fuel into the car, maybe change drivers for the last time before the checkered flag, and then we'll work out the details later. Because as we talked about yesterday, right, the target is minimize time loss in the pit lane, and the way that you do that is to make pit stops as much as you can under code 35, right? Do not make a green flag pit stop if you can avoid it. Well, how do you protect against that? Well, you pit the car every time there's a code 35 so that you have the maximum range available to you before the next code 35 or before your next pit stop, right? You end up much, much better protected against a long green flag run. And we saw yesterday, it didn't really bite the 888 car that crossed the line first in GTO who didn't pit under every code 35, every full course yellow that we had. But there are many, many instances in the past where it has. Yeah, left side of your screen here, looking at the shift up now by AE Victory. Audi R8 LMS tucked
They've
in
been
behind an
really
ACP
squeezed
car.
in today.
It's a tight pit lane, Robert. 60 cars is the maximum we can handle here by virtue of it being just 2.3 miles. So we've got the car and traffic density way up. Unfortunately, it means we've also got the pit lane density way up. Room for 60 cars, but not much else.
Yeah, and that's really tough because we are actually pretty close to that 60 car limit here today. We had 54 cars on site for this one, and not much room to spare. We've seen, unfortunately, for that team, they haven't really had much opportunity to get a clean entry or exit to pit road because, well, they've been tucked in really tight in the middle. So we continue to watch pit road here. A bunch of teams coming down, get some service tires. You can hear the air guns absolutely revving up here today. Fuel change and potentially some driver changes as well behind the wheel of these cars as we're getting down to the closing 2 hours of this one. And you're going to want to take that driver change whenever you can without potentially losing too much time, Brendan. So a full course yellow, definitely a great opportunity to take advantage of that.
Yeah, not just a great opportunity, it's the right call here. And
of course,
whatever this incident is down at turn number 8, I think we've got enough time here to make to get these pit stops done. We even heard some tire changes there in the background during this code 35. Hopefully it doesn't last as long as the last one. We were said earlier right around 15 minutes for that one. This one hopefully a little bit quicker. But it does set us up for a really interesting run to the checkered flag here, both in terms of strategy and in sort of processing this next batch of driver changes and watching these gaps come up or down.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how these drivers approach the closing 2 hours. And I believe another tool that's coming into play for Mid-Ohio, Brendan, is the introduction of the driver ID, which will actually allow us to know who's behind the wheel of these cars at all times. So that will be a pretty cool tool to have the opportunity to use.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's been a long time coming for us here as well. We love talking about the cars and we love talking about the racing and the strategy, obviously. But we would also like the opportunity to talk about some of these drivers and the people that make up the World Racing League paddock. And in some ways for ourselves, too, to kind of process the flow of a race in a way that is, leaves a little bit less up to a guess or some type of supposition. So we'll look forward to that pending the availability of all of that hardware by the time we get to Mid-Ohio for Flagtronics. But it's a system that should function seamlessly with the rest of the Flagtronics suite. It's been a good safety addition, first and foremost, for the drivers and the teams in the World Racing League paddock. And as it becomes mandatory through the 2024 season, it has some benefits for us, those of us that are watching from afar as well. Also, of course, at Mid-Ohio, the move to a spec tire in the general production classes. First time the World Racing League has headed down this pathway. It'll be the Continental brand and a certain brand of tire from their stable. Size is still open, of course. We run the size of tire that fits your car in GP 1, 2, and 3. Still an open tire formula in the Grand Touring classes, but it leaves those GP classes with a tire that is designed to last a full race distance, therefore keeping costs down. It's a relatively affordable tire as well, and good to have Continental on board the series headed into 2024. Also worth noting, we had Stand 21 Racewear join the World Racing League family since we were last with you down at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Ryan West is back with us as well.
I am.
He sounded excited right there.
Yeah,
Stand 21 makes a nice suit, man. They make a really, really nice
and
suit.
the deal-
And the price was very
Yeah.
reasonable for a custom suit.
very, I mean, genuinely an excellent deal. We're not just promoting them because they're partners of the World Racing League. It is actually a genuinely impressive number. If you're into the idea of getting a custom race suit or are in need of other safety products, take a look at Stand 21. Post was made a couple of days ago in the World Racing League, on the World Racing League page with a link to how you can get involved in that. So, all new things for the WRL in 2024, but the racing is the same great racing we've come to love. The endurance aspect of it is just as important as it's always been. The broadcasts are what they are, and yeah, we're here to have a great time with it and to be a part of a paddock that we've grown to love over the last. This is our 4th year now,
Yes.
covering the series more or less full time. What are things like out there, Ryan? What are you seeing, feeling, hearing, smelling, trackside? Temperature coming up a little bit?
Temperature's coming up a little bit. There is some sun mildly poking through on the kind of the back stretch on the way to like turn 10.
Yeah, finally.
That's starting to be a little bit of a thing here with around 2 hours remaining. Yeah, no, not a whole lot extra or new to report. Feeling pretty spread out at this point, so I wasn't able to see any door-to-door action, as it were, as far as for position anyway. Short of standing next to every single camera and just hitting refresh, I don't know what else I can do about the cameras.
Yeah, it is what it is. The good news is this is the worst it'll be all season. So
That's true. The turn 1 angle, right, that you said was working momentarily at least, do you like that better than the initial one?
I do. I've actually put cameras there before.
Okay.
And it seemed to be a little bit better, but I didn't remember turn 1 being this bad, the lower angle. So
It's that grouping of trees and that little hill to the left right there really is what locks the tower. So I think you either need to be further right or further left from where I had the cameras placed. And that's why I think that turn 2 camera is working, because it's a little bit further to the right.
theoretically can move the turn 2 camera out there well, but not the most important thing. I think at this point we've got what we've got.
Yep. Is this all we've got? Is the 3?
I think we've got 4.
4. Oh, good. Okay, great. Love it.
It's an improvement.
Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Yeah, the backside of turn 13 over there too. That giant hill. That's once I realized where the cell tower was, it was very apparent to me which ones were and weren't going to work.
Yeah.
And so I tried to, and it was just like, there's not a whole lot of choice here.
Now, if we could get up on the bridges.
Boy, I tried, man. I'd love to. You know me. I love climbing stuff at the track.
Yeah, you don't have to climb. You just go
That's true.
through
Those stairs.
museum
Yeah.
there,
Just go through the museum.
That would have added a substantial amount of time. To
No
mine.
kidding.
I don't know why there's not stairs on the other side.
Yeah. Excuse me, can you make sure that somebody is here at 6:30 in the morning to open the museum?
I got here at 6:30, and that was the right amount of time. I still wished I had been here about 15 minutes earlier than I was.
This is the move. 6:15. But anyway.
I forget that I have to pack literally everything on the Sunday morning because I'm not going back to that hotel.
Isn't that the worst part of having to go somewhere on the same day as you're checking out of the hotel?
Yeah, that's really not very fun.
You're already tired. The first day was kind of a long day. You're, in the mode where you're ready to move on, but that 15 minutes staring at a 4:45 or a 5 o'clock alarm to get your stuff together and get out it's a pretty bleak feeling.
Yeah, that's awful.
You're headed up to Mid-Ohio next, Ryan, and then likely headed also to Road America the end of April. Oh, that's not true. You're actually headed to Homestead.
A little bit of Florida sun for you.
I don't think Ryan's a big fan of that. There are those of us who would outright reject Florida sun given the opportunity.
Oh,
I put my-
absolutely not.
Nah, I put my years in down there. I'm good. Happy to be here in the Northeast. Now under the 2 hours to go bracket, we've been on track for 5 hours of racing action, plus the quiet hour through the middle portion of the day. Now kind of splitting this second half of the race in half, if that makes sense. 4 hours of racing post red flag, and just wrapped up the first two left to go. Yeah, this
Still-
has been a substantially longer full course yellow than I think I would have anticipated.
Yeah, we're about 15 minutes in so far. I haven't necessarily seen much movement on the racetrack of any sort of safety equipment within our camera shot. So not too sure if we've gotten it cleaned up as of yet. And under this full course caution, a report from race control indicated as well the number 65 open throttle racing machine came to a stop in turn number 12. I believe they've been able to continue on. Just a rough day for that team as well.
4 minutes since that car was reported stopped over there, and I don't see any green BMWs in the pit lane where that car ought to be headed. So my guess is they're still out recovering that car on circuit, and that has kind of extended our full course yellow here. Never really got to the bottom of what caused our
Actually, if you
full
look
course yellow.
coming
I think
down pit lane now, I believe that's the 65 getting towed in behind the safety truck.
look to the left side of the shot here.
You may see it here shortly.
It was the 56 that spun, wasn't it? That brought out our full course
The
yellow.
Panos 56. That's correct.
No reports of that car continuing from its situation down there at turn 8. My guess is it's stuck headed down the chicane, but that camera is not anywhere near as cooperative as it was yesterday. We don't really have any vision of what went down there. Pretty standard recovery from our track crew here at Barber Motorsports Park. Go pull somebody out of the very motorcycle-friendly gravel traps. Find some of these tighter corners here at Barber Motorsports Park. And then obviously we've had it extended by the need to go recover this screen open throttle racing BMW.
So it does look like a penalty has been issued under this full course yellow, exceeding code 35 for the number 72. That is the BMW Motorsports GTO, the BMW M4 GT4 car. That's going to be a 1-lap penalty for that car. So another penalty handed out for exceeding the code 35 here today, and I believe Ryan West is standing by with another driver, Eric from the AOA 55 machine.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got Eric here with me in the AOA 55. Eric, real quick, please say your last name for me so I can take a swing at it.
Yeah, Pilipchuk. Eric.
Okay.
Eric Pilipchuk.
That was really close to what I was going to guess, but I was like, I'm going to do the professional thing and just ask. The real professional thing would have been to ask ahead of time, but it is what it is. As soon as we go back to green, Eric is actually going to get on as a sort of spotter for his driver in the 55 right now. So he may stop briefly. But Eric, driving the 55, you're in second place at the moment.
Yes.
I understand you're doing a little bit of driver coaching, but tell us about yesterday as far as the mixed conditions, how that was in a Miata versus, we've heard from some people in high power cars what it was like to drive in the rain and kind of the wet conditions. But tell me what it would have been like in that AOA MX-5.
I enjoyed it, to be honestly, every second. It was a very, very exciting start to me. A lot of cars, a lot of, you have to make a lot of right decisions.
Right.
Overall, experience in terms of a lot of cars, a lot of fast cars. But in Miata is very predictable, and Miata is very sensitive car. So it's capable of doing everything pretty much. So I felt very comfortable in that car.
Excellent, excellent. So I'm glad to hear that. And so, of course, as the sort of driver coach, you went ahead and took that on instead of sending somebody who needs coaching out into the abyss to go wheel to wheel in the rain, I imagine.
Yes, yes. And luckily we had also rain on Friday, and that worked out pretty good because I've learned, particular spots where it's very slippery and where it's maybe less slippery.
Right.
So that was very helpful.
I was placing tripods for the cameras for the broadcast on Friday, and I noticed that the entire sort of turn 7 complex there, probably a third to half of the cars weren't even trying to take it at a regular pace and just sliding the car all the way through the bottom and trying to get back to the power and going that way. And so it was really fun to watch, but it was like, boy, that trying to struggle for grip going down the hill and trying to turn on a top camber seems awful.
Yes.
And when you've got somebody else's race car underneath you, like, oh, I don't know.
Yes. I found that turn, you can have more pace if you just take one car length to the left.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's grip there. You just rotate the car and you go.
Okay, and so that's what we talk about with the wet line, the part that's not rubbered in, that hasn't been smoothed over. You can be over that side.
Yes.
How do you get back to the left? Because what I'm seeing is that people take that curb at the top almost dead on. Like I'd say probably 3/4 of the cars are taking the whole curb.
Yes.
So are you taking the whole curb and then getting the car back to the left, or are you staying to the right of the curve and then coming around it and back to the left?
No, I keep it to the left. Even in the rain, I still go on the paint surface, but I keep the car a little bit towards to the left, one car length. That's just enough to have enough grip. If you go straight ahead, it's slippery. I mean, you can still make it, but with a slower pace.
Gotcha. Okay. And so they were just about pulling. I think that towed car is currently around turn 13, so we should be able to go green here shortly. So in second place, I'm going to try to do some talking because I know we're about to go to green. You're going to want to call the start for us here. AOA, the 85, the 55, then followed by the 75. So AOA currently with a clean sweep as we go back to green here at Barber Motorsports Park with an hour and 50 remaining. AOA taking all top 3 spots in GP3. That's a pretty good result for AOA today, right?
Yes, and yesterday, just a few hours before the finish race, we were in the same position. But luck was not on our side, unfortunately. So that's why I'm very happy to have another race day where we can prove that we deserve 1, 2, 3. So let's hope for that. But again, this is racing, so nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what I had spoken to you about a little bit offline a moment ago, the number 75 today had a little bit of an issue.
Yes.
With the roof coming off. I'd spoken to Gino, and he said, oh, that wasn't me. You said it wasn't you. So do you know what happened with the 75 and the roof? It was very scary watching it come into turn 5, and you see the roof lift up about 45 degrees. What happened with that?
To be honestly, I wasn't aware of it. I saw some tape. So that just tells me that kind of makes sense why there is a tape there.
Yep.
But unfortunately,
no, it was. I watched it, come all the way down here. I was just paying attention, and then turn 5, and you see the whole right side, the right side was attached to the left side, and the whole thing comes up like that. And I imagine I've held one of those before. They're not light. And so I imagine the scare when that thing slams back down on the truck lid.
Yeah.
That's probably not a fun experience.
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, sometimes intentionally it happened. I mean, but luckily nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened. Everybody's safe. The car's in 3rd position right now. The 75 currently under fire, I think, from the number 62 of Open Throttle. So hopefully we'll be able to watch that battle kind of develop here. But you mentioned earlier that you were driver coaching this weekend.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Because it's something we don't hear a lot from. We talked to Johan pre-race one time, Johan Schwartz, about, what is the perspective of a driver coach? And not everybody was able to see that. So as a driver coach, what do you do to prepare to come into a weekend like this? Because obviously you have to prepare the normal way because you're going to be driving the car. But you have to figure out what your client needs, I imagine. Can you kind of walk me through that a little bit?
I believe that a big part of it is a mental training, is to prepare the customer or the driver mentally, what to expect, what to do instead. Give him some insights, give him a lot of information. So what I did, we talked about this weekend, a days prior. So we did some sim training. So we did some side by side. We did some passing. I was braking him. So I was preparing him overall for racing, right? That I think played a huge role. Then on the way here, we drove from Chicago, so we were almost the entire time we were talking about all kinds of scenarios. I showed him the videos from MX5 racing because those are very close races.
Right.
So we've talked about this, that, and so on. I mean, in driver coaching, yes, you can put, simplest ways to put, reference lap and hey, turn here, brake here, and rotate the car and so on. That's like what most majority coaches does, and that's good. But I think, like I said, mental preparation and giving them some sort of scenarios, what to do in particular. You cannot talk about everything, right?
Right.
But if you give, I think, the valuable information, that's what's going to help the driver to make the right decision in the right time.
I gotcha. So have you been pleased with how your pupil's been turned out so far?
Absolutely. I'm pleased. I'm actually surprised.
Okay.
how good his stint was and how well he did.
Excellent, excellent. And so then you had also mentioned offline that they've done such a good job and they're so sucked into this that now they want to get their own car.
Exactly. He's excited about this. He's like, I want to get a new car. He's excited about team sport, right? About endurance racing and about effort with what everybody has to put in order to win, right? To me, endurance racing and the racing team is like a watch, right?
Right.
So if every puzzle works well, team
should be working perfect.
Team's gonna win, right?
Yep.
So endurance racing is something really, really special. I mean, sprint races are good too, but the team effort and everyone has to know what to do. I mean, that's amazing.
Everybody here at DriversEye Live, we all cover, we cover sprint racing with FARA, with the SCCA. We also cover this, and I find myself coming back to this, and it's things that people have mentioned to me on and off air about it's a team sport, so there's more to it there. And it's a team sport insofar as you have to have quick pit stops too.
Yes.
The number 99 GTR, they used to run the BMW, now they have the Supra. There was a couple races last season where they were pulling 30 seconds on people just on pit stops.
Yes.
Because they're moving it. And so it permeates through everything that you get done. You have to have the car well prepared for sprint racing.
Of course.
Don't get me wrong there, but
yes.
it's just so much, it's pushed all the way to the front how important everything is. I have one more question for you, again, as kind of a coach in this sort of situation. AOA in the MX-5 Cup cars, basically, as far as setup is concerned, if you're coaching somebody, if you're in the early stages, you're probably not trying to get them to give setup feedback. Are you trying to get the car set up in such a way that it's easy for them to drive? Are you making changes throughout the weekend based on how they progress? How does that play into it, or does it at all?
I think you have to look up, first of all, what kind of experience the driver have. If it's a new driver and he wants to be consistent, the goal is not to win for him.
Right.
The goal is for him to be consistent, find his pace, and have the car controllable. So the best setup is a little bit understeer.
Okay.
Of course, some oversteer, but manageable.
Right.
So I would say for the beginner drivers, the safest way is to have the safest setup.
Okay. Perfect.
If someone who has experience know how to deal with understeer and make it oversteer, to me, driving first 3 hours, I wanted to have more loose car. I want to have more, but I didn't ask for any changes because I knew it's not only me driving this car, right?
Yep.
So I did what I could with my pace, which was, I think, not bad.
Right.
But overall, again, all the setup changes, I think in endurance racing, it's supposed to be good for all the drivers.
For everybody, yeah.
Right. So that makes sense. But overall, yeah, I mean, safe setup.
Safe setup, perfect. And the right car to do it in too. The Miata, it's been known for generations as the car to teach somebody how to drive quickly on.
Definitely.
And so it's already a known quantity. You mentioned on the simulator, I know at least in iRacing, basically that exact car is available to be driven in iRacing.
Yes,
So,
and it behaves very similar, very similar.
So what would the differences be?
The difference will be that I think you cannot feel the speed in iRacing, right? You can learn the line, you can learn your inputs, the braking markers. You can learn. You can learn a track,
right?
And it's going to save you at least 2 or 3 sessions. So for him, it was not new to go on the track and try, understand the track. He knew the track. All he had to do was adapt his memories, his skills to actual real car. And his feedback was good. He liked it. Yeah.
Excellent.
It did work out.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's working out well for you guys over at the AOA garage. I'm glad to hear that your pupil's doing the best job that they can. You're going to come away right here, as long as nothing crazy happens. It looks like you're going to come away with a podium sweep here on Sunday.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Congratulations to you guys. Eric, thank you for coming up and chatting with us.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
It was good.
Thank you.
Talking to you.
Eric with AOA. I'll be right back, folks.
AOA, of course, leading the GP3 class. The top 3 spots on that podium, all AOA cars. Eric, of course, representing the 55 car, currently in second place with their Mazda MX-5 Cup. As we now ride on board with the Stratus Racing number 59 machine, that is your race leader. Currently out front, has led pretty much the majority of today's event, working through a little bit of lap traffic. You can see the lap cars going off to the right side, letting the Stratus slide on by, make it rather easy for this race leader. We continue to work our way around, of course. Just an hour 42 remaining in today's 7-hour endurance race. A lot of great racing here today, and we've been following the battle for the lead in the GTO class. The TLM Mona Aston Martin currently leads that now by 51 seconds over the ACP Tangerine BMW that finds themselves in position number 2. The Thunder Bunny 225 Toyota Supra in position number 3, just one lap back from that top 3. NFC Motorsports in 4th, and the GTR 99 in position number 5. Taking a look at GP1, it is the ASM Racing Honda S2000 leading the way ahead of the Palomar Racing number 38 BMW M3. That's about a 1-lap gap between those drivers. The PC Racing 44 BMW M3 in 3rd. And now taking a look as well at GP2, it's the Rubin ASF number 525 BMW 330i ahead of the 715 Rockwell Autosports Porsche Boxster in position number 2. About a 30-second gap separating those drivers. And again, like we said in GP3, it is AOA Racing 1, 2, 3. I believe JT Tammy's rejoined us. JT, how's it going?
It's good. Just trying to catch up real quick on everything that's evolved while I've been away.
Well, I think we're up to 9 or 10 full course yellows on the day. So definitely had a few more than when you left us a little bit earlier on, and 2 lengthy ones over the last hour or so due to some cars being relatively stuck in the dirt.
Yeah, that's not surprising. That's a bit of a factor with Barber just because of the rules that we have at this track. Normally, WRL is able to do hot poles as long as drivers behave themselves. And, you know, the crews are up to the task for it. But Barber, we have slightly different rules here. So basically, anytime you're going to have, you know, a car stopped on track just for safety reasons, we will have to go code 35. So it tends to appear that we get quite a bit more incidents where that's not really the case. It's just it affects the race more so than it would at any other venue we go to.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that come into play here. Just a quick update from Race Control. They are investigating some contact between the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. Currently finds himself 10th in class in the GTO, and another car. They don't have a concrete answer on which car that was, but some side-to-side contact for them. We'll see if anything develops further as we get down towards the final 90 minutes of today's race. And what has been a great event here at Barber Motorsports Park. Fantastic driving all around by absolutely everyone through the field. We've had a bit more separation now as the days progress through, but the racing continues to be red hot.
Yeah, TLM Mona number 888 has really kind of, as you said, created a little bit of separation now between itself and the rest of the GTO field, up to 53 seconds back to the number 2. 25 from Thunder Bunny is down in the 135s at the moment, but with decent margin, try and break down up to that number 2. It's a 45 seconds actually. Kind of caught it in between laps. So manageable, but still, based on the type of pace differential we see between the top cars in GTO at the moment, there's some work to be done there over the remaining 100 minutes or so. And the same goes for the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. The car was just short of being wheel to wheel for the race win in GTO yesterday, second place overall, and right now finds itself a further 26 seconds behind the number 225. GTR 99, 44 seconds behind the 123 Mercedes, and then 37 seconds further in arrears is the number 61 from Dexter Racing. So there's still the potential for this all to come together before we get to the final run to the checkered flag, but at the moment, it's big enough gaps with a small enough pace differential that everybody's just kind of holding station.
And you're going to get that for sure. You're going to get that for sure in these longer races where we get to a point where, not that it hits a lull, but everyone finds their home on the racetrack and just kind of settles in for the last hour and a half or so and just tries to get those spots, but not necessarily taking those high risks.
Yeah, particularly on these Sunday races too. Everybody kind of gets in this mental go-home mode, so to speak.
Yeah.
Where, okay, we did the hard work on Saturday. It was the longer race. We had some work to do overnight. We know the car needs X, Y, and Z when we get back to the shop. Let's not make any more work for ourselves than we know we're going to have before the car has to be turned around for Mid-Ohio. And, you find kind of what your lot for the day is going to be. You've made as much of the change as you can. And then if you find yourself in a position to really go get something inside the final hour or 45 minutes or whatever, that okay, you can go do that, maybe take a risk here or there, but for now, without any obvious result to chase, it's far easier and far safer to just secure, let's say, the spot you do have, the points that you can take away from this event, and move on to Mid-Ohio. That being said, EP1 second place battle at the moment is 39 seconds between Palomar Racing and PC Racing. This is all happening well behind class leading number 150 ASM Honda S2000. Distant 140s out of the number 38 from Palomar. Much more variance in the lap times from PC Racing. 138, 139, 139, 140, 141, 138, 137. So the car is quicker, but despite being quicker, it finds itself consistently further behind that number 38 E36. Again, I think we talked about this, Robert, you and I talked about this a little while ago while Ryan was out managing some cameras. It becomes less about the outright pace and more about your ability to consistently do that. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this scrap between Palomar and PC. PC clearly has the pace, but so much higher variance in the lap times, whereas the Palomar racing car has set itself a target time right in the mid to high 1 minute 40s, and it's doing that virtually every lap through the last 2 fuel runs, let's say. I mean, the lap time output on racehrl.io, where we pull our live timing from, is just, it's a straight line.
Yeah, the consistency definitely key at this stage of the race, and really all throughout these endurance style races where you have the longer runs. You want to have consistency where you're not varying up and down, losing the time. It might seem like, yeah, you're a quicker car, but you're not doing it consistently, so you're losing position actually rather than gaining it, whereas the car that might be 2 seconds slower than you, they're consistent. Oh, that got a little bit slideways right there through turn number 5. Thought we might have had one going around, but yeah, like you said, consistency absolutely key as we're approaching the final 90 minutes here. We'll see if that consistency does pay off and maybe leads to a gained position in that GP1 class.
Important to watch down in GP2 as well. 29 seconds separates the leading number 525 Rubin ASF Motorsports car from the Porsche Boxster of Rockwell Autosport Development and the number 715. In terms of lap time, they're kind of a similar thing. The Rockwell car is a little more consistently in the 142s, occasional 145 thrown in there. When you look up at the Rubin ASF car, 45, 44, 44, 47, then a 43, 44, 43. So again, higher variance, but consistency favoring the 715, and it's just brought that gap down ever so slightly over the last little while. Of course, every time we do a lap, if you're only going to pick up a 10th here or a 10th there, and you're not really making major progress, the laps are going to begin to tick away. We're not really at this with any sense of urgency yet, and we may not get to that point, we're going to look up, and all of a sudden there's going to be 40 minutes remaining, and these gaps are all going to look basically identical. I'm not saying that will happen, but there is a world where that happens. And then you find yourself kind of scrambling, saying, oh, well, we could get a podium out of this. We should start pushing harder. And then you just look back and you realize, oh, well, we could have done this 40 minutes ago, and we could be halfway to our goal. So, interesting, always interesting to see how the closing phases of these races pan out. And JT, you've watched enough of them with us here on DriversEye Live to know that there is kind of a point in the race where you feel like the pin gets pulled, right?
Oh,
Either
absolutely.
you pull the pin to go for it, or you pull the pin and decide to kind of end the chase. But it feels very obvious when these things happen, and I just don't feel like we're there yet.
Yeah, no, you start to wait for that, climatic music start to build up as, things start to come together as you get towards the end there.
You wait for it to have a crescendo, as it were.
Crescendo, that's a great
Crescendo,
word.
I like that one.
You gotta hit the apex in build up of suspense.
All right.
Crescendo.
I've been pulling out the $5 words here. Let me tell you.
Have you?
Yeah, you got the dictionary open
I've
up
been
there.
trying. I've really been trying. I'm like back in school more or less full time now, so I'm really trying to broaden my horizons.
I had to step away a little earlier during your interview, but how did your attempt with Pilipchuk go? Eric Pilipchuk.
Fantastic. It was great.
Yeah, well pronounced. You got the pronunciation down.
I think so. Yeah. I knew that you would have it correct, but you had stepped away.
I wasn't asked.
Oh, that's fair.
Hashtag not my job.
That's true. That is very true.
For a substitute.
No.
Seems like a nice young man.
Certainly a nice guy. Absolutely. He's got some other stuff in the hopper too that you and I will
exciting.
discuss.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
I have to say, thank you to those of you who have stopped by the third floor of the timing tower this weekend and said hello to our Ryan West. We've gotten a handful of interviews. We've gotten a handful of interviews this weekend from names that not only have we never spoken to before, we don't recognize.
Yeah. And ones that we've never spoken to that we do recognize.
Oh, well, for sure. Right? And we appreciate those especially because you could have done it earlier, but you waited till this moment.
Right.
But it's nice to finally attach, voices to names, faces to names, and get a little bit more of the background story from the drivers down in the WRL paddock.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, it's been a day for a lot of people, I think. A lot of people having some rough luck here, and a lot of people very excited with how their weekend has gone. So we're going to keep plugging away here for the next 90 minutes or so, Brendan, and I think we're going to be happy to do it as well.
Yeah. I was thrilled to be a part of these weekends, and in particular here at Barber Motorsports Park. I think we've also very happily ironed out most of our outstanding race control issues. So some of these questions we had kind of hanging over the race are slowly starting to be resolved. I do need to take a look at there's some contact between the 251 and the 333 down at the last corner that says under investigation, but we caught that one basically live, and I think it's pretty obvious what went down at the final sequence of corners there. Also looking at contact between the 2 and the 62, and between the 225 and the 60 within the last hour or so. But a slower race generally, less chaotic race than I think we saw through most of the morning, which is also very welcome.
Yes.
This camera, though.
No, I like seeing carnage.
No.
Let's have her tear cars up. Welcome to the WRL Demolition Derby, everybody. Come on down from the boat show.
Nope.
No?
I do appreciate your efforts to build excitement for those who are taking advantage of the free entry to the Alabama Boat Show and Expo, but I think we may not be promising the right content and or attracting the wrong crowd.
Whoa. What do you mean the wrong crowd? What are you trying to say? Did you just people, boat owners?
Ooh.
No. I'm talking Demolition Derby.
Oh, okay, yeah. That was a while.
If we're trying to sell Demolition Derby here, I think we're not going to deliver on that content.
No, we are absolutely not. 100%.
No. We talked the other day. We talked yesterday, in fact, being that it was the only day we were on the air, about these bull ring type races. Lime Rock Park is not. is not the type of venue that you would normally consider conducive to multi-class racing. We're only a couple of tenths of a mile longer than Lime Rock is. That's 1.5. We're at 2.3 here, and this race could be a lot uglier than it ever really turns out to be. And yet, JT actually made the point earlier that the Code 35s are, we're not seeing more incident that leads to Code 35s. What we're seeing is a basically essential Code 35 anytime anything does happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? And that is a fair statement. So it feels different at different venues, and I think what we get here at Barber is actually extremely car, budget, driver, etc. friendly, given the nature of the circuit, than it otherwise could be.
Sure. No disagreements here, of course. I've just noticed the Palomar number 38 has a giant whip antenna on the roof. I would hope that means they have a little bit better in-car camera for us, but, you know.
Would be good.
1 hour and 20
Maybe next time.
at these hallowed grounds in Birmingham, Alabama.
Are they?
They're all hallowed grounds, Brendan.
We only
Give me your
visit track
best to argue.
public
What's the most important thing that's happened at Barber Motorsports Park in its history that would give it the title of hallowed?
Such huge titans of the sport have raced here, Brendan.
Formula One driver gets pole at Barber Motorsports Park.
Or is that Romain Grosjean?
Yeah.
The Andretti family has been here, Brendan. Do you know how much the Andretti name means to not only this country, but the country of Italy, as well as racing, cars, and frankly, migrant families?
You want to talk about? Let's talk about the Andretti family for a second.
Just
Do I
everyone but
realize?
Formula One, apparently.
Do I realize how important the Andretti family is to motorsports and to the country, to the nation? Yes, I live 10 miles from them.
Long time.
Oh,
IndyCar
Brendan's flexing.
track.
Yep, it's not a good thing. People don't love Michael here. Everybody loves Mario. I mean,
How do they feel about Marco?
take or leave. He's calmed
This
down
is
in
your-
his. He's calmed. Well, so here's the thing, right? Marco's.
He's the
Comparison?
NASCAR driver now.
Of course, Marco's comparison is Sage Karam, who is also from the Nazareth, Pennsylvania area. So ever since Sage Karam burst onto the scene, everybody's kind of like, actually, Marco's not so bad. We'll take Marco.
Oh man.
And he's
That is
calmed
fun.
down a fair bit. It's all right here, but people love Mario, and
I just know that JT
That's
and I
cool.
shared a moment over text during the last Xfinity race at Daytona. So
regarding Sage or regarding Marco?
regarding Sage.
Very good.
We were really bummed that Marco's on. And then caught fire.
Man, can you say Arca brake?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Yep.
jeez.
Let's talk about the Andretti family being important to Italy. Excuse me.
Sure.
Do you know what part of Italy Mario is from?
I'm going to level with you, Brendan. Part of living on the West Coast means that I'm not contractually obligated to learn about Italian history, so no.
I can't remember Dinner with Racers episode, but I know he owned a pig.
Yeah, so the town is called Motovun.
Oh yeah, I totally could have guessed that.
Motovun. It's in a part of the world called Istria Peninsula that at
An
the
isthmus?
time, Istria, not an isthmus, although it is a great word, one of my favorites.
Is that
honestly.
on it? But is it on an isthmus?
It is not. It is on a peninsula.
Okay.
It is a part of the world that was, and Motovun was an Italian city up until the end of World War II, at which point it became a Croatian city.
Huh.
Ah.
Yes. So Mr. Andretti, while technically yes, is Italian and was born in Italy, were he
He's
to go
Croatian
visit
now.
his hometown, would see a bunch of Croatian flags flying, and the locals probably still speaking a mix of Italian and Croatian as well.
I see.
I have been to this part of the world, as a matter of fact.
Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to share any further jokes with regards to the changing of nationality based on geography, but also implied or otherwise cultural lineage.
Listen,
etc.
I've always found Balkan geopolitics is a great item to bring into live broadcasts of motor races.
Like, is this a situation where people living there, like lived in Italy and Croatia, went, you know what? Because this is ethnically Croatian, this just belongs to us now.
No.
The same way that many strongmen in Eastern Europe have done for 100 years.
Now, this was a treaty sort of thing post-World War II, as I understand it. Yes.
Hold on. You can do that kind of thing peacefully. You can negotiate
raise
with the consent of the people.
Calling it generally peaceful would be an interesting way
Well,
to do
sure,
it.
but I mean, like, the
yes, the
resolution.
outcome, yes.
Yeah. Like, that's, obviously, of course, that was not peaceful at the time. But what I'm saying is
no,
like, you can reach a resolution. You don't simply annex countries and then go to war with them.
Yeah, no.
You don't have to do that.
A friend of ours is also from that part of the world and attended an Italian school funded by the Italian government in a Croatian city.
How interesting.
Right? That's weird too, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, still largely
Cooperation.
Italian culture, but generally Croatian language.
Wow.
Yeah, ever get the chance to go to Pula, I highly recommend it.
I'm level with you, Brendan. It's not at the top of my list.
It should be. You can go check out the
Brendan's just cashing
homeland
checks right now from the Croatian.
Go check out.
Bureau.
No,
We're
He's
waiting
just
on the
spitting
commercial.
facts from the history books.
It's modern history, man. You want to talk modern history? Let's talk about Alabama. Anyway.
Careful.
That signboard
Somebody's
being
coming down
cut
pit road
out. Well, they hope.
Maybe.
That's the goal here. I think what we're trying to do is catch one of the drivers on their way past the way out of the final corner here and encourage them to come into the pit lane, usually indicative of some kind of radio issue.
Yes.
The problem is... Go ahead, Ryan.
I mean, do you have an actual serious thing to say? Because my
No. The problem is...
okay.
The problem is they're fairly early on in the pit lane, so as drivers are coming off the final corner, I don't know that their eyes are going to be drawn to that part of the pit wall.
That's a little rough.
I've
You
seen
might
this
have to
guy out
walk.
there a couple times already, so I think this issue's been ongoing for about an hour. There you go. Somebody in that back is this guy.
I'm betting it's the Miata
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
because their pit box is right across there.
See, I've always thought that you're giving away too much information by writing on a board like that, and I'm waiting for them to pick up the college football style of like having 4 completely unrelated images on the board.
Crying Michael Jordan memes, SpongeBob SquarePants.
And table and
Airplane.
pencil. Yeah, airplane. There you go.
If you don't come in soon, you're flying home.
I need this to happen so badly.
God, this reminds me of the first time I went to a WRL race at COTA in, what was it, 2014, 2017, something like that.
17.
One of the teams had a pit board that was Albert Einstein's face with his tongue sticking out.
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was
That's
one of my most
fantastic.
favorite things I've ever seen on pit road ever. I can't remember what team had it, but oh, that is iconic in my memory.
You know, we're still owed donuts from that race.
We are.
Those are getting pretty stale by now.
That's also. There was a donut food truck at the boat show.
Oh God.
Oh, we got one
some?
backwards.
Oh, trouble.
14.
Looks like a BMW.
I think that looks
yeah.
like the Bruce Innovations car from here.
Yeah.
Or is that Random Vandals?
Oh, it is Random Vandals. Good call.
Ooh, there we go.
Yep. I saw green and confused the green in the sun with the yellow green of Bruce Innovations.
Yeah, so I know that I have
Just the wrong
bad
green.
I know that I have bad color takes. That's fine. No part of Bruce Innovations livery is green, Brendan.
In the sun.
No, it's yellow. Like that's I will die on that hill. That's
I'll own that one. That's
Yeah,
fine.
it was a good try. It was a good try.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah, no, I'll take that one.
All right, so since you guys went on podcast mode, it's my turn here.
Sure.
I had to learn a new track recently for a sim race in a Porsche Cup car.
Okay.
Autodromo Guaroca in Ecuador. Never heard of it. Never seen it
Is
before.
this Ibarra?
Ibarra. Yeah, this is the one that RJ has driven around in.
Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm going, because I had to go on
Yeah.
YouTube to help learn the track. I pull up a video watching some guy in a very slow Formula car go around with no tack at all, and I'm just watching like, okay, this is interesting. And I look at the username for the YouTube video, and it's RJ Till.
RJ
It's like,
Till, yeah.
whoa.
He talks about passing a truck, going the wrong direction, and all sorts of stuff.
Oh,
Apparently,
jeez.
he was taking expired race equipment, like the harnesses and such, and they were like better than what was in the car. It was all like torn up and stuff. Yeah, no, it's if you ever come to a WRL race again, RJ will tell you the story about that. It's quite good, quite good.
I cannot imagine driving like a modern Porsche car, any type of modern, top-level motor racing machinery around a track like that. It is bonkers.
And
I mean,
there's races there.
Talk to your boy Cole Lofscar. I'm now driving an old Super Trofeo car around every track in Brazil.
Yeah, and the Super Trofeo car that wanted to kill you off for the BMW from Open Throttle.
He's getting dirty.
That gen of Super Trofeo wanted to kill you every corner.
Do you remember when somebody showed up to, several somebodies showed up to Thunderhill 25-hour thinking they could just walk the field in one of those?
It was Mark Miller.
Mark Miller and Travis Pastrana and somebody else. There was like a lot of heavy hitters in that car that I think thought it was going to be easier than it was. And they ended up a few laps down by the end.
I love Mark Miller. He is awesome.
I remember interviewing him that weekend. We were all up in the booth and, wanted to kind of get a feel for what driving that car was like. I think that was the gnarly weather year.
Yes.
But that car is technically all-wheel drive.
Right.
So you want to get a feel for it. Like, okay, so what is driving this car actually like? It's obviously got a lot of power, but it's always looked very unstable when you watch onboards. I've just never heard anybody really talk about it. He goes, "Oh no, it's awful." It is such a handful.
Yeah, Tim introduced me to him during the pit lane walk.
At Thunderhill. Yeah, Tim Stoll. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark's a good guy. We like Mark. Back in the day, before DriversEye Live was DriversEye Live, when it was Endurance Radio, we had old Ryan Eversley and Mark Miller take over the whole broadcast for like an hour and a half.
And that led, I am convinced that was clipped out by Ryan Eversley and then sent in as a reel so that he could get that MRN gig for the first couple races of the combined series.
100%.
Like, no question about it. No question.
That was the original podcast mode.
It was.
When you think about
Ryan
it.
Eversley.
Genuinely.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is we launched Ryan Eversley's career.
His media career, certainly.
And see, here's the thing. The series, Continental Tires are coming. He's a Continental Tire spokesman. Are we going to see the Ryan Eversley return?
Well, there's another layer to that, JT, and that he's driving a Supra already.
Yep.
That's his new ride.
I wonder if we could get the clip of him yelling Continental Tire from DWR onto the broadcast here.
I mean, I'm sure we could. I'm sure that can be worked out. That can't be that difficult.
All we need to do is enter an Acura MDX and
No. We
anymore.
don't talk about Acura anymore.
Not
is that right? Oh, right.
He's
of
a
course.
Toyota man now.
Yeah,
Right.
Toyota.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
I don't know if he has a Tundra, but now he can be openly friends with Rutledge Wood as opposed to awkwardly friends with Rutledge Wood.
Well, they were very good friends just because of Continental.
I know.
Okay.
That was a Toyota Honda sort of joke thing.
Gotcha.
Anyway, yeah.
I missed the 82. Bring the 82 back. Paul unfortunately said that last minute it didn't get to come.
You hate to see it.
In that beautiful Continental yellow.
is that car going to be Continental Yellow again in 2024?
I'm certain it will be that color.
What
I
color
don't
is
know.
that, Ryan? No, we're not doing this.
It's green.
Why do you think I called it Continental yellow? I was very specific.
We got
And
the trunk
NFC
open on that car.
NFC is going quick right now. They're closing in that gap. 12.5 seconds at Thunder Bunny.
12
Yeah, they're up to third in class.
That's still Bluetooth range. That's not quite NFC yet. No, nobody. All right, that's fine.
Good try.
That was as good as the signal around Barber.
That's true. That is very true.
So the gap from TLM That gap was 50 seconds. Has that really gone out that far?
I believe it has, yeah. It's looking like the TLM has absolutely just stepped on it.
That is very interesting.
The number 2 car
consistently
for
in the 35.
ACB's in pit road now. They were up there in the top 3, now all the way back to 7th in class.
Yeah, this is early for them, I think. I don't think they're going to be able to make it from here. And anyway, under no circumstances should you be trying to backtime this. None.
None circumstances?
Yeah, no, this is you run until you get a code 35, because basically anywhere from here on out, you should be able to get yourself close to the checkered flag without another stop.
Now, so you got to do the IndyCar thing. You got to be the first person to pit last.
Yeah, you got to put everybody else in the danger zone.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a pitting now and trying to back time is a bad move. Yeah, if you're pitting now because you didn't pit under the last code 35 and you have to, you do what you must, but your bad decision was earlier, not now. Oh, this camera's back all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Whoa.
See? Look at that
No
shot.
Mustangs in front of this one.
Yeah, boat shows wrapping up, I think, so.
That's true.
They're
coming
sailing
back.
away.
Nice.
Boat show.
So I'm wondering if
boat
there's a
show.
photographer in that corner earlier, and the Mustang just tried to subconsciously hit him.
Well, in fairness, we've had various race cars
Hopefully
and
not.
race car objects try to take that camera out over the years.
This is
Mustang
a
this
really
time.
inviting spot.
Yeah, we had the tire off the Screaming Goat, or the wheel off the Screaming Goat, last year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years
I
ago.
think.
Yeah.
Do we have any onboards right now? And my follow-up to that, do we have any onboards, is can we do a crank it up? Ugh. I'm getting a no-go from the producer, Ryan, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think our only stable onboard was out of the Moorhead number 147, and that car is not circulating at the moment.
Did we get a?
Unfortunate.
Did we get word what happened?
So one quick update here from the GP2 class. The Rockwell Autosport number 715 Porsche Boxster is taking over that class lead ahead of the 525 from Ruben ASF. That's their BMW 330i. That car, of course, did just come down pit road just a moment ago, but losing that top spot about 1 minute and 12 seconds back this time by from the class leader, the 715. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if any changes come in that class.
Yeah, they're definitely good to go this morning. Unfortunately, they do risk possibly being caught out due to code 35 here.
It's the unfortunate risk as we have a bit of 3 wide. Drivers aren't afraid to go 3 or 4 wide here on the front straight, that's for sure.
I think the Kingpin Toyota Supra there alongside the number 172 from TLM USA. Quiet, really quiet, but really successful, I think, day for that number 11 Kingpin squad.
They had one
Absolutely.
spin. They had one spin that they had to get out of, and then since then they've been very clean.
Up to 6th in class, just a steady Eddie, slow and steady kind of day for that 11 Kingpin racing machine. But up inside the top 10, looking really good, playing it smart, playing it clean, and they're going to find themselves in position to get a good spot at the end.
One would say that that is the car that's truly holding the race together.
The Kingpin.
Yep.
The GP1 leader, the 150 ASM Honda S2000 has hit pit road. That's going to hand the class lead over to the PC Racing number 44 machine. That's the BMW M3. Currently the top 2 there. The Palomar 38 BMW M3 finds themselves in position number 3 in that class. So pit cycles underway for some of these cars as we are approaching the last hour of racing here today. 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. There we go. So we ride on board with the Stratus 59.
You got there in the end, and that's what counts.
That's right. It only took 7 hours of endurance to get there.
And endured we have.
Absolutely.
No, you've done a great job. That ended up being inadvertently more personal, like an attack, than I had originally intended. As soon as it came out, I was like, oh, wait a minute, that sounds awful.
That's all right.
Almost to get on board.
We're trying.
I almost had it cranked up over here.
Crank it up.
Oh, bummer. So, Birmingham 98 had to change out the steering rack.
Yes.
That's not a fun one.
Nope.
As I was pointing out the other day, of course, changing out the steering rack on a race car is substantially easier than doing a steering rack and tie rods on a car that has been driven for 150,000 miles, given that all of the fasteners should still come out the way they're meant to, as opposed to on a road car, which has been grimed and rusted into a single mass. Now, what they should have done is tell everybody, like they used to do in the ALMS, tell everybody that's an impossible job to do, and that in a shop it usually takes, 9 or 10 hours, and then get NBC, or us in this case, to regurgitate, oh my goodness, they were able to do it in an hour. How stunning. There was a time when both NBC and Speed, frankly, would take anything that a team said initially about how long a job took for granted, and then heap praise on them when they were able to deliver the aforementioned parts change in a fifth of the time sometimes.
To be fair, Champion was doing that quite a bit, though. Like, actually, just because of how modular they made this system.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about when the Dyson car needs a new motor prior to the ALMS race at, like, Monterey or something. And they're, oh man, it takes 10 hours to change the engine on this, and we were able to do it in the gap between morning warm-up and the race. Like, that's still like 3 hours, and like they got it done just in time. Like, okay, so it doesn't really take 10 hours then, does it? Like, I'm not interested. Like, don't give me the wrong time. Like, just be real about it.
Well,
but it was a good story, and that was
be built 10 hours.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think race mechanics are still working on flat rate? Like, I would like to think so. It's to pre-negotiate as the car is coming in off the trailer how long you think it's going to take, and decide then.
They actually have a manual that says how many hours of labor it's going to take to replace the left rear upright while sitting on the pit lane. I think it just get charged by all that.
59 Stratus.
Yeah, it's about right. 34 laps since they were last in, since they were doing in one more, but
I wonder if the mechanics rate would be cheaper on the Stratus cars just because it's like half the size of the car.
Might be more complex to do some of the adjustments on those cars, so maybe it'll be even higher.
Designed with serviceability in mind for you, not Tesla.
No, absolutely not Tesla. That's for sure. Hey, Brendan, what color is that car coming down pit lane now?
oh no. Yellow.
Yellow? Okay.
Hold on,
I think you got that one. Or is that orange?
That Anyway, I think that one is yellow. There is an orange one. I think that's
Yeah.
the yellow one.
So one is yellow, one is orange. I believe the 75 is the orange one, and the 55 is the yellow one.
So it looks like things have gone a little sour for the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. They were up battling for the top 3 in the GTO class, now scored 18th overall in the field after a very lengthy stay on pit road, still showing as in the pits. So unfortunately for them, something has gone amiss on that car.
Yeah, I believe they were behind the wall.
Just unfortunate after a very strong run here in the early portions of today's race, likely to fall to the second half of this field. Coming up on an hour of race time remaining, currently just under an hour and 2 minutes. These drivers gonna hustle for any last positions they can get and hope to bring their cars home in one piece.
This is the longest we've gone on fuel run for a lot of these cars, so we're now kind of into the unknown as far as fuel window here. Should be due.
I left it alone, right?
146, the last stop for most of these cars, 146, 147. And we're coming up to 100, and we just completed 182. So we're just up to about 40 laps here.
I'm going to press the button.
Oh, do it.
I did. I pressed the
Oh,
button.
it's going to be completely... Actually, it should give you one more stop for every car, except for Stratus.
NFC took out 2.5 seconds that lap.
Ooh, it says it's a 50-50 game between the 225 and the 123 for second.
Yeah, buy that. Gap's 7.2 seconds on track. NFC just set their quickest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, 133 flat.
And that is the quickest GTO time today as well.
Oh, that's a good point, Robert. Yeah. 225 meanwhile, 35, 36, 37. Pretty much in that window, and the gap has come down steadily from where it was at about 40. I think that one was about 40 seconds. It's coming down relative to that number 123. I don't know that the NFC car is anywhere near close enough to be able to do anything with the 888, though. It feels very much like the TLM Mona Aston Martin is completely in control up there at the top of the GTO running order.
Triple light. Robert, as a descendant of the Queen's Empire, as it were,
King.
We had Scott on yesterday, who is from the motherland, I guess. Anyway, and he insisted that because he is already English, he cannot do the accent of another member of the British Empire, and refused to say triple light. What are your thoughts on that? And can I get you to say triple light? Like you're calling it Bathurst race. Perfect. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? You can absolutely do the other accents. That's why we're all part of the Commonwealth. We can take all these other countries and use their accents. Why not? It's one of the perks of the trade.
I mean, we just kind of do it, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, that's. Well, Scott doesn't.
Scott.
We'll get him to before the end of the year.
Yeah, Scott needs to work on fun a little bit.
Yeah, just wait till after tea time.
I don't know if Scott's a big tea drinker.
I think even
I'm
if
sure
they're
he
not
has
drinking tea, they still have tea time.
I'm sure he has outspoken opinions about it, whether he's a tea drinker or not.
To me, it's dishwater. That's not for me.
Scott's also a big cider guy.
I was
Okay.
told
do
in
that.
I was told in Australia that the line between tea and Starbucks is Sydney, and then further south, what was the quote from the guide was, basically everybody in Canberra and Sydney are Americans anyway, and that's why they drink Starbucks.
Yeah, right.
There's any Aussies in the chat, let us know if that's true.
Jason Marks,
I was gonna
everybody.
say, I should run that past Jason Marks and see what he has to say. Oh, goodness. What a time.
Actually, do we remember where Jason's from?
I don't.
I don't either.
He's near your house. You could just go and ask. Just pop around.
I mean, he's not right now. He should be in Barber.
That's true. And he is.
Did not come say hello to you.
He did not.
If only there was some kind of survey where people could submit important information that we could share.
That's a good point.
Indeed.
Did you not bookmark that one, JT, last time?
No, I have it bookmarked.
Oh. That makes at least one of us.
Brendan's expectation that I have bookmarks while doing this broadcast from a single 14-inch laptop is hilarious.
It doesn't. The ability to bookmark something is not dependent on the size of your laptop.
No, but my ability to pull up the bookmarks page while also having the timing and the broadcast on there is the minimal.
A bookmark on a 14-inch laptop might take up the whole screen, though.
That's true. That's true. See? Somebody gets it.
Yeah, see, it's important that, we get correct factual information, by doing surveys like this. Otherwise, we start to make up things like how Justin's favorite drink is the purple Riptide from Gatorade. It's the only Gatorade he's willing to drink at all.
Malort, actually.
Gross.
And he can play the tuba professionally well after having 3 bottles of Bundaberg.
Bundaberg what?
He did not elaborate.
I'm certain that it's the ginger beer.
Yeah, probably the diet one, though.
Yeah, their root beer is bad with a capital B.
I don't know.
That's like going to Taco Bell and ordering a hamburger. Like, what? Like, all these people who, get the name brand of, a thing that they're really well known for, and then they, oh, I'm going to get their other thing. It's like, they're not the market leader in that. Don't buy that. Why would you? Of course it's bad. It's like, I'm going to go out and buy a Jeep Renegade, and then they're, astonished that it's not a very good vehicle.
Is Bundaberg best known for ginger beer?
Yes.
See, I don't drink ginger beer.
No, they're best known for their actual beer.
Actual beer, right.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, so the first non-alcoholic thing I saw from Bundaberg was the root beer in a grocery store.
See, I like their root beer. Not their diet, the regular one.
Oh, no.
But
almost 100% of the time, if you order a Moscow Mule in this country, it's Bundaberg ginger beer.
I don't know if that...
every time I have ordered it, and I've ordered it in several bars now. Last night I tested out being a vodka soda guy. I don't know how I feel about it.
Where'd you go for that?
Some bar that Scotty Elkins recommended.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
I went to Steve's Wheat Smoothie Emporium, where they serve you your overpriced pretzel and flight of beers, quote unquote, on a barrel, and then you sit on those metal framed stools with the handle thing in the middle, which is typically where Brendan goes.
I very much enjoyed Scotty's post, giving information to the rest of the WRL paddock about good places to go to get food, information, parts, stuff like that. Very informative.
Yeah,
I hope we'll see similar stuff. Yeah, going forward,
I agree.
other people.
More local area guides.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We should almost have a vertical of DriverSeye Live where we monetize that, and then we use that to leverage ourselves into media passes for other events.
Please give us a media pass for IndyCar at Barber, because we like making posts about what to do in Birmingham.
I will go and take pictures.
That, Brendan, you say that, but it is genuinely that easy.
Is it really?
It used to be. I couldn't get. I really thought I could leverage the Sebring one to get JT a media pass, and I think I was like too late, or they weren't doing it the same way. But the level of effort that you have to put in to actually get yourself onto lists for media stuff for American Motorsports is like hilariously simple.
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, it's one person in an office like saying yes or no, and they have to have a decent reason to say no to you. And like if there's a number of passes available, they'll just give them. So yeah, it was great.
Yo, let's get me a Petit Le Mans.
Have you been to Road Atlanta yet?
I have not. I think I want to go this year though.
Like JT, all we have to do is get us writing on DriversEye Live's website, and I'm 99% sure we could do it.
I'm in.
I'll write the content next weekend while I'm there.
Perfect. Perfect. And then JT, it's very, very simple. I will explain to you offline how to sweet talk the media representative into giving you the pass. It's super simple.
A couple of quick notes. NFC is now 4 seconds behind the number 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing. So that's come down. It's been basically halved since the last time we talked about it. GTR 99 also had a spin and continue. It was down at turn 8.
There's been a couple there. So if you look, just a few laps before, the 56 had a spin and continue in turn 8. The 715 earlier had a 4 off there and continue. I think it's just one of those corners where it can be a bit tricky and it can just kind of catch you out if you're not really on top of it.
And I believe that's the corner that actually led to our last full course yellow, also with that 56 car. So just continuously seeing some troubles in turn number 8. Like you mentioned, the gap between the 225 Thunder Bunny team and the NFC Motorsports 123 now at 3.5 seconds. The time on the chart separated by a half-second last lap by. So watch for that NFC car to battle for position number 2 here very, very shortly.
I'd also bring your attention, battle for 7th in GTO as well. Last time through, nose to tail, the 172 of TLM USA and the 28 of Random Vandals. It looks like they are both on the same pit strategy, both having come in at the last code 35. So I believe they're going to be due relatively soon here, simultaneously.
Yeah, 172's pace just hasn't been there over the course of this stint. The 28 has clawed that gap down fairly efficiently. Had one long lap back on 167, a minute and 50, but other than that, consistently down in the 36s and the 37s, and that move should be done, I would assume, this lap.
The NFC Motorsports car just put down another quick time of 133.05. Now separated by just 2.1 seconds behind the Thunder Bunny 225. It is getting closer and closer as time ticks away.
Well, here's the Random Vandals coming through the shot here, and they are very well ahead of the Aston. So that is a 7th position in GTO for Random Vandals.
The Thunder Bunny NFC battle is going to pull into turn 7 right about now. The NFC car is drawing ever closer to the Thunder Bunny Supra.
Yeah, fastest lap.
Producer Ryan has stepped away for a few moments.
Oh, that's right.
I was also going to suggest that we just hang on the last camera there until that battle comes through, but I've been here right now.
You know?
Yeah, you just got producing these races over 7-8 hour span does require you occasionally to have to step away.
Indeed it does. What is the state of Pennsylvania's policy on meal breaks?
I don't know. He lives in North Carolina.
Ooh, you don't get to eat. Blind it up, drink it through a straw, you're good to go.
Also, well, we won't get into the business
1.8 this time across the line.
It's getting tight.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got waving yellows here in turn 14.
Double waved yellows.
Uh-oh.
So
Car
what's around
stops,
the corner
turn
here?
10. Car
Full course caution.
38.
Full course caution.
Or you said
Bummer.
38?
Car 38.
Oh, man.
Oh no.
Oh, they were on a great run.
The Palomar
Yeah.
Racing team having a great day here today in GP1.
Bummer.
Found themselves on the podium with under an hour remaining.
That's probably going to move Harrison Motorsports on the debut of their new M3 onto the podium here.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes is the margin there. So
This-
under code 35, it's going to take a minute.
This is great news for PC Racing because they are actually due to still make a stop, whereas ASM, I believe,
Yeah.
has already done their last stop. There's a 53-second gap to them. At code 35 speed, PC may be able to completely fill up and get back out ahead.
You said it as I was going to investigate it. I hadn't noticed that the 44 had taken the spot away from the ASM Honda S2000. But obviously they had made their stop. Needed to find out the details there. That is almost could not have worked out better for the number 44. And this should be final pit stops for basically everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is going to lead us into some pretty intense battles for position, knowing that nobody has to come down pit road anymore. It is just going to be green, hopefully, to the checkered flag from here on out.
And we're going to bring this final stint of the race here to you, flag to flag, no commercials, no side-by-sides. Thanks to the letter A.
That said, if you're looking to spend some sponsorship money, we could do your commercial here and say this is the last commercial.
Yes.
Presented by
Absolutely.
Credit 46.
Do you think we could go to commercial right as we go back to green flag?
We're not that good.
Sorry, we're not. Yeah. We're not the premier racing broadcaster in North America.
Well, I don't know. I do
I
have
just
some
can't.
evidence to the contrary, actually.
I do too. That's, oh my gosh. Like, I can't understand. I don't understand it. Either the person is completely aloof and not paying attention to the racing, or they're doing it on purpose. Like, those are the only two options. Like, I can't believe either is acceptable from that organization.
2 years later, is JTR getting better or worse media coverage?
That's a great question.
I mean,
All right, it looks like that Palomar car's on a tow rope now.
We're going to have to hustle these pit stops then. I think if you're in now, you're probably safe, but
That's NFC
that car
behind.
Yep, that car is, sorry, that Palomar car is only a couple of corners from the pit in, and we do go green as soon as the track is clear. So let's keep an eye on this.
EC Racing is down at turn 5. So it could have been that they only needed a splash.
Yeah, more importantly, they've already come in and left.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
ASM has not yet crossed start finish from the look of things.
I thought I just saw them. Isn't that them on pit road right there?
So, additional question, why are they back on pit road? Oh, they were in 12 laps ago, but I would have thought that would have been
There's
enough
going to be a
range
drag
for a
race between the
GP1.
225 and the 11 down the pit lane. That's not good.
Maybe
The
drivers
11 is going to cede the position here, going into the pit exit. The 150 is also going to head out. I think that's cooked the goose here for the 150. Randy Muller on board the PC Racing BMW number 44. About to bring home a win here. If all stays the way that it should.
You can't be the decision desk this early.
He's
We
cooking
gotta
geese
talk
out there.
about it. Is that like a national affront?
Oh, Bruce Innovation is definitely
Canadians?
getting caught out a bit here.
Yes, it is a national offense for sure.
Harrison Motorsports have now firmly moved into third position.
Yep.
With Blaze Racing still 2
Palomar,
laps behind them.
unfortunately.
I did just watch the finale of Succession the other day, once again. Speaking of Decision Desk, that was quite good. Good show.
Jolly good show. Green flag's back out. We're back underway.
All right, we're going to go for a green flag here at Barber Motorsports Park with 43 minutes remaining in the second event of the weekend. Here at these hallowed grounds, Birmingham, Alabama. Surrounded by the forest. Only about an hour down the road from Talladega Speedway, as it turns out. Drove past it on my way here. It just looks like a
big
giant,
flags out there.
It just looks like a giant high school football stadium. It's like the least flashy stadium I've seen.
It's Dega, baby.
Something like that.
It's quite the place. They have a cool museum on site there as well.
You know what else has a cool museum?
There you go.
Barber Motorsports Park. You can make a whole trip out of it.
But should you make a whole?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
Just don't count on having a network connection. That's all.
You know, now that I think about it, I did technically visit Talladega in my youth.
The Ute?
Yeah, nothing was happening. We didn't see it.
So it is a real racetrack.
Yeah, as far
It
as
is
I can
indeed.
tell.
It is real.
Yeah.
I have attended a race there. Good time. We we bought donuts out of a minivan. It was interesting.
Yeah. See, that's how you know it's a good spot.
Absolutely.
The Triple Light is about to put a lap on NFC Motorsports here.
Yeah.
I think it's actually the other way around. I believe the Triple H just seeded.
Oh, it lapped itself? Yeah.
Yes.
Seeded the lap to the NFC car?
Yeah.
Yes, and
Wow.
NFC this last time by was 8 seconds behind the Thunder Bunny car.
So pit stops kind of went in the favor of the number 225.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, able to pull a couple of seconds back out there, but did still have a feeling of inevitability about it. However, driver changes, etc. Set yourself up for the last run to the checkered flag here, 40 minutes remaining. Very
It's like
interesting to see what the pace of that Triple Eight here is now that we're the last run.
We got a bit of blue sky for the finish of this one too.
The 59 in GTU, of course, still the overall leader.
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
Point.
Huh. I'm not showing the 715 of Rockwell as pitting during that code 35.
Okay.
It is very interesting. That is your GP2 class leader.
Yeah, and they have a decent gap right now. I assume that would have been the call to come in and fill up to make it to the rest of the race. And
Been a
still be
long
able to
time
come
since
out.
they were in.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Lap.
42 laps since
Yep.
they pit. Oof.
Ruben ASF has been in since then. They made a green flag pit stop on lap 162. Did not top off.
I thought the 715 was going to attempt to wait for a code 35 so
Yeah.
that they could try to keep that lead.
Interesting call there for sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, gap 55.5 seconds.
There's no world where you save that much fuel. I think even in a production
Absolutely
car.
not. The gap might be 55 seconds, but that goes away in a hurry when you have to come down pit road and get fuel in that car.
Yeah, and so that's the other thing is why wouldn't you just come in and top off? It's
Are you
not
saying
going to
it's
cost you
Are
55
you
free
saying
pit
seconds.
stop.
Are you saying this is
turn
too close to
13.
call?
Turn 13.
Is that camera working?
No.
Oh, impact for the
Oh, we have an
909.
impact for the 909, yeah.
And full course yellow.
caution.
Wow.
909 has had a very troublesome last hour or so. Numerous off tracks and multiple issues.
Hopefully
So-
driver's okay. That's a rough
Absolutely.
spot to make an impact.
We have confirmed that the camera is indeed not working there. Yeah. That's
Is
a no.
that to driver's right?
It
You can see
doesn't
where the safety
say.
vehicle would be. I can't see going off there other than locking up and or getting tapped and moving drivers left up the racetrack.
Well, if it gets loose as it's, you know, rising up over the curb there. Because it could be exit of 12 going to 13.
Yeah, I think the impacts we saw into the tire wall on drivers left climbing up over the tunnel there yesterday were also listed as being at turn 13 or station 13, let's say.
Yeah.
It is a distinction worth making, is that it says corner on the race control log. It doesn't actually mean station. So whereas we would call the final corner on the track turn 16, it's actually station 17.
We'll wait for an update on this one.
We maybe have an onboard we could track around. Well, the Stratus cars are on the front straightaway, so that's less helpful.
Well, there's the 41 from Rockwell coming across start finish line here. So the question is, where is the 715?
Riding on board with the Stratus 59. See if we can get any sort of indicators as to what has happened. If the shot is correct, I believe he's off driver's left at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually scrolling back through the history of the YouTube onboard we have for the number 59, and it looks like the car's gone straight on before it gets to the crest of the hill. So we've had a couple of cars in the tire wall at the crest of the hill that just run wide out over the grass and then slide into the tires on the left-hand side. This one looks more like, instead of completing the corner, it's either broken something or had a moment and sailed up maybe with 30-40% of the corner left to go, taking it straight off and nosed into the barriers on driver's left. A lot of medium to high speed, fairly high speed corners here at Barber. You don't want to hit anything, but that one in particular is kind of a tough one, because once you're off track, there's really no getting it back. You're going much too quickly. There it is.
There we go.
Car looks relatively
yeah
from here, so definitely, yeah, slowed.
So I have an update. Barber has an extensive PTZ system. That car went off almost in exactly the same spot that the Mustang went off, in a very similar fashion. The driver was finally able to select reverse and get the car fired. They pulled it out of the tire wall, and you see the car looks completely untouched.
Yeah.
So,
wow,
we're happy to see that getting back going here.
Somebody getting pushed down pit road there.
Yeah, that's the 65 of Open Throttle, the championship-winning car last season.
So what's surprising here is the 715 machine still not showing that car's coming down pit road.
Yeah, I mean, every lap we do here under the code 35.
I mean, it helps.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also possible that maybe it did do a pit stop, and for whatever reason, the timing loop just wasn't
True.
tripped.
True.
I'm thinking it's
I don't see
probably
any
more
long
along that line.
I don't see any long laps for it though. You do also have fairly substantial swings in fuel usage between drivers, especially at this level. You know, there doesn't tend to be an obvious outlier. You have much more of a continuum in terms of fuel usage. We see that 909 headed into the pit lane.
So we should be about good to go green here.
Possible the driver that's on board the 715 at the moment is just a little bit more frugal in their fuel usage and feel confident that car will get to the end.
Yeah, perhaps the green running a stint length for, you know, that Boxster's, you know, closer to an hour and a half plus. It's not unheard of to see one of those GP cars do a extremely long stint. Palomar, for example, at ECR on Sunday, they did an hour and a half long stint. So we go back green.
Yeah, I just want to make one note real quick about the GP2 battle we're talking about here between Rockwell and Ruben ASF. Ruben ASF chose not to pit under the code 35 at lap 137, and in doing so, we're forced to pit under green. The margin between the 715 and the 525 is now about it was a minute 58 seconds under code 35. So let's call that roughly 45 to 50 seconds out on track. That is the difference between having to make a green flag pit stop and not.
Yeah, I believe just before we went back to code 35, it was a 55-second gap. So yeah, it's going to be dicey. We'll see.
What I think I'm getting at is, had the 525 chosen to make that pit stop under code 35, we would be talking about a very different situation on track, up to and including the 525 still being out in the lead.
Well, how long does it take to do a single can though?
This wasn't the single can though. This was pitting under green instead of the code 35.
Well, no, what I'm saying is for Rockwell to come on.
No, sorry. My point is less about Rockwell now and more about Ruben ASF previously. Right. I'm drawing this back to the decision that Ruben ASF made not to pit under a full course yellow 65 laps ago, and now it's come home to roost because there's no equivalent green flag pit stop for the Rockwell car.
True. Or it could have been the stint length determined by driver's seat time.
Yeah, that's also very true. That's also very true. And that Ruben car is not one we see very often in the World Racing League, so we don't really have a whole lot of previous information to go by here.
Yeah.
This has also been good news for the 225 of Thunder Bunny Racing, who's trying to hold on to the final step on the overall podium, second place in GTO against that number 123 Mercedes. The gap's back out to 12 seconds, and every lap we did there is another lap that the Mercedes is not going to have to try and bring that margin back down.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes had been dipping into the gap with that 225 Thunder Bunny Racing car, and now separated by about 12 seconds and not as much time to do it. We are under 30 minutes to go, 28 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, and it's really not a lot. You throw potential code 35 in there at some point. Hopefully we don't get one and we get to go green to the end, but you throw another caution in here and that could change absolutely everything.
Yeah, we had kind of said you feel the moment
absolutely
when the pin gets pulled and you realize, okay, I've got to go start this chase now. I think that moment happened a while ago, but within the last 20 to 25 minutes, it's been so hampered by the code 35s. I cannot believe the fact that these cameras are just magically coming back online. This is entirely the fault of the boat show. Around the outside for the NFC Mercedes at the final corner. So, you know, a little bit wide there. Through goes the 888 as well. And the margin is down to 11 seconds between the Mercedes and the Thunder Bunny Toyota.
So it's definitely doable to claw back to position number 2 in class, but it's still going to be really tight and really tough to get there. 27 minutes to go. You think you probably need another 10, 11 laps if you're doing a second per lap. So going to be really tough, I think.
Yeah, it is doable. The pass is going to be another question mark, but
that's for sure.
For now, the 123 appears to have the pace. You would have liked to have an extra 3 laps, 4 laps under green that were kind of robbed is not the right word, but that were kind of taken from us by those code 35s. Yeah.
So we go 3 wide on the front stretch right here again.
Margin for the lead in GP1 is now 37 seconds. PC Racing puts in a 1 minute 36.9, now a 137.9 compared to last lap a 139.3 for ASM. So the margin continues to grow down there in the fight for the GP1 lead. And again, that's another lead battle that's been impacted by a green flag pit stop, not necessarily because of a decision that was made there, but that ASM car was in at 143 under a full course yellow and then in again at 170 in what we would be considered, I think what we would consider an unscheduled stop. And it's going to leave it, as things stand, just over half a minute off of the top step of the GP1 podium. Kingpin Racing catching Dexter Racing on the last lap in the fight for 5th in GTO. 25 seconds is the margin there. 9.5 seconds now the gap from 225 to 123.
So we'll see how that one shakes out. Want to give a shout out as well to the Shift Up Now team and their Audi R8. We talked to them a little bit earlier, and now up to 9th in class in the GTO field. So great drive by them, great gains, as the Stratus 59 sets their quick time of the day on lap number 200 with a 130.812. Still not quite as quick as what that Stratus 60 did earlier with that 129.97. Less than 25 minutes to go now here at Barber. Again, next round of the series does come the April 5th weekend from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. That should be a good one. It'll be a nice opportunity to get back out there. And of course, the changing tire program will be introduced for that program, or for that particular weekend. And we should see a bit of a difference there on the freshly repaved Mid-Ohio course.
We've got some non-endurance racing coverage here for us at DriversEye Live as well coming up. We'll be in action on these here internets next weekend from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the SCCA Super Tour, one of our sprint racing partners. Coverage through 3 days of the weekend there, qualifying on Friday, racing Saturday and Sunday, and something like 2 inches of rain are anticipated on Friday, which is does not usually mix well with the hills and undulations of the circuit there in Brazelton. The bottom of the S's there in particular is a little rough. So we'll see what this has in store. Site down at Homestead Miami Speedway for the Formula and Automobile Racing Association. Ryan West will be there. Our Jordan Worth will be there as well before we are back in action for our home here at the World Racing League for 2 events in April. As Robert just mentioned, the 8+7 at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, beginning of the month, and then 3 weeks later, we pack everything back up and head up to Road America moved off of Mother's Day weekend this year, happily, where Ryan will be in attendance once again. Full year of racing under the new surface is built up there at Elkhart Lake. Yeah, producer Ryan asked if it's been a full year. It's been a full year because we also we christened the new surface up there as well.
If you want to do things first, do it with WRL. We were first to do Road America's new pavement. I believe we're going to be first to do Mid-Ohio's new pavement. We were first to do the 24 Hours of Sebring. This is the place to be.
The only
Innovators.
The only cost to being the first is you might freeze your butt off.
Oh, come on. We've raced snow at Mid-Ohio. We're fine.
Well, that's kind of my point. When you race
It's a
on the
risk
first
you're willing
weekend,
to take.
when you race on the first weekend of April in Ohio, it's usually
called
okay.
glory.
It's
Chasing
usually
glory.
okay. And you know what? We've all made memories that will last forever. However, it is cold. And then Road America, Wisconsin in late April, usually good, but 50s, little cloudy, little windy. Doesn't really soak the soul with warmth if you've been fighting winter wherever you happen to call home.
Wear a jacket.
A little bit more of the same.
Yeah,
Yeah,
put a sweater
sure.
on, you're fine.
Yeah.
Send Ryan, ask him if it's shorts weather.
It almost certainly will be. In
There we
April,
go.
Absolutely, 100%.
Shorts or golf pants?
Shorts or golf pants. Those are the two
We have
options.
come full circle.
That's the mark of good comedy. When you're able to come all the way back to the initial joke.
Is that what we are?
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're entertaining.
It's the comedy of the human condition, as it were, if you want to get really deep.
DriversEye Live, comedy of the human condition.
Comedy and commentary.
Why
right
are we here? Why are we even doing racing?
What does it mean to race WRL? What does it mean to play us out? Okay.
I'm sure there's
I
lots
let it go.
of,
I let it go.
I'm sure there's lots of answers for that question. The gap now between Thunder Bunny and NFC, 6.6 seconds. So getting even closer. Last time by, the lap time variation was 3 seconds. NFC was quicker than Thunder Bunny. So this one coming alive here in the late stages.
Anybody checked in with Irwin today? I haven't seen Irwin at all.
It was weird because I had the first comment today.
I saw that.
I think Irwin might be busy with the other racing that was going on, unfortunately.
Yeah, but that was
Irwin's
yesterday.
True.
Hashtag pray for Irwin. He was late to the party yesterday, which is understandable because there was a fair bit of racing going on through yesterday morning. But still made the time to pop in and say hello. Check out what was going on. No such Irwin today.
You give the listener, your best listener, some merch, and then they leave you.
I mean, they really haven't, though.
I thought they had.
They didn't. No, they have the merch, but they haven't left us per se.
Yeah. Aaron was, ECR yesterday.
All right. I don't know, man.
Yeah, he takes
Trust
part.
in Irwin.
He's angling our sprint racing partners for some merch at the moment.
Good, as he should be.
Yeah.
Big shout
Gotta
out.
get all that merch.
Brendan, do you think if we do the VW Fun Cup Enduro Challenge or whatever it is that you want to do in Europe, do you think we could get Irwin to join us and help set cameras up maybe?
Yeah, probably.
See, I'm basically offering Irwin a job right now, and he's not here to listen.
That's
so,
unbelievable.
You never see anything like it.
What if see, maybe that's our angle for getting some European endurance racing coverage going, is we just say, we know Irwin. And we're going to bring Irwin's whole crowd into the YouTube chat. And that's worth 6 to 8 people.
What if Irwin is
That's
some
a lot.
heavy hitter with the NEC or something? What if Irwin runs British GT?
I would not be
are we in at
surprised
that
because
point?
he seems to have a lot of time to watch endurance racing.
He does,
And all
yeah.
forms of racing.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
NFC's got the gap down to 6.1 seconds. It's moved around a little bit, but a 136.3 last time from the 225 plays a 133.7 from the Mercedes that time. Taking a decent little chunk out of the back of that Toyota Supra. Kingpin also closing down on Dexter Racing to the tune of 5 seconds last time around. It's a 140.8 versus a 135.8. So Supra on Supra action there for the bottom end of the top 5 in GTO. Who's jump on board the Stratus Racing number 59. Headed underneath the museum walkover bridge there out of turn number 8. Really quick chicane here. Minimum speed 105. Whiz past the BMW on the right.
Yeah, another aspect that they're dealing with here is that sun glare as they work their way around this racetrack. You can see the tinted visor on board this driver here. Trying to get some coverage.
Yeah, this is Gold Car.
What a great name.
Eli Gold Car.
I'm probably Black Flag Car. That's usually me. Or Caution Flag Car. One of the two.
Of course, Eli Gold, no more relevant than he is in this part of the world. Fortunately, Eli has been. Yeah, let me just make the point here. Eli Gold has been asked not to return to Alabama broadcasting this year, which I think is a crying shame. I get that the man is.
I believe he picked up a new gig already, though.
Yeah, he did in Tennessee or something. I think.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. The voice of NASCAR on TNN for a couple of years. Wow, lots of racing on TNN, really.
Incredible.
We talk about
up on.
We've got
15 minutes to go.
Yeah. The GOAT.
Maybe he'll come call some races with us.
Nick Saban or Eli Gold?
Either or.
I would love to call a race with Nick Saban.
I would not.
I think his vibe would be impeccable.
Hey, maybe he was there today at the boat show.
Maybe.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show's over, actually.
Yeah, all our cameras are coming back.
Yeah, that's true.
You can tell.
Thunder Bunny is able to spread their wings a little bit now. 10.3 seconds, the gap between themselves and NFC. So time absolutely running out here. 14 and a half minutes to go. If NFC wants to get there, it's time to go.
Bunnies don't have wings, though.
That's your Red Bull.
Flappy ears.
There we go. Yes, spread their ears and listen to the sound of
hop
their prey. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, we failed on that one. It's okay.
That's all right.
I'm given back to the Thunder Bunny car that last time around by the number 123.
The on du toit, as it were.
Heinz Fight guy.
I heard they have Olivier Pla on the lineup.
On du toit?
Who do you think
feel the rhythm, feel the ride, Ryan?
Who do you think is more likely to drive the NFC car, Olivier Pla or Sebastian Bourdais?
Oh, Pla for sure.
Other French racing drivers are available.
Are they?
Olivier Panis is doing Andros Ice Trophy. He has to be rearing to get back into, do something.
It's Aurelian Panis is still racing, right?
I don't know.
Oh, who's the trying to remember who has the son that's racing now. I think he raced in the Rexy car, Sebastian Grillo.
Oh, Prio.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
English, not French.
Oh, is he?
So-
Okay.
Guernsey, actually. He's a Guernsey.
He's a Guernsey man, but Andy Prio, of course, famous for having a giant Union Jack on the hood of his BMW. How about Yvonne Moeller, though? Do you think he could come? See, there we go. We can crow this back to touring cars.
I wouldn't. No.
No, you don't think Yvonne Moeller?
Not a
wants to
big.
go?
No, probably not.
Do you think Tooth would take the opportunity to have Yvonne Moeller in the car? Or do you think they would rather keep their car? Oh my goodness, the 118 takes a ride through the grass there. They keep it going.
I think the ideal opportunity for Yvonne Miller would be a VW Fun Cup in GTU, being a primarily French series. You'll be very at home there.
Can we get Yvonne Muller into the Zombie Dodge Alfa Romeo for the next Michelin Pilot Challenge race at Daytona?
Probably not. Gabriele Tarquini, maybe.
Ooh, there we go. There's a name.
The chance for anything. We just
Chance
gotta
for
wish
anything
for
indeed.
it.
Ping to Dexter is now 8.7 seconds.
Can I wish for a... there's not enough time left to wish for that. I was gonna say, can I wish for a TLM Mono 1-lap penalty so they can be right there with the 225?
Yeah, they've been right in that same base of track now for the last hour. I mean, we've gone through multiple code 35s and they've been nose to tail for
Just cruising.
Yeah. Well, the 123 is pressing on here, so I don't think there's any reason the 888 would need to push any harder than they are.
Triple I.
Triple I. Out front.
A joke that is completely lost on Jordan Waters.
Do you not know what Triple I is?
Probably not.
No.
We'll brief him later.
Yeah. The would you say that 888 is the Hendrick of V8 supercars?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
All right. As opposed to Urbis, who are the clowns of V8 supercars.
Well, it's funny you say that.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
I was gonna say Stone Brothers, but then I realized that they became Erebus like 10 years ago.
You might need an update there, Brendan.
I live in the glory days of motor racing in my head and refuse to acknowledge that things have moved past them.
Just wait till we get electric vehicles. Well, we already have electric vehicles, I guess, in Formula E and whatnot. Under 10 minutes to go. 9.5 remaining here at Barber. Getting down to the closing few minutes of this one.
Yep,
Closing
still all.
time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
I don't really even know where to go with that.
I know who I want to take me home.
The country roads.
This is not the right region for that, unfortunately.
Oh.
I get
Are
told
you?
off-
Are you sure?
I get told off for
Are
singing
you
that song
sure?
while I'm in North Carolina. So I feel like, this is the same type of situation.
It works everywhere. Oh, look at this. 4 wide.
Yeah, well, and the
Oh my
NFC
goodness.
car has just worked through all that traffic with the last lap of 138.712. The Mercedes now with that green windshield banner has 3 cars left to work through before he's clear of all of this. The Thunder Bunny car, meanwhile, works reasonably clear track and clear air, about 8.8 seconds ahead. Unfortunately, with just 8 minutes remaining, the loss of what is going to amount to about 1.5 seconds the last time around is probably sinking any chances the Mercedes has to catch up. It would have needed some better luck in traffic through that last lap or two, and unfortunately it's all gone the way of Thunder Bunny. Very, very much coming together right in front of the NFC car. There is the Dexter Racing Toyota Supra. That's the white with yellow accented Toyota Supra sitting 5th in GTO, 6th place overall. Kingpin Racing picking up 3 seconds that last time around. Presumably, both of those cars working through the same large gaggle of traffic that we just talked about through the first sector of the lap. Not missing anything elsewhere in the field. GP1 is currently a comfortable 42-second margin for PC Racing over the number 150 from ASM. GP2 being led by 33 seconds from Rockwell Autosport Development back to the 525 of Rubin ASF Motorsports. The Rockwell car being the number 715. GP3 led comfortably by the 85 from AOA Racing, and obviously our overall leader up in GTU is the Stratus number 59.
Under 36 for Kingpin that time by.
Yeah, so here's Dexter, then Bruce Innovations, then the red and white Kingpin Toyota Supra. So this is our next working camera at the moment. We'll see them as they make the run up towards, well, out of turn 5 anyway. And yeah, 1.4 seconds, you say, JT. It'll be, I suspect, closer than that when they get to the short braking zone at the end of the third major straightaway of the lap here at Barber. There goes Mercedes. There are the Supras. Nose to tail, separated by about a car length and a half, headed down into the turn 7 and 8 chicane.
Yeah, things are getting real tight here in the closing stages of this one. Coming up on 6 minutes to go. Dexter and Kingpin nose to tail going for position. We'll see who's going to win out on this one coming into the later stages. We're going to have a battle side by side.
Round the outside at turn 11. That is Kingpin Racing up the inside through 12. It was a really nicely set up move out the run of turn 10, headed up into 11, was able to pull alongside and just hang tough on the outside long enough to take the line away up the inside of turn number 12. Really good move from that number 11 Kingpin Racing to haul themselves up into the top 5 in GTO in the dying minutes.
Yeah, also well played from Dexter, just knowing not to fight that, not to miss the car, and just try to stay with them here and get that good result.
Coming up on just 5 minutes to go, like we just saw right there. Kingpin Racing into 5th in class in GTO. Out front in that class, the TLM Mona 888, the 225 Thunder Bunny machine, the NFC Motorsports 123, and in their own bubble there in 4th, the GTR 99. But the Kingpin and Dexter Racing battle, I don't think it's quite over as of yet. I think Dexter Racing still going to try to get there one more time as they go through the camera here in turn 7.
Yeah, the Thunder Bunny and NFC battle. Thunder Bunny is going to come through the shot here momentarily, being chased by the Stratus number 58. That's the blue-colored car. Just headed into 11 now is the NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Clear air for the moment, at least, for that Mercedes. The 59 now, the overall race leader comes through. And this is important because it means that the NFC car is almost certainly not going to get an extra lap of racing under green. But with probably 3 laps remaining here, the Thunder Bunny Racing car may actually not get put an additional lap down, meaning we're going to have a lap split between 3rd and 4th overall. And if the NFC Motorsports Mercedes is going to get up to the back of that Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra, it's going to take all 3 of those remaining laps. And potentially the 1 bonus if, well, no, the bonus won't happen, obviously, because, of course, the Thunder Bunny car would be put a lap down. So they would be among the first cars to take the checkered flag. So this is kind of it as far as this battle for second in GTO is concerned.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of time left for them to close that 5-second gap. Might get closer to about 3 or so with 3 minutes remaining here, but it's been a valiant effort nonetheless by that NFC Motorsports number 123 car, and looks like they're going to steadily be in position number 3 in class.
Yeah, I think so. Barring any missteps from the 225. See what the traffic situation presents itself as. That is a gaggle. And
That's
the
a gaggle.
225 of it is at the back of it. Like the Panos Performance, Janetta pulls to the side, open throttle does the same. Through comes the NPO1, and the Mercedes is going to catch all of these cars headed into some of the highest speed portions of this Barber Motorsports Park layout. Thunder Bunny Supra is clear of all of that traffic. The Mercedes caught up a little bit behind one of the Rockwell cars and is going to have to go the long way around turns 2 and 3. We'll hang on this camera for a moment because we will see these cars crest turn number 4. There goes the Toyota Supra. There goes the Mercedes, having now cleared the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsche Boxster. Next move will be in the braking zone at turn number 5 with a lap and a half remaining in our Sunday 7-hour enduro from Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama. Close as you like it for third place overall, second place on the GTO podium. Supra versus Mercedes. Same as it ever was.
Yeah, it's been a heck of a battle here so far. We'll try to catch them on one of our upcoming cameras here, see how that battle is shaping up. But last time at the line, it was 2.9 seconds between Thunder Bunny and NFC, and I think it's going to be closer here as they continue to duke it out. Coming to, I believe, what should be the white flag this time.
Absolutely.
A minute 20 remaining. We are getting down to the final lap of the day here. It's been a great day at Barber, and we are going to have a great battle for position number 2 to close this one out.
And then here comes the white flag for, no, that's the 58, my apology. The
Here it is now.
59 now gets the white flag, along with the 123 NFC Mercedes.
I'll tell you what, I don't know that the 59 is going to catch the Thunder Bunny 225.
I don't think so either.
I don't know that this is going to, actually, you know what? Well, I was going to say, is the 59 going to pull to the side and let the Mercedes back through to have one more lap worth of a crack at this?
We'll see as they come through into turn 5 here.
That would
They're
be
going to
great
be
if they
close,
could,
but the 59, of course, is going to do a little bit better job on the brakes here than the 123. So the 123 needs to set themselves up to take this long shoot down to turn 7. And I don't think they're going to get the run they need here.
Yeah.
They've also got the 72 ahead, so that's going to be even more difficult to pass.
Yeah,
They
this was the
look at the 58 and decide against it.
Ryan, the
59,
the
I'm sorry.
GTO class was the undoing of the NFC car's charge yesterday afternoon as well, being caught up behind a similar class car for too long, but not being able to actually execute the pass. Kind of sunk them, and unfortunately not exactly the same situation today, but that 72 I think is just gonna sit in the way of a clear lap for that 123.
Yep, the 72 lets the Stratus Racing car by, but I don't think that the 123 was able to get there. They now go into no man's land. I'll try to call it as they come down the straightaway here.
Team car 58 is going to take the white flag here, but it'll be the next NPO1 we see onto the front straightaway. The gold and black number 59. There it is, through the apex of the final corner. Clear Air out in front is going to take the checkered flag and win the Sunday 7-hour enduro at Barber Motorsports Park. With it will come the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. That Mercedes solidifies itself into third place in GTO. And in about a minute and a half's time, we are going to see the 225 from Thunder Bunny Racing come home in second. Meanwhile, out in front, the 888 from TLM Mona will take the checkered flag to win the GTO category on the road for the second day in a row. That Aston Martin has been rock solid all afternoon, and with 216 laps complete, wins the Sunday race from Barber Motorsports Park. Await the arrival of the GP1 class leader, the number 44 from PC Racing.
Here comes Blaze Racing, a great 4th place finish for them.
Well, an incredible weekend, I think, all the way around. A return to the series from some series stalwarts. A packed race, lots of cars able to stay on track here. Relatively clean racing as well. I've enjoyed every single bit of it. How about you, gentlemen?
Yeah, it's been an exceptional day here today. Obviously, I wasn't with you guys yesterday, but got to catch some of it on the World Racing League YouTube page presented by DriversEye Live. And all the action we saw here today was absolutely phenomenal. Strategy coming into place, and as well as some fantastic driving from start to finish. What a great day.
Ooh, there goes Rockwell, the 715 across the line, taking the GP2 win, 201 laps. Last time we had been shown as pitting was lap 137. Sorry, yeah, 137. So
Wow.
Great job by them to do that monster stint at the end there.
"64 laps for the GP2 class winner, and really nice work by that team. They seemed confident, right? If you had even the slightest worry that you weren't going to make it home, you pit under a code 35. You top yourself off and you send the car back on its way. But they obviously knew that that car had what it needed to get through to the checkered flag and bring home the GP2 class win over the number 525 from Ruben ASF Motorsports. GP3 winner by 4 laps is the 85 from AOA Racing. The sister car, the number 55, comes home second in class, and completing the AOA Racing sweep on the GP3 podium is the 75, the Mazda MX-5 NC. So great day for the AOA Racing squad in GP3. Obviously in GP1, the final margin ended up being 49.9 seconds in favor of the number 44 from PC Racing. A good result for the number 150 from ASM to salvage second in their Honda S2000. Disappointing to think what might have been if not for that green flag pit stop with just under 2 hours remaining, or right around 2 hours remaining, that took that car out of the GP1 class lead. And we've already gone over the GTO results. In the meantime, 888 leads 225 from 123 on the podium, 99 and 11, that's GTR and Kingpin to round out the top 5. Dexter Racing, Random Vandals, TLM USA, a shift up now by AE Victory, and PMW Motorsports will round out the top 10 in GTO. GTU obviously won by the number 59. They win the race overall as well. Second place, the Stratus number 60 in 9th place overall, just 6 laps off of their sister car. Very, very quiet weekend for that number 60, but you'll take that as you can get it. And the Stratus number 58 rounds out the podium there in GTU. I have had a phenomenal weekend of racing. Sitting in my office here and being able to call this remotely. Normally I'd be right where Ryan is, up there in the commentary booth adjacent to race control, but it's been a great weekend of racing all the same. All the things we love about the World Racing League and the on-track products, very, very much on display. Endurance and attrition and fighting back from adversity, consistency, the occasional drop in of some wild variance in lap time, chases in the final hour, position changes in the final hour, battles for class positions and wins, and of course the strategy element as well. Everything that we've grown to love about WRL, fully a part of 15 hours of racing here from Barber Motorsports Park. We'll wrap this one up quickly. We're in the middle of, this is race weekend 6 out of 7 for us here on the trot at DriversEye Live. It has been a pretty wild thrash of moving people around coast to coast. And we've been as far west as Southern California, down at Buttonwillow last weekend. Ryan has been as far southeast as Homestead Miami Speedway back at the beginning of February, where Jordan Worth joined us as well. We've been out to Eagles Canyon for the World Racing League, and I think it's fair to say that the 2024 World Racing League season and global motorsports season at large is well and truly underway. Thanks for being with us this weekend, everybody. Ryan West, if you've got any closing thoughts for the weekend, I'll let you take it away. Otherwise, we'll put ourselves away for the weekend and do it all again soon.
A fantastic weekend, and I'm looking forward to catching the next WRL round at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course on the new surface with the addition of the spec tire in the general production class, I am looking forward to a tight battle at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course outside of Columbus, Ohio. And for those of you who aren't aware, the total solar eclipse is going to be taking place and passing right through Columbus, Ohio on the Monday after. So I anticipate that travel will be a little expensive, but I'm excited to be there. I'm sure everybody else in the paddock is as well. I look forward to seeing you then. Have your pet spayed or neutered.
Okay, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan, for your efforts down there, Barber. Thank you to everybody who was a part of this broadcast this weekend, whether you were spending some time up in the booth with Ryan West or you participated in the chat over the course of the weekend. I appreciate it immensely. JT Tammy has joined us throughout the day today and all day yesterday. Scott Michaels is part of our broadcast on Saturday. Debutante on DriversEye Live. Robert Hill Jr. calling the play-by-play action for the bulk of our Sunday Hour Enduro. Robert, I hope you enjoyed it, and I am certain we will have the opportunity to hear you on a future DEL WRL broadcast. For all of them, for Ryan Bauer on production and Ryan West up there in the booth, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thanks for joining us this weekend, everybody. We'll be back live from Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Super Tour with SCCA. Next weekend with DriversEye Live. Come find us there, listen to us there, and check it out. We'll be back with you for WRL in a month's time for Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and 15 hours more endurance racing action from America's great motorsports venues. Until then, take care.